Applause fills the grand hall as the king solemnly addresses his son, Heal, now recognized as the 17th prince and an adult. The king grants him dominion over a land, charging him to go there and heal it. Heal stares in disbelief at a map showing Sheol Reef, a remote island 10 days by boat from the capital, so isolated that even pirates and merchants avoid it. He struggles to understand his new post, rowing toward a barren, rocky shore with no beach in sight. In a lavish room, the 9th Princess Talia and the 11th Prince Valpa discuss Sheol Reef, with Valpa mocking its suitability for Heal. Heal reflects bitterly on his poor abilities and the mysterious, unknown crest he bears, unlike his brother's powerful crests. Heal pleads with his father to send a representative to govern the reef, but the king's eyes glow fiercely as he declares the oracle's word final. The prince realizes this assignment is exile, forced upon him by the royal family's resentment. Heal rows toward a desolate shore, thinking exile to a barren mountain of rocks might be better than execution for treason. He resolves not to die yet and searches for a place to land safely among the jagged stones. Summoning his magic, he commands the wind to aid him, struggling to control it as he battles the rough sea. The gusts are weaker than expected, but he embraces this as the true strength of his power. Spotting a cave, he decides to secure his supplies there for now. The cave's dark interior reveals countless skeletons and bones scattered across the floor, a grim warning of past fates. Heal's eyes widen in horror as he takes in the macabre sight, sweat dripping down his face. Despite the chilling scene, he hauls his supplies inside, knowing there is no other refuge. He braces himself to survive in this grim, lonely place, the weight of his exile settling heavily on him. The sea glistens quietly beyond the cave's dark mouth as Heal's gaze lingers on the distant horizon, a bead of sweat tracing down his face. He turns his back to the ocean, admiring its beauty far from the capital's turmoil, then clenches his fists with fierce determination, vowing to survive no matter what. His mind races through grim possibilities. No merchant ships nearby, no friendly ports. Forcing him to face the harsh reality of isolation, he resolves to clean the cave, bury the bones, and store rainwater and fish to last as long as possible, gripping a pickaxe tightly. A sudden notification confirms the mining tool's acquisition, but his eyes widen in shock as he notices something unexpected deep within the cave among the scattered skeletons. A voice echoes inside his head, urging him to say it again. The notification confirms he has acquired a mining tool and asks if he wants to mine. Shocked, he demands to know who is speaking. The crest on his hand glows, revealing it has an advisor function but is not a living organism. He contemplates the meaning of the Cave King crest he was born with, confused why it activates now. He recalls never being near a cave before. The advisor explains it boosts mining skills and supports rank-ups inside the cave. He hesitates but considers starting mining. Standing amid scattered skeletons, he notices the cave walls shining with bright white patches. The advisor explains the walls are designed to be easy to break yet prevent cave-ins, and the shining parts are best for mining. He raises his pickaxe, preparing to strike. A single light blow causes the wall to glow brightly, illuminating the cave like night vision. The advisor confirms this effect. He begins mining with enthusiasm, the sound of breaking rock echoing as he smiles, admitting to himself that this is pretty fun. The sound of rocks breaking echoes through the cave as he notices the amount he can dig at once is increasing, with the rocks themselves growing larger. The advisor explains that mining skill rank-ups boost this capacity, and the Cave King crest lets him store everything he mines. Though its retrieval location is unknown, he hesitates but agrees to retrieve 168 rocks. He strikes the cave walls energetically, causing a pile of rocks to fall. The system confirms 168 rocks have been retrieved and added to his building inventory, explaining they have no effect on his body and can be removed anytime. He accepts this and continues mining with renewed vigor. The rocks he collected appear in his inventory, including various ores and stones. He marvels at the automatic retrieval prompt and eagerly agrees to activate it. Realizing at this pace he'll reach the other side of the cave, he reflects on how his inventory quickly filled with many items and wonders about the measurement of meters as he digs 10 meters down. The inventory displays numerous materials like copper, bronze, gold, ore, and magic stones. He activates the mining field guide to learn about unfamiliar items. The guide explains the magic stone boosts the user's magic power proportionally to its size. While the turtle stone increases lifespan by 1 day per use, he is surprised that even his poor magic can benefit from these stones. The Sheol Reef stands tall, an incredible domain beyond expectations, leaving him amazed at the crest's power. He clenches his fist, determined, and dives into mining with fierce energy, shouting for his companion to follow. His inventory fills rapidly as he reaches 30 meters deep, revealing a vast collection of ores and stones. Magic stones and turtle stones catch his eye, especially the magic power crystals, sparking his curiosity to use them immediately. Standing alone in the vast cavern, he tests his enhanced magic power cautiously, flexing and moving to check for any bodily changes. He confirms no adverse effects, reassuring himself as he prepares to put his newfound strength to the test. He commands the wind to clear the path he dug, focusing intently as the magic flows through him. Eager to see the results of his increased power in action, he summons a powerful swirling vortex of wind, the magic circle glowing beneath his outstretched hand as debris and dust spiral violently around him. The whirlwind intensifies, tearing through the cavern and revealing countless bones, and remains caught in its destructive path, the force shattering the ground with a deafening impact. Gasping in shock, he reaches out instinctively, sweat dripping down his face as the aftermath of his unleashed power settles around him. Suddenly, a small, translucent slime creature bounces toward him, shaking and wobbling, leaving him stunned and bewildered as he questions what it could be. 3 days after being banished to the mountain of rocks known as the Sheol Reef, the 17th prince of the kingdom of Sandfales prepares for another day of digging. Checking his tools and food, he calls out to a small, translucent slime creature named Shell. The prince rides atop Shell, his first companion, urging him forward with a joyful shout. Flashing back to 3 days ago, he stares in shock at the bouncing slime, unsure of what it is. Realizing the creature is a slime, he recalls reading about taming monsters and wonders if the wind magic scared it out. He notes that the taming skill makes monsters follow but has never seen it used. His kingdom hates monsters, so taming is rare, and no one judges him here in this isolated place. To complete the taming process, he must name the slime. Connecting the name to the Sheol Reef, he decides on Shell. Naming complete, Shell is tamed. Though Shell doesn't understand human words, having another living being by his side makes the prince feel better, and he resolves to keep going with renewed determination. The prince rides atop Shell, marveling at how smart the slime is. He uses gestures to communicate commands, speeding up his mining progress. His powered-up magic makes food no longer a concern, and the amount he's dug up has tripled in 3 days, with hundreds of magic stones already used. Resting comfortably on a soft surface, the prince adjusts Shell's position gently. He reflects on finding about 10 more slimes while mining but doubts communication will be easy with them. As night falls, he contemplates what to dig tomorrow, hoping the slimes won't interfere. Awakening with a stretch, the prince greets Shell, who bounces excitedly. Suddenly, Shell leaps unexpectedly, causing the prince to lose balance and fall. Alarmed, he calls out as he tumbles down a rocky slope. Landing amidst wreckage, the prince spots 2 injured green-skinned goblins whose boat crashed on the rocks. Shocked but relieved, he notes that goblins and humans are usually enemies, and most humans are taught to kill goblins on sight. Shell looks on silently as the prince processes the situation. The prince casts a recovery spell over the injured goblins, determined not to leave them to die despite their usual enmity. He lifts one goblin carefully, with Shell bouncing alongside, ensuring their safety. They rest, their lives stable for now. The prince instructs Shell to alert him if the goblin's condition changes. Though he worries about the risk if they wake and attack, he steadies his nerves, gripping his pickaxe tightly, resolving to focus on mining. He digs with renewed vigor, the rhythmic strikes of his pickaxe echoing as he loses himself in the task. Checking his inventory, he feels satisfaction at the growing collection of magic stones and treasures unearthed. Examining the stones, he notes their properties and appreciates having no curses to worry about. Suddenly, Shell alerts him. The goblins have awakened. The prince rushes over to find a heated argument between 2 goblins, one accusing the other of stealing food, while the prince tries to intervene and calm the situation. The goblin general brandishes a dagger, demanding to know who has entered, while an elder and a small girl stand behind him in fear. Another goblin urges the general to lower his weapon, insisting the newcomer save them. The prince wonders if they speak the same language and if they are from the Balyan continent. Shadows flicker as the prince pleads for them to stay back. Assuring he means no harm, the goblins hesitate, clearly afraid, and the prince senses they are planning something rather than being hostile. The general angrily accuses the prince of mocking them, confusion and suspicion clouding the cave. The prince forces a nervous smile, admitting he looks dangerous but tries to lighten the mood. He offers the fried fish he cooked, inviting everyone to eat, while a sudden gust of wind and crackling electricity fill the air. The small girl cries, questioning why the general is always so quick to act. The goblin general demands the prince kill them quickly if he can use magic so easily. The elder and the general desperately try to wake the unconscious princess, but the prince realizes her wounds have not fully healed, leaving him concerned. The princess is revealed to be cursed with the life-shrinking curse, causing her to weaken rapidly. The goblin general apologizes, acknowledging the dire situation as the prince pleads for them to hold on, refusing to let the princess die alone. He insists he can cure the curse despite their doubts, revealing a misogi stone that lifts all curses, though he admits he's never used it before. The prince uses the misogi stone, unleashing a bright light that shocks everyone present. He then uses 79 turtle stones to restore the princess's lifespan. Noting her life was shortened as well, the goblins are stunned, questioning where he got the stones, and he explains their curse-lifting power. The princess awakens, confused and relieved, having thought she was dead. The goblin general reacts with shock. While the prince watches her recovery with hope, the princess apologizes, overwhelmed by the sudden change. The goblin general bows deeply, overwhelmed with guilt for doubting the prince. While the princess and two elders introduce themselves respectfully, the prince invites them to eat, easing the tension as the goblins acknowledge their fear and the prince's kindness. The prince introduces himself as Heel, a prince of the kingdom of Sandfales, though he corrects himself to say he was. The goblin general and others react with surprise, realizing the source of his magic is the stones he dug up. When asked why he's here, Heel listens as the goblins explain their hometown was burned to the ground by orcs, forcing survivors to flee. Almost the entire royal family was killed, leaving only Princess Rhea alive. They've been searching for a new home for a year, chased away by humans and rejected by other clans. The goblins express worry about their safety and the condition of others, blaming the rundown ship they arrived on. Vari apologizes to Princess Rhea, who tells him not to blame General L. The prince reassures them, saying it's too soon to give up despite the monsters' hardships. The princess thanks Heel sincerely for saving monsters like them. Though she admits she won't live long, she feels peace now, relieved that the pain in her chest is gone and happy to be able to die peacefully. Heel reveals there are still turtle stones lying dormant underground, capable of extending life indefinitely. He estimates that at his current digging rate, he can buy more than a year of life in just 1 week. The goblins nervously ask if they can dig as well. Acknowledging it's a big favor, Heel happily agrees, saying he digs because he enjoys it and doesn't mind the company. The goblins express heartfelt gratitude, touched by his kindness and generosity. Tears stream down the princess's face as she bows deeply, thanking Heel very much. The prince contemplates how he can grant blessings to monsters he tames by sharing parts of his effects, improving their mining skills and experience. He worries about the risk of cave-ins if they dig somewhere unstable, but remains determined to help. The princess's gratitude fills the room with hope, and the prince quietly resolves to protect and support them all. Heel offers to dig alone and share as many turtle stones as they want, inviting them to refuse if they wish. The goblins insist on serving him alongside the princess and Vari, determined to repay their debt and not just watch others work. The princess eagerly asks Heel for a new name, signaling the start of taming monsters. The goblin elder pledges to defend Heel from now on, calling it an honor, while Vari promises to serve as much as his age allows. Heel gives the princess a new name, Rihanna, who vows to give her all in return. After eating, they descend underground where Heel conjures a shining stone torch for the goblins, who lack night vision. The cave glimmers in places, and Heel points out safe spots to mine, eager to get back to work. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the cave as Heel charges forward, the others watching tensely from behind. The blast shakes the cavern, signaling the start of their dangerous mining expedition. A massive crater yawns before them, dust still settling as the group stares in awe. Heel admits he didn't start off breaking rock this well, but believes with practice they all will improve. Heel encourages the slime named Shell to try giving instructions to the others, promising practice will lead to perfection. The group eagerly joins in, mining with renewed energy as the cave fills with movement and life. Shadows loom over a chained figure slumped on the ground, labeled a weakling. A group of smug nobles mockingly call them weaklings. A sinister figure grins as a magical circle glows behind him, taunting the fallen man to turn to ash alongside him. The chained man, battered and sweating, clenches his fist in silent defiance. Heel clutches a small vial tightly, startled as the goblins and Vari express concern for his exhaustion after a hard day's digging. He brushes off their worries, explaining his cave king power lets him dig all day without tiring, though his mind is elsewhere. A freshly baked apple pie is presented with delight, the group excited by the treat. The narration reflects on 3 days spent with the goblins, during which they've built a bathroom, reservoir, and kitchen. Heel happily credits Rihanna's cooking for his appetite, while she and the others watch him eat with a mix of surprise and joy. Heel savors the food with a bright smile, praising its taste while Vari beams with pride. The old elf and the goblin cheerfully agree that the effort is worth it, as it extends the princess's life. the cave's atmosphere lightens, though much work remains ahead. He reflects on the scarcity of resources, counting only driftwood for firewood and fish for food. He admits his limited hope but plans to trade gems if a ship arrives. The goblins insist he rest, but he insists on continuing to dig, hoping to find more turtle stones for Rihanna. Exploring deeper, Heel and the small slime discover a hollow cave filled with stones glowing like an orange sunset. He wonders why dirt is present here, puzzled by the unusual sight as he kneels to examine the ground carefully. Suddenly, a giant striped spider looms menacingly above Heel and the slime, its many eyes fixed on them as it prepares to strike. A giant spider looms overhead, its many eyes fixed on Heel, who panics, convinced it will eat him and that he is going to die. The spider suddenly darts away, leaving him stunned. Heel realizes the spider was protecting its children, apologizing nervously as he faces a den filled with many smaller spiders. The system notifies him that tameable monsters have been found, prompting a sharp reaction. The goblin boss orders his subordinates to proceed, surprising one who questions the change of heart. Meanwhile, the group stands ready in the cave, preparing to engage. The spider children suddenly charge at the group, catching them off guard. Heel explains these are cave spiders, larger than those on the continent, with dangerous silk and venom. The old elf reveals the dirt in the cave is actually spider silk mixed with nutrients, perfect for farming mushrooms. Heel invites them to follow him deeper into the tunnel to see more. A newly widened staircase appears inside the cave, glowing softly with embedded lights. The group marvels at the sudden change, while Heel explains he expanded the path using new features of his Cave King ability. A detailed explanation of the Cave King Rank 2 upgrade unfolds, revealing the ability to shape tunnels smoothly and create workshops for processing materials like stone, sand, and marble. Night vision is now added to tamed monsters, brightening the cave and impressing the group. Plans to remodel the island kick into gear, with the group preparing a welcome party for Tarun and his spider children. Elvin and Vari craft ice axes using a Belden-style furnace, while Rihanna knits a soft towel from spider silk, delighting Heel with its texture. Heel entrusts Tarun with farming duties, utilizing the spider children's efforts. Suddenly, one spider reveals a surprising new talent, moving swiftly and breaking rocks with precision. Heel acknowledges that even the king of cave must stay alert. He leaps forward, shouting that it's not hopeless and urging himself to remember who he is. The symbol of the kingdom shines brightly as he uses 879 magic stones to fuel his power. Calling out the title, the King of Cave, he commands the ice to freeze, unleashing a powerful spell that summons intricate snowflakes and a glowing magic circle beneath him. The ice rapidly spreads, freezing the raging waters and the sinking boat, shocking the onlookers with the sudden, overwhelming force of magic. He urges Elvin to abandon the boat and cross the ice to save the others, but struggles to maintain balance on the slippery frozen path, narrowly avoiding a fall as the soldiers rush forward. Tarun struggles to control the giant spider beneath him, urged to use his legs to guide it. He admits he's never been good with spiders but insists he's changed his mind. He commands Shell, the slime, to perform the same action alongside the spider. The frozen sea crashes as the ice spreads, with people scrambling to safety. Tarun directs the spider and slime to rescue the stranded survivors, while others cling to debris and each other amid the chaos. The survivors gather on shore, exhausted but safe. Tarun uses healing magic to tend to the injured, surrounded by grateful faces and a bustling crowd recovering from the disaster. Relief fills the air as Tarun learns all 205 people are safe thanks to his efforts. The general's daughter, Fu, embraces her father joyfully, while others thank Tarun for his healing magic that is helping the sick recover. Tarun humbly credits Rihanna, Elvin, and Varys for saving the Belden tribe alongside him. The spiders, Shell, and the slime, he thanks everyone sincerely, relieved to have managed their rescue this time. The group expresses gratitude, but Tarun notices someone behind them and wonders who it could be. A large, bearded man appears silently. Crossing his arms, Tarun and the others are puzzled, realizing this man wasn't on the ship or in the cave, and no report mentioned him before. The man stands naked, causing Tarun to awkwardly introduce himself while the others react with surprise. The man seems hungry, and Rihanna offers to prepare fish for him. As the man eats, Tarun and the others decide to get him dressed and wonder who he really is. The next day, Tarun commands the group to bring in the newly mined stone. The room quickly transforms into a livable space, with 41 rooms prepared for the 205 new tribe members. Tarun reflects on taming everyone in the Belden tribe and feels happy despite the challenging circumstances. Noting the island has become livelier, The group is busy increasing production of daily necessities and tools. Working hard despite only recovering a few supplies from the shipwreck, Rihanna approaches Turun with a drink, urging him to try it. He notices the rich color and aroma, intrigued. Turun tastes the juice and learns Rihanna used a sun stone on a grape seed found on the boat. He's amazed to drink fresh fruit juice here and encourages her. Noting the small plantation will soon be full of fruit, Rihanna blushes, determined to do her best and eager to help however she can. Nearby, a large bearded man named Mappa is scolded for just staring instead of working. Despite the teasing, he challenges the hammer-wielding man to try his work, gripping his tool tightly with a fierce gaze. Mappa swings his hammer with practiced ease, shaping metal swiftly as the group watches in awe. His speed and skill stun them, revealing the fine, elegant ice axes he crafts, tools that look like works of art. Turun tests the new axes, wielding Mappa's alongside his usual pickaxe to break rock. The powerful strike shatters the stone, leaving everyone amazed and questioning Mappa's true strength. She notices a strange hole in the ground and recalls a missing round rock, piecing together that bones hidden beneath the rocks must have brought Mappa back. He accepts this new ally with cautious relief. Thanks to Mappa's tools, the tribe has made great progress rebuilding the ship and leveling the coast. They've tamed new slime monsters for help and increased their digging efforts. Despite improvements, Rihanna worries aloud about the dwindling supply of turtle stones, hinting at concerns beneath the surface. The man admits honestly that he is the one who wants Rihanna to stay with him longer. He declares his desire to dig more, develop the island, and live with Rihanna. Suddenly, he uncovers a cave, his expression shifting to surprise and determination. Inside the cave, he finds a room filled with scattered bones and a mysterious statue. He wonders if something happened here long ago, doubting the island was ever truly uninhabited. He decides to collect the items scattered around before exploring further. Examining the collected items, he learns he can combine materials to create a doll using a heart stone, which can serve as the core of an artificial organism. He also finds a change stone that allows monsters to evolve. Though its full meaning remains unclear, a golden stone can transform a monster into another species, inheriting the original's age and personality but changing its body, which unsettles him. The group discusses the evolution stone, with one explaining that every goblin knows about it from their legends. They reveal that regular goblins who sought more power became hobgoblins, while those who wanted to live deep in the forest turned into leaf goblins, all thanks to this stone. Elvin is accused of being a hobgoblin, but he denies ever using the evolution stone. The group recalls that the general was born with his current body. The evolution stone is explained as a tool that renews a being's lifespan by evolving it into a new body. Confirmed real by an elder, the question is posed to Elvin if he wants to try it. He admits curiosity but feels attached to his current body, claiming it's too cool to evolve. The princess expresses her desire to help Mr. Heel with magic and other means. The elder suggests goblins can't use magic but might if they evolve. Despite reluctance to use something so precious, the princess is urged to live longer. The princess nervously confesses to Mr. Heel that she wants to evolve. He accepts her decision with a warm smile, holding out the evolution stone. The princess quietly holds the evolution stone, focusing intently as it begins to glow. She wishes to stay with Mr. Heel for a long time, surrounded by the watching group. A sudden bright light erupts, halting the group mid-action as they shield their eyes. Shock spreads among them as they realize something extraordinary is happening. The man gasps in disbelief, recognizing the figure emerging before them. A radiant woman with flowing dark hair appears, her serene expression captivating everyone. She floats gently, her presence both ethereal and commanding. As the group stares in awe, the woman, now fully visible and standing, looks down at herself in confusion, questioning what has happened. Her voice trembles as she calls out to Mr. Heel, while the group rushes to Mappa, who has collapsed nearby. The young man slowly wakes, his eyes fluttering open as he wonders when he fell asleep. Panic rises as he calls out for Rihanna. Realizing she has evolved, a familiar voice reassures him. Rihanna is right there. Suddenly, Rihanna appears above him, smiling warmly as she gently pulls at his shirt, startling him. Her cheerful expression contrasts his shock, filling the room with an unexpected lightness. Concerned, Rihanna urges him to lie down. Noting he collapsed suddenly, he anxiously asks about Mappa, who is resting nearby. While the night still lingers outside, the young man processes the situation, trying to understand what happened. Rihanna's new appearance surprises him as she asks if he's all right. Noting how human-like she looks now, he admits he didn't like his old self and reveals her curse had stunted her growth, causing her to be ostracized even by her family. She confesses that when she used the change stone, she wished to be beautiful, confirming her transformation was intentional. She apologizes for using such a precious stone on a selfish wish, feeling changed since arriving on the island. He encourages her to embrace her new life and body, saying it's fine if she feels renewed. She thanks him quietly, overwhelmed. She solemnly offers her body, life, and name to him, declaring her complete devotion. They clasp hands tightly, affirming their bond. Suddenly, Mappa stirs awake, surprising him with his sudden movement. She proudly shows off a new dress made from cloth gifted by Turan and others, asking how it looks. Many around them are shocked by how suddenly the princess has changed, struggling to believe it's really her. Observing her transformation, Elvin and Varys watch as she works hard, studying magic and martial arts. The community soon realizes this truly is Rhianna, whose ambition seems boundless. He senses something on her mind as she digs, prompting a gentle question. The young man nervously denies staring at Rhianna's legs. But Mr. Heel confirms the mark on her thigh is the princess's crest, called Farmer. He praises the choice to entrust the plantation to her. Rhianna wonders if a goblin having a crest is unusual, while Mr. Heel admits humans are the only ones with crests in his kingdom. Mr. Heel reveals the mark on his hand is the Sorcery King crest, a rare symbol only one of his brothers possesses. Though it helped him study magic, it's useless to him as a goblin who cannot use magic. He shifts the conversation to Varys' plan from yesterday, urging focus. The group surveys the rocky shore as Varys' plan to reclaim land from the sea unfolds, aiming to expand the island and increase crop space. They envision a bigger area for children to play. The young man offers to use his workshop outside the cave, and Mr. Heel agrees to provide raw materials. The workshop activates, processing stone and sand into gravel, then shaping rock into blocks. The young man commands placing the blocks in planned spots, instructing to use water magic to remove seawater, then fill the area with rock, gravel, and cave spider dirt to cover the surface. He questions if this will suffice for now. The group marvels at the vast, newly constructed stone platform, resembling a public square, created when dirt ran out. Excitement fills the air as they anticipate growing great crops here. Varys thanks Mr. Heel warmly, who responds with a smile. Even Mappa hesitantly joins in the gratitude, though he remains cautious about the lingering dangers. Suddenly, a fiery explosion erupts among the gathered people, sending them scattering in shock. Varys and the princess freeze in alarm, their eyes wide with fear as chaos breaks out around them. A massive bird screeches as it swoops down, its sharp talons ready to strike. The crowd gasps in terror, shouting warnings about the killer birds descending upon them. Varys urgently commands everyone to retreat to the cave, pushing people to safety. Rhianna shouts at Mr. Heel to get up, while a young girl clings tightly to a small child, both terrified as the bird dives toward them. The giant bird attacks, its beak snapping dangerously close to the children huddled together. Varys quickly grabs a lever, preparing to activate a mechanism as he watches the attack unfold. A towering, muscular warrior appears, wielding 2 axes and shielding the children. He yells for his daughter, Full, who is shocked but determined. The warrior snarls at the threat, ordering Full to get out of harm's way as he braces to fight. The muscular warrior swings his axes fiercely, cutting through the attacking birds with overwhelming power. Varys watches in awe, realizing this is the strength of a general from the Belden tribe. He shouts for a shield as he rushes to assist the warrior. The princess raises a magical shield, blocking a dive from a giant bird. Varys calls out his thanks, and she urges him to do what he must while she protects them. The warrior and Varys coordinate their attacks, aiming for the birds' heads to stop the threat. The group urges everyone to take shelter as the warrior orders Varys and the princess to protect the cave entrance while he covers the rear. Varys spots the perfect material to protect the cave, a heart stone that can become the core of an artificial organism. He quickly gathers the necessary rocks to prepare. A massive golem springs to life, towering over the battlefield as it swats away the attacking birds. Varys commands the golem to defend the cave, while the princess and the warrior watch the mechanical guardian fend off the relentless assault. A small creature plunges down with a splash, startling Varys. He quickly reacts, realizing they no longer need to worry about hitting Mappa. He urgently asks Elvin to gather the creatures. The muscular warrior charges forward, ready to take control. The warrior swings his axes fiercely, striking down the attacking birds. Elvin uses a thick rope made from spider silk to trap the birds, confident it won't break. Varys shouts for everyone to get down as the battle intensifies. Varys raises his hands, casting a powerful blizzard spell that blankets the battlefield in ice and snow. The warrior and the princess brace themselves against the freezing storm, protecting the cave entrance. The birds retreat, scattering into the sky as the golem stands firm. Varys wipes sweat from his brow, Relieved to see the threat dissipate, the group watches the last of the birds flee, signaling a momentary peace. The group rushes forward, alarmed, as Mr. Heel and others shout warnings. The princess runs anxiously toward the older man, asking if he is hurt. The muscular warrior calls out in praise, signaling the battle's end. The princess collapses, overwhelmed, and Varys apologizes, admitting he was scared despite her presence. She reassures him gently, grateful he stayed close. Relief washes over everyone as Mr. Heel expresses gladness that all are safe. Varys nervously shows the princess his trembling hands, confessing this is his first real fight against a monster. She smiles softly, easing his tension, and they clasp hands in mutual support. Around them, the diverse group of allies gathers, united and relieved after the ordeal. Varys quietly reflects, holding a small vial, realizing that even someone like him can become a true feudal lord. The group walks back toward the cave entrance, chatting about their next meal and plans. The mechanical guardian leads the way, while the warrior and others follow, ready for what comes next. Goblins work together to butcher a large monster, slicing through its flesh with knives. They prepare the meat by cooking it over an open fire and washing the feathers in a wooden tub. A goblin enthusiastically praises their leader, placing a hand on Varys' shoulder, who looks surprised and uneasy. A lavish feast of roasted and grilled meats is laid out, filling the table with an abundance of food. The group gathers around a campfire, celebrating the night they fought off the killer birds. Varys hesitantly picks up a piece of monster meat, noting its color and smell, while the elf beside him encourages him to eat. Varys takes a cautious bite, savoring the juicy meat with a delighted expression. He confirms without doubt that the meat is delicious. The princess smiles warmly, proud of the meal she helped prepare, and Varys marvels at the soup accompanying the feast. The princess explains how killer bird meat tastes different depending on the part: chicken-like wings and legs, pork-like shoulders, and beef-like breast. Mr. Heel praises Varys' plan to have the golem stand watch, noting that killer birds avoid attacking creatures larger than themselves. Varys agrees to take charge of stone processing and planning, while the princess and Mr. Heel discuss building walls and watchtowers for protection. The girl crouches, intently munching on a piece of meat, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Varys watches her closely, realizing with a mix of surprise and certainty that she must be Elvin's daughter. She boldly confirms her name is full, accusing Varys of giving it to her. When asked why she's so strong, she explains she dug up stones that boost magic power, becoming stronger through mining. The princess listens, intrigued by this revelation about goblin magic and change stones. Full declares her determination to evolve. Despite the lack of change stones, the muscular man sternly warns her to stop bothering Mr. Heel, but she persists, driven by her desire to grow stronger. Varys encourages her to dig if she wants a change stone, surprising her with the offer. Excited, Full promises to be helpful to Mr. Heel and boasts about her mining skills. The princess quietly reveals she used 800 magic stones on Varys to increase his magic power, leaving him stunned at the unexpected boost. Night falls as the group finishes reclaiming the land and enjoys a hearty feast together. The princess vows to improve herself, determined to grow stronger, while Full insists on eating well to build her strength. This day becomes the first memorial in the Shell Reef, marked by a grand Thanksgiving celebration. Varys sneezes amid the cold storage filled with hanging meat and fish, a freezer designed to preserve large amounts of food. The idea was Rhienna's, and Varys agrees it will work well. He urges Mr. Heel to leave the freezer with him. Mappa demands a large steel door for the freezer. Complaining about the facilities, Varys agrees to craft the stone door. Impressed by Mappa's skills, the forge has also been renovated, and Rhienna confidently promises to cast freeze magic regularly to keep the ice from melting. Thanks to Elvin and Varys, the outer defenses are progressing well, allowing Full to focus on mining again. She expresses surprise that nothing bad has happened during this time, while Varys responds with a nervous but affirmative agreement. The group discusses the dangers of mining without proper ventilation, noting the harmful dust and risk of gas accumulation that could lead to poisoning or explosions. They decide to ask the old man Mappa to create a device to send fresh air inside. The girl reveals she has been working since she was little and shows her mining crest proudly. She explains that her miner crest, while not as prestigious as the Cave King's, allows her to mine as well. Varys acknowledges her efficiency and intuition for digging, or considering her a strong rival to Full. He then hesitantly asks if she has a father, reflecting on the man she mentioned, and she quietly confirms she does. The princess confesses her fear of her father and brothers despite her immense magical power, revealing her family's overwhelming strength. Varys asks if she wants to surpass her father, but she brushes it off, showing a complex mix of emotions. Suddenly, Full excitedly announces she has found a cave hollow, prompting Varys to realize how easy she is to read. They enter a vast stone chamber lined with towering statues. The princess questions Mr. Heel about the changed stone's location, confirming it was hidden in a room like this. Full moves forward, but Varys urgently calls her to wait as the statues begin to react. The statues suddenly animate and attack, forcing Mr. Heel to cast a protective shield that blocks their assault. Varys checks on Full, relieved she is unharmed. While noting the statues are golems, he wonders why the one Mr. Heel created cannot use magic like the others. The golems advance with swords, cornering Varys and Full. Varys narrowly dodges a powerful strike. Realizing these golems are far more dangerous than expected, he braces himself, preparing to defend against the relentless assault. Varys unleashes a powerful storm magic, swirling winds and debris around them as the golems are caught in the tempest. The force of the attack sends the stone warriors crashing violently to the ground. Full apologizes for rushing ahead, but Varys quickly checks if she is hurt. Relieved to find her safe, the golems lie shattered, exceeding expectations. Nearby, workers receive a signal to suspend mining activities. Varys examines a golden stone, questioning Mr. Heel if it is a changed stone, but Heel explains it is something different. Suddenly, Mappa appears, startling both Varys and Full. The burly man seems oddly cheerful as he takes up a sword. Practicing with enthusiasm, Varys and Full exchange puzzled looks, noting how rare it is to see Mappa so excited. Varys and Full struggle to pull a sword embedded in stone, but it refuses to budge. Varys deduces that Cave King can only collect minerals and mined items, so processed objects like this sword are unyielding. Full gasps in disbelief as their efforts fail to break the blade free. Varys strikes fiercely at the sword embedded in stone, determined to break it free. Despite his efforts, the blade only chips slightly, revealing a mysterious material. He wonders aloud what the sword is made of, noting even Mappa's special ice axe couldn't cut it. A description appears. Orichalcum, lighter and stronger than metal, capable of enchanting magic. Varys is stunned, unable to lift the sword despite its lightness. A fierce roar echoes as Full charges forward, muscles tensed and eyes blazing with determination. Nearby, workers and villagers strain together, attempting to lift the massive sword. A woman asks Mr. Heel what is happening, who watches calmly. The crowd struggles, but the sword refuses to budge, even with everyone's combined strength. The sword is revealed to be forged from 300 orichalcum ingots, an incredible feat. Full's daughter pleads for him to stop, fearing the impossible strain. The muscular warrior grits his teeth, undeterred. A symbol on his shoulder is shown, the great warrior Crest. Explaining Elvin's immense power, cheers erupt, hailing Elvin as their general and great warrior. Elvin swings the colossal sword with all his might, but the blade slips and strikes his own arm. Varys rushes to check the wound, relieved it is not serious. The crowd calls out in concern as Elvin steadies himself, shaking off the pain. Despite the danger, he readies for another powerful strike, embodying the strength and spirit of a true leader. Full's daughter clings to him, scolding him as she reveals how worried she was. The warrior apologizes quietly, promising to be more careful, while Varys and the princess watch with relief. Nearby, a forge glows as molten orichalcum pours, and Varys calls out to Mappa inside the workshop. A muscular dwarf named Mappa hammers fiercely, embodying the legendary strength and spirit of his race. Known for using rare minerals, Varys watches in awe as Mappa offers him a newly forged tool, surprising him with the gift. Varys holds up a gleaming orichalcum ice axe, amazed at its lightness. The narration reveals Mappa's skill in crafting various orichalcum tools, confirming his mastery despite his eccentric habit of working naked. Full's axe crashes against the ground but fails to make a dent. He curses, frustrated that even his powerful strike couldn't break through. The crowd watches in disbelief as the massive sword remains immovable. Full steps forward, determined to try again. The muscular warrior smirks defiantly, slamming his fists down and shouting a challenge. He braces himself, readying for another fierce attack with all his strength. Relief washes over the elf as she breathes deeply, praising the fresh air, thanks to the ventilation hole Full suggested. The underground air feels much cleaner. Nearby, Mappa's water wheel spins steadily, harnessing tidal energy to pump fresh air into the mine. Varys and the others discuss their cautious approach, agreeing to wait longer before digging further to avoid danger. Varys decides to visit the forge to craft new, more intricate guard golems, while Mappa prepares the necessary equipment using magic stones and artificial hearts. Varys questions if he got carried away while unveiling the massive new golem design, the Super Ultra Max Golem DX. Rihanna notices his intense focus and apologizes for interrupting, while Varys enthusiastically explains the golem's features. Orichalcum armor, a sword for close combat, a bowgun for ranged attacks, magic stone integration, and artillery capabilities. Rihanna shyly asks Varys if he has some time, prompting him to nervously agree. She invites him to come along, teasing that it's more fun to see things firsthand. They arrive at a hidden room filled with various collected items and specimens, piquing Varys' curiosity. Outside, the orchard flourishes with apples, grapes, lemons, and palm trees. Varys praises Rihanna for her excellent work cultivating the orchard, and she beams with gratitude. The bounty of fruits marks a significant achievement in their efforts to sustain the community. Despite the orchard's success, Rihanna admits they still lack enough food for everyone. She places her hand on a tree trunk, then declares her plan aloud. To break it, with a powerful strike, she shatters the tree, surprising Varys as she sets her idea into motion to increase their food supply. Rihanna leaps into action, breaking apart large fruits with swift, powerful kicks. She catches the juice in her hands, squeezing it out with a satisfied smile as Varys watches in amazement. She explains mixing lemon and coconut juice with water to create a refreshing drink everyone can enjoy in moderation. Varys tastes it, surprised by how good and perfectly balanced it is, while wondering where Rihanna learned such martial arts skills. Varys spots a strange shell and asks about it. Full reveals it's a Satan shell he took down earlier, warning that its tough shell even repels his axe. He advises forcing it open carefully, noting the shell's strength comes from the general's power. She shows the numbing liquid the Satan shell uses on prey, explaining it can be a deadly poison depending on processing. Mr. Heel jokes about harvesting purple dye from it, while Varys reflects on protecting his domain from threats like killer birds, Satan shells, and ancient golems. 14 new golems stand in formation as Full commands them to line up from number 1 to 15, while Varys and Rihanna watch closely. Varys explains that golems 6 to 15 each possess a magic stone representing one of 4 attributes, requiring defensive magic and elemental training. Suddenly, a lookout spots more Satan shells approaching near the unfinished wall, raising alarm. Over 50 Satan shells swarm the area, overwhelming the defenders. Varys reveals their weakness to lightning magic, despite their resistance to heat and cold. Varys entrusts Elven with the new golems, asking her to test them. Rihanna confidently volunteers, affirming her knowledge of lightning magic and readiness to take on the task. Full commands the golems forward, shouting orders for numbers 6, 7, 14, and 15 to advance. Varys and Rihanna stand atop a massive golem, gripping each other's hands tightly as the mechanical army moves into formation with heavy, determined steps. The smaller golems advance steadily, their spiked armor gleaming as they prepare for battle. Varys commands numbers 6 and 7 to take guard positions, their shields raised against the incoming threat. The spiked Satan shells rush forward, clashing against the golem's defenses with heavy impacts. Rihanna channels her lightning magic, sparks crackling from her fingertips as she unleashes a powerful electric attack on the enemy. Mr. Heel and Full shout encouragement, urging the princess to press forward. The golems numbered 14 and 15 join the assault, firing their own magical attacks in unison. Varys praises Rihanna's skill, rallying the defenders to keep up the pressure. The Satan shells swarm relentlessly, their sharp limbs and armored bodies battering the ground as they close in. The golems respond with coordinated strikes, launching spiked projectiles that tear through the enemy ranks. The numbing liquid from the shells sprays out, but the golems' shields absorb the poison, protecting the troops behind them. The battle intensifies as both sides clash with fierce determination. Rihanna and Varys stand atop a massive golem, directing the fight with precise magic and strategy. The golems form a protective barrier, preventing the Satan shell's numbing liquid from reaching their leader. Full and the soldiers cheer as the tide turns swiftly in their favor. Rihanna's lightning magic crackles through the air, signaling that the battle will be resolved sooner than expected. The golems stand victorious amid the battlefield, their magic proving formidable. Varys commends Rihanna's unexpected strength. They prepare to transport the captured meat to the freezer before it spoils, ordering the largest golem to carry the load. Suddenly, a sharp sound catches their attention, and Rihanna stiffens, sensing something nearby. A sudden attack erupts as a slimy creature lunges toward Mr. Heel. Varys shouts a warning, and Elven rushes to protect the elder. The slime splatters, but the group quickly regains composure. Varys calls out to Rihanna, worried about her condition as she collapses. Rihanna clings to Mr. Heel, apologizing weakly while explaining her body is numb. She struggles to stay upright, drenched in the sticky slime. The tension is palpable as she leans heavily on him, unable to move freely. She wipes the slime from her skin, exclaiming how sticky it feels. Mr. Heel quickly casts a healing spell, curing her condition. She thanks him gratefully, though Varys insists the credit belongs to her. Nearby, a slime creature stirs, drawing their attention once more. A shining pearl is discovered inside a Satan shell. Its rarity immediately noted. The girl beams at the pearl's beauty, while the young man admits he doesn't grasp the jewel's value but feels it suits her. He offers the pearl to her, who reacts with a mix of surprise and awe, clutching it tightly. The girl struggles to accept the gift, her face flushed and trembling as she stammers apologies. The young man watches quietly, realizing she can't take it just yet. She suddenly flees, leaving him holding the pearl alone. The next day, the young man pauses in the rocky terrain, deciding it's time for a break. The girl presses on, determined to keep working a bit longer. He reminds her to eat, and the armored golem nearby is instructed to sound an alarm if anything happens. She praises the princess's food, showing her appreciation. Mining resumes under the golem's protection, with the young man and the muscular bald warrior named Full leading the effort. Full's vigor stands out as they dig. Later, the group enjoys a feast featuring a full Satan shell course, expressing gratitude for the meal. The scene shifts to a distant view of the mountains, revealing that the Satan shells nested nearby and kept coming, providing valuable resources like food, dyes, and strong shells. The currents swirling around the Sheol reef pulse with a dangerous energy, carrying more than just blessings beneath the surface. An old man is caught in the violent flow, his body tossed helplessly as the electric force surges around him. The group admires a piece of Tyrian purple cloth, noting its superior quality compared to noble fabrics. They plan to use it for making clothes, and the young man shows it proudly to Elvin. Full approaches quietly, catching their attention. A large group gathers near a riverbank where slime creatures lie defeated. Full's stern gaze fixes on the young man as he asks him to come to the reclaimed land. The tension rises with the ominous presence of the muscular warrior. The group discovers a fallen orc caught in the embankment. Recognition dawns as they realize this orc belongs to the tribe that destroyed their hometown. A sealed emblem confirms the orc's identity, stirring deep emotions. The orcs around the corpse erupt in anger, shouting about their friends and families. The young man tries to intervene, but the crowd pushes forward, refusing to listen. He struggles with his conscience, knowing this orc is an enemy of the Belden tribe, yet feeling conflicted about stopping them. The orcs suddenly shout to stop the violence, their voices echoing with urgency. The princess steps forward, her eyes fierce and commanding, demanding respect for the fallen. She condemns the act of kicking a dead person as disgraceful, questioning if the Belden tribe has lost its pride. Memories of the king's corpse used as a warning flash through her mind, but she insists they must not stoop to the same level. She urges Mr. Heel to decide how to handle intruders with wisdom, apologizing for the outburst. Varys, moved by her words, thanks Rhianna silently. He acknowledges the frustration around him but asserts his role as chief of the island and its people. He admits he must take responsibility and refuses to allow the humiliation of the dead to continue. Bowing deeply, Varys asks everyone to contain their anger and hear his selfish request. The crowd protests, worried about their leader's decision, but Varys remains resolute. He accepts the burden of handling the burial, knowing others share this heavy task. Orcs haul 24 corpses from the water, revealing not only orcs but also a dead kobold among them. They explain these creatures are bitter enemies who have fought each other fiercely. Varys and the others discuss the strange wounds on the corpses, some too severe for swords or axes, possibly caused by fangs. They note a corpse half-melted by extreme heat, raising suspicions of an unknown attacker. Mr. Heel orders tightened security against armed ships, assigning Varys to handle burials and Elvin to defense. Varys and Rhianna search for usable materials, but find everything in terrible condition, making repairs difficult. Varys discovers a locked box emitting strange sounds. Using a magical unlocking spell, he opens it just as something inside suddenly bursts out, startling him. Varys recoils in shock as a small, fluffy puppy flails in his hands. The puppy wriggles wildly, knocking into him and causing him to stumble. He anxiously asks Rhianna what to do as the puppy scampers all over him. Rhianna gently reassures Varys, explaining the puppy is actually a kobold. She cradles the creature tenderly, insisting a baby kobold is innocent and deserves care. Despite the tension, she hopes everyone will understand and agrees they must look after it for now. The next day dawns with Varys wielding Mappa's special orichalcum ice axe. Breaking through rock with ease, he reflects on the battle on coastal waters, feeling uncertain about Elvin's warnings but knowing mining raw materials is the best defense for the island. He methodically checks his inventory, determined to collect what is needed. Varys examines his dwindling magic stones and wishes to increase Rhianna's magic energy, Hoping that one day full and he might also use magic, he discovers a strange object among the stones. A seed, not a stone, and wonders if it was accidentally dug up. Suddenly, Elvin approaches, asking if Full is there to mine as well, but she denies it. A small puppy-like creature cries loudly, causing Full to panic and make exaggerated sounds. The others watch as the puppy continues to wail, puzzled why it won't stop crying. The tension rises when a large spider-like monster snarls menacingly nearby, its sharp teeth bared in a threatening display. Elvin scolds Full for his reckless behavior, delivering a sharp kick that sends him reeling. Full sheepishly admits he was just scaring the monster. While Varys welcomes him back calmly, the puppy suddenly runs toward Varys, who looks down in surprise, meeting the creature's innocent, tearful gaze. Varys freezes as the puppy clings to him, while Elvin explains it started crying after waking from a nap and the general's odd behavior. The group wonders if the puppy sees Varys as its father, with Elvin suggesting imprinting might be natural for them. Mr. Heel inspects a chest, noting its shallow depth and pondering a false bottom. The chest resists even an orichalcum knife, revealing a locked bottom as well. Varys urges Rhianna to take the puppy, while Mr. Heel uses magic to unlock the chest. Inside lie thick books and a white stone, sparking curiosity about their contents. The books are identified as the history and techniques of the Tiberi's tribe. Varys examines the white stone, which is labeled a thought stone. Capable of storing thoughts, the group struggles to read the difficult letters, and an intense moment unfolds as the stone activates, glowing with power. A radiant figure appears, a majestic woman with fox-like ears and long flowing hair. Holding a staff, she emanates a powerful aura, standing solemnly before the group as the energy from the thought stone surrounds her. The radiant figure introduces herself as Alhemina, queen of the Tiberi's tribe, revealing the white stone's secret. The newborn baby found inside the chest is hers. The group listens intently, awestruck by her majestic presence. She explains their dire situation. Their ship is being pursued by the legendary beast Leviathan, and their battle with orcs has left them exhausted. The two strongest warriors stand guard over the chest, while the queen admits she has little time left. Alhemina makes a heartfelt plea, asking them to become her baby's foster parents. She offers her tribe's forbidden books and the warriors as a reward, hoping her last words will reach her child someday. The queen's figure begins to fade as the group prepares to take on this heavy responsibility. With a gentle smile, Alhemina expresses her love for her baby, entrusting the future to those who found the stone. The puppy gazes up, embraced tenderly, carrying the queen's final message of love and hope. Shock and concern ripple through the group as they face the heavy reality of leaving the baby to strangers. The scarred warrior scoffs, comparing this to the Tiberi's tribe's ways, and questions the whereabouts of the escort. The young man insists the general must not speak so harshly, while another offers to inform the watchman. The tension is thick as they all acknowledge the tribe's reputation. The lioness reveals her brother died in the war between the Tiberi's and Belden tribes, explaining the long-standing conflict. Despite this, she insists her father would never hate a child, noting that Elvin showed no hostility toward the baby. The old man admits the general blames himself for failing to protect his son, while the young man shares he lost a brother too but holds no grudge against the child. The young man firmly declares he will take care of the baby, surprising the group. The woman holding the puppy questions if the queen mentioned the baby's name, pondering if it was deliberately left out. The young man wonders if the caretakers treat the baby as their own, seeking the woman's insight on the matter. The woman suggests the name Riel, which the young man accepts warmly, officially naming the baby. The puppy playfully reacts, and the young man admits the name wasn't quite what he expected. The lioness smiles knowingly, explaining the name combines parts of both her and the young man's names, bringing a light-hearted moment to the group. The old man acknowledges a serious problem that must be addressed now that the immediate matters are settled. He details the marks of giant fangs and half the body being blown away by extreme heat, describing a beast immune to weapons and magic. The lioness confirms this grim assessment. The young man reacts with shock and fear as he utters the name Leviathan, confronting the terrifying reality of the threat looming before them. The young man questions Mappa's certainty, but the burly craftsman firmly refuses to back down. With a determined nod, the young man extends his hand, preparing to unleash a powerful spell. Flames burst forth, engulfing the area in a blazing inferno that commands everyone's attention. A heavily armored figure raises a shield inscribed with magical runes, forming a glowing barrier that absorbs the fiery assault. The young man checks on Varys and Elvin, relieved to see them unharmed. The shield's magical reinforcement makes it feel incredibly dependable. Workers operate a massive mechanical device, praising Mappa's impressive design. The young man wonders aloud if the legendary Leviathan truly exists, doubting the tales. A shadowy image reveals Queen Alhemina leading a group of soldiers, feared as the witch, who were wiped out by a hidden monster. The puppy wobbles nervously on a high beam, prompting concern from the group. The young man calls out, warning of the danger. But the puppy playfully ignores them and causes a commotion. The general reassures the worried woman that he is fine, though he seems a bit embarrassed by the incident. Riel energetically digs in the soil, warned not to disturb the seeds. The fluffy creatures watch curiously as she plays, then suddenly disappear. An elder explains that kobold children mature quickly, and Riel will soon walk on 2 legs. Varys examines a large, unfamiliar seed, asking if he knows it. He awkwardly blurts out her own name, confused by the slip. The elder confirms knowledge of Yggdrasil, while Varys wonders if the farmer's crest grants plant knowledge. The elder dismisses Yggdrasil as an old tale, though it was found on the island along with the changed stone. The rocky coastline crashes with waves as Varys finishes clearing a path through the reclaimed land. He explains the area has become a defensive base, though it was meant to be a field. The group thanks Mr. Heel for his help, seeing this as a good opportunity. Varys calls on the spider-like workers to assist moving dirt outside the cave. Confident with the abundant materials, he prepares to plant the Yggdrasil seed, recalling he's done this before, holding flower seeds from their hometown. He hopes they will brighten the reclaimed land as Riel curiously asks about them. Mappa sits quietly as Riel calls out to Mr. Heel, who notices a sprout emerging from the soil. Varys asks if the sunstone was used, but Mappa denies it, prompting a suggestion to try it. Riel raises the sunstone, causing the sprout to glow and grow rapidly into a lush tree, impressing everyone. Varys watches in surprise as the tree flourishes before them. Varys questions Rhianna about using only 1 sunstone, but the dense, dark growth spreading around them looks ominous. The group senses danger as the vegetation thickens unnaturally. Suddenly, the ground trembles and rocks fall as the group scrambles to escape the collapsing earth. Varys and Riel clutch their companions tightly, shouting for Mappa as the terrain caves in around them. Their eyes widen in shock as they witness the aftermath of the collapse. The tension palpable among the group and the surrounding figures. Sweat beads on their faces as they take in the dangerous scene unfolding. The group stands before a vast, towering cliffside covered in dense foliage, the scale overwhelming and awe-inspiring. They remain silent, absorbing the enormity of the natural landscape before them. A colossal, ancient tree rises majestically from the rocky shore, its branches swirling with energy. The name Yggdrasil echoes as they recognize the legendary tree, its presence both magnificent and mysterious. A small chained creature darts forward but misses its target as a swirling wind magic attack strikes behind it. The lioness Alhemina instructs that precision is crucial, emphasizing that no magic counts if it doesn't hit. Standing confidently before a castle wall, Alhemina signals for the lesson to begin, surrounded by a group of attentive, well-dressed students. The group unleashes controlled magical attacks on the chained creature, deliberately avoiding lethal damage. Alhemina explains the attackers are elite Magic Academy members, carefully damaging the creature without killing it. A young man watches nervously from the shadows, sweat dripping down his face as the chained creature collapses exhausted on the ground. The group walking away with satisfied smiles. The young man frantically apologizes to Lopez, who lies injured and chained on the ground, despite daily care. His weak healing magic cannot fully mend Lopez's wounds or remove the shackles, leaving the creature's life hanging by a thread. A group of stern nobles led by a sharp-eyed man named Heel confronts the young man and Lopez in a narrow alley. The young man nervously requests a favor, asking Heel to release the chained monster. The young man steps forward, sweat dripping as he extends his hand in plea. Heel coldly slaps it away, mocking the young man's royal status and scolding him for wanting to free a monster. Heel unleashes a powerful magic circle, warning the young man to move or face destruction alongside his powerless friend. The young man begs desperately for mercy, while the nobles silently urge Heel to relent, but the tension remains unbroken. The young man surrenders with a weary expression, telling Heel to do as he wishes. The other figure complains about the mood, declaring boredom with this kind of training and dismissing the chained creature. The young man pleads for the lock to be undone, sweat dripping as he looks at the injured dog. Heel smirks, granting the young man 10 seconds to release the chained monster, warning that a monster running loose in the capital cannot be ignored. The young man is shocked, unable to believe what he hears as the countdown begins. Lopez looks up anxiously beside him. The young man shouts in desperation while the chained dog looks on with closed eyes. 2 figures watch silently as the young man struggles. Suddenly, the lock is picked, and Lopez's face brightens with a joyful smile. The final panel reveals a sinister smile from Heel. The young man kneels beside Lopez, who is still weak and smoking from injuries. He accuses Heel of being cruel for letting his dear friend die. Heel and the nobles walk away without looking back, leaving the young man behind in despair. The young man clenches his fist tightly, realizing the other figure knew everything all along. He lunges forward, striking the armored figure, but a shimmering shield blocks his attack. The armored figure coldly questions what he thinks he's doing, dismissing his power as insignificant. The armored figure's eye widens with a terrifying intensity as he demands if the young man can truly touch him, the question hanging heavily in the air. A peaceful scene unfolds under a sprawling tree as the young man reflects on waking up in a medical building and somehow making his way to this place. He holds a vial, lamenting how he made a promise he couldn't keep, watching helplessly as his friend Lopez was left behind to die. The young man sits with a determined expression as a woman tearfully reassures him that he is not powerless at all. She declares that whether among their tribe or with Lopez and Riel, from now on he is Riel. Her tears fall as she praises his constant efforts to help others. The young man struggles to explain himself, feeling ashamed for revealing his pain to the woman. She gently apologizes, acknowledging his suffering and offering a listening ear. He wonders if he simply wanted someone to hear him, his heart heavy with regret. They walk together through a quiet forest path, the man silently resolving to share his burden with her. They arrive at a serene clearing filled with blooming flowers. The man is struck by a familiar blossom, one from his hometown, planted here as a symbol of hope and connection. The dog happily bounds around them, lifting their spirits. The woman notices the man's lingering sorrow over Lopez and reminds him that while regrets remain, he is not alone in his struggles. Her warm words offer comfort, assuring him that everyone is here to support him. The clearing fills with a large group of friends and allies, all gathered to stand by the young man. Their presence reassures him that he is no longer isolated. He smiles gratefully at the woman, who returns his thanks with a gentle, encouraging smile. An older man explains that he asked Varis to investigate the leaves, discovering they can be used to make salve and tea, with a sweet sap that requires careful use to avoid days. The branches are light yet incredibly strong, nearly impossible to process even with orichalcum tools. They attempt crafting ice axe handles from the branches while others work nearby. The woman wields a newly made ice axe, noting the Yggdrasil branches reduce fatigue. The young man calls out that it's already time for dinner, but she insists she isn't tired and can continue tomorrow. The scene shifts to a giant tree under moonlight, granting blessings to many, inspiring hope for the upcoming harvest. The young man lies awake, pondering what to mine next, while the dog sleeps peacefully nearby. Suddenly, the dog starts barking loudly. Waking him, concerned, he asks if the dog is all right and calls out to Riel. Several people rush in after hearing Riel crying. The young man explains she was having a nightmare. The woman holding the dog notices a strange symbol glowing in Riel's left eye. The glowing mark reveals itself as a crest, startling everyone. A sudden shock ripples through the group as their eyes lock onto a bright, crackling light connecting them all. The intense energy converges on the young man's eye, drawing a sharp, electrifying focus. Violent winds tear through the area, splintering wooden beams and scattering debris. The ground is littered with fallen bodies and a wounded dog, while a mysterious axe spins through the air. A figure with long flowing hair and a large fluffy tail raises a staff, summoning a glowing magical seal above the ruined scene. The air shimmers with power as the devastation surrounds her. A powerful beam bursts from the magical seal, shattering a protective dome with explosive force. The figure braces against the blast, her staff flying from her grasp as fragments rain down. Her wide eyes reflect shock and determination amid the chaos. A monstrous, shadowy leviathan lunges forward with jaws wide open, teeth bared in a terrifying roar. The woman with long hair and a large fluffy tail leaps backward, narrowly escaping the beast's deadly bite as debris and shattered wood fly around them. The young man collapses to the ground, gasping in shock, while the woman and the dog watch with wide eyes. He urgently asks Mr. Heel if he witnessed the terrifying attack. The dog whimpers softly, and the woman quietly names the creature, Leviathan, while the man clenches his fist, sweat dripping down his face, steeling himself against the looming threat. The glowing crest in Riel's eye is revealed as the mark of clairvoyance, known as the all-seeing eye of God. An elder admits unfamiliarity with its specifics but explains its legendary power. The vision shows a terrifying scene of Riel parting ways with her mother, the Leviathan, its massive jaws wide open. The power of clairvoyance spreads across the island, deeply affecting all the islanders who have now witnessed the Leviathan's fearsome might. The crowd anxiously questions Mr. Heel about the monster's approach, fearing the island's safety. The young man wrestles with the weight of responsibility, realizing the Leviathan is unlike any other monster they've faced. Surrounded by worried islanders calling for Mr. Heel, he questions if he can truly protect everyone. The Leviathan's roar echoes, challenging him directly. The young man confronts the fearful expressions of the islanders, urging them to remember their past struggles. Elvin steps forward, rallying the crowd with a call to unite under their leader. Confidence builds as they prepare to face the coming threat together. The young man urges calm, reminding everyone they must prepare even if the Leviathan might not attack. He insists that together they can stand against the legendary beast and calls out for everyone's strength. The forest trembles as the Leviathan's presence looms closer. In a quiet room, the group reflects on the battle they witnessed. The young man doubts his magic will work against the Leviathan and asks the burly man named Mappa if orichalcum weapons could defeat it. Mappa contemplates, hinting there might be a way to overcome the threat. The young man imagines the Leviathan's massive body reaching deep into the cave. Realizing the big hall where they found the golem could serve as a perfect refuge, he suggests building a freezer nearby to supply it. But the muscular warrior worries that if the Leviathan attacks the island, everything might collapse. The young man admits he has an idea. Standing at the cave's entrance, the young man and a determined girl grip their tools tightly, ready to face the challenge ahead. The cavern's vast darkness stretches before them as he grips a pickaxe emblazoned with a glowing symbol, declaring this moment the ultimate test of truth. The group discusses the island's underground discoveries, hoping to find materials strong enough to challenge the Leviathan. A pickaxe is presented as a symbol of their mining efforts. The young man suggests Riel join the expedition, and the others agree enthusiastically. Riel's inability to fully control her power is noted, but her clairvoyance could prove valuable. The team wishes her luck as she prepares. The small creature falls asleep, signaling a brief calm before the work begins. The island unites to start their defense plan against the Leviathan. Lumber is gathered swiftly, and construction of a defensive wall progresses rapidly. Nearing completion, the small creature remains relaxed, observing the bustling activity. Riel shows moodiness but uses her clairvoyance to detect veins beneath the bedrock. Her skill proves reliable, occasionally guiding the team to new mineral deposits. The small creature reacts excitedly to a discovery, marking progress after weeks of effort. The young man notices Riel has found something despite the absence of the usual guiding light, and the small creature worries if it will be all right. He strikes carefully, causing the ground to suddenly give way beneath him. He falls into a cave below but reassures the others he is fine. Inside the cave, he kneels before a massive armored golem holding a huge sword, its empty helmet revealing silence. The group reacts with surprise at the golem's presence. The young man notes the armor is made of orichalcum and lacks a heart stone. Though the golem is eerie, they consider getting a closer look. His gaze shifts to the silver sword beside the golem, intrigued. Back at the surface, the young man examines the material around him, realizing it is unbreakable. The older man nearby sweats nervously, hinting at the significance of the material's origin. The large sword suddenly crashes to the ground, startling everyone. The young man demands to know when the burly, bearded blacksmith named Mappa arrived. Mappa, trembling and sweating, seems overwhelmed, his excitement surpassing even when they discovered the orichalcum. Workers operate a furnace and carry materials as the young man urges them to process the sword. The forge bustles with activity, but Mappa appears troubled. When asked, he admits the heating power is insufficient, prompting the young man and a woman to question the massive sword's purpose. Flames roar from the furnace as the young man combines the furnace's heat with magic energy. The team anxiously watches the fiery process, commanding to maintain the fire and send the sword forward. The intense heat signals a critical step in their work. Molten metal flows into molds as the young man collects fragments from the sword. Now turned into raw material, he realizes the metal is mithril, legendary, hardest metal capable of killing gods and imbuable with magic, stunning him with its immense power. The young man confidently declares his faith that Mappa will forge the greatest weapon from the mithril. He lifts the small dog, Lopez, in celebration. While the woman smiles beside him, the scene shifts to reveal the completed defensive wall, now a formidable fortress, though the young man acknowledges the daunting enemy they face. Inside the bustling forge, workers labor intensely as the young man reflects on their legendary beast opponent and the need for countless strategies. Night falls over the rocky landscape, marking the beginning of Sheol's first great battle. He quietly calls out to Elvin as he enters a dimly lit room. The young man approaches the muscular warrior and the small dog, softly apologizing for his earlier harsh words about Riel's mother. The warrior, humbled, accepts the apology and urges Riel to watch closely. A regal figure, the general of the Belden tribe, acknowledges Alhemina's greatness as a warrior. The general solemnly vows to avenge Riel's mother, his fierce gaze unwavering. Lopez gently touches the general's face, offering comfort. The young man reflects that now they must rely on Sheol's strength if Leviathan appears, concluding the update on personnel matters. The clang of hammering echoes as a muscular man works tirelessly. While the young man and the dog watch anxiously, he wonders if Elvin has arrived. But the answer is no. Suddenly, ships appear on the horizon, drawing everyone's attention. The young man peers through a telescope handed by the old man, Mr. Heel, who explains it was crafted by Mr. Mappa. The emblem on the ships shocks them all. They realize these are the orcs who attacked the Belden tribe, but the old man doubts they will succeed in taking the island. Suddenly, cannonballs fly toward the ships, causing an explosion in the water. The group questions if the ships are attacking something, their concern growing. The young man senses something from Riel, who reacts sharply, her eyes glowing with a mysterious symbol. A massive surge of magical energy bursts from the sea, startling everyone. The young man, the old man, and the others watch in horror as the source of this incredible magic emerges, while the dog remains calm but alert. A colossal, armored tail crashes down with unstoppable force, shattering wooden structures and sending people flying in all directions. The impact unleashes a violent explosion, scattering debris and chaos across the scene. The monstrous shadow rises from the turbulent sea, its roar echoing as it pierces the sky. The gathered crowd watches in stunned silence, witnessing the terrifying power that has driven the ocean into a frenzy. Cannons roar as they fire relentlessly, sending a barrage of cannonballs streaking across the sea toward the approaching ships. The projectiles slam into the water, exploding with violent force. Below the surface, a massive armored tail churns through the waves with unstoppable power. The monstrous sea creature rises from the turbulent ocean, its massive form dwarfing the ships it attacks. The gathered crowd watches in horror as it targets another vessel, sending shockwaves through the air. Panic spreads among the onlookers as the creature's assault continues. The muscular warrior commands the defenders to take their battle positions, urging them to act swiftly and decisively. He reveals his true motive: to strike Leviathan while it is distracted, not merely to protect the orcs. The young man orders Full to evacuate everyone to the cave, while a worried woman clutches a small animal, pleading silently for their safety. Confidence surges among the defenders as they prepare their heavy ballistae for battle. Orders are shouted and the massive siege weapons begin to move into place, gears grinding and mechanisms activating. The group steels themselves, ready to face the monstrous threat head-on. The massive ballista is loaded and ready, its enormous arrowhead gleaming with deadly promise. The warrior Mappa channels his soul into the mithril-tipped projectile, declaring it will pierce through anything. The crew takes their positions, aiming carefully at the sea serpent looming ahead. Commands ring out as the target is locked. 6 to the left, 3 higher. The beast roars, jaws wide, as the soldiers brace for the attack. The ballista fires with tremendous force, the arrow streaking through the air toward the serpent. The creature's eyes widen in shock as the missile speeds closer, cutting through the tension of the battle. The arrow narrowly misses, the serpent twisting its massive body with surprising agility. Shock ripples through the onlookers as the beast evades the attack. The warrior shouts in disbelief, but the soldiers rally, determined to succeed despite the serpent's nimble movements. The crew spots the serpent approaching again as the ballista readies another shot. The massive beast's armored scales deflect cannonballs, but the soldiers know a direct hit will bring it down. Urgency fills the air as commands fly to load the next projectile. The group unleashes a massive blizzard spell, their golems and mages channeling icy winds toward the serpent. The freezing storm surges forward, aiming to trap the creature in a deadly frost. The serpent barrels through the magic, its rocky limbs smashing the ground as it advances relentlessly. The leader grimly admits that magic alone won't stop the beast. The creature's unstoppable charge shakes the battlefield. The warrior insists freezing the water around the serpent will immobilize it. He casts with fierce determination, confident the ice will halt its movement. The serpent's eyes widen as the freezing magic takes hold, but a sudden ominous shift hints the battle is far from over. The giant serpent snarls, preparing a devastating attack as the crew urgently commands the golems to maximize their shield output at an angle. The leader orders them to divert the blow, avoiding a direct hit. The serpent unleashes a massive beam of energy from its mouth, the destructive force cutting through the battlefield with blinding intensity. The beam crashes forward, obliterating everything in its path as the soldiers and machines brace for impact. The beam slams into the defenses, shattering shields and sending debris flying. The crew reels from the force, with cries of alarm as the leader is caught in the chaos, the battlefield thrown into turmoil. The serpent exhales a powerful beam, its jaws wide as it unleashes a devastating attack. The blast surges forward, lighting up the horizon as it crashes into the distant landscape with earth-shaking force. The commander struggles to steady the heavy ballista amid the chaos, sweat dripping as he prepares for the next strike. His comrade urgently reports the weapon is ready. Eyes fixed on the advancing serpent, the beast charges without hesitation, its massive form closing the gap rapidly, forcing the soldiers to brace for impact. The order to fire echoes sharply, the ballista launching its projectile toward the fortress walls. The serpent's gaze sharpens, tracking the incoming attack as tension grips the defenders, faces tighten with determination, knowing this shot could turn the tide. The invisible arrow pierces the serpent's thick armor, a rare direct hit that sends a ripple of shock through the battlefield. Cheers erupt, but the leader cautions restraint, reminding everyone it struck only once. The battle rages on, the serpent undeterred despite the wound. Soldiers warn not to let the rope run away, explaining it's made from spider silk and steel wire. The rope shoots toward the serpent as the leader counts down. Commanding the attack, the rope wraps tightly around the beast, striking with force. The soldiers strain as they pull the ropes, binding the serpent firmly. The creature roars in resistance, but the chains hold. Panic rises as the gears controlling the mechanism begin to break under the strain. The leader shouts that they can't hold much longer. The ballista reloads quickly, readying the next shot. The soldiers urge to aim for the serpent's head and finish the fight. Suddenly, the serpent's armored scales begin to crack and break apart, shocking the leader. The woman identifies the attackers as sea stalkers, parasitic monsters clinging to the serpent's scales. The creatures emerge, biting and tearing at the mechanical soldiers. The leader yells out the number 1 sea stalker, realizing the threat hidden on the serpent's body. Archers are ordered to shoot down the sea stalkers swarming the mechanical soldiers. The parasitic monsters cling to the walls as well, prompting continuous fire to prevent them from climbing. Suddenly, a massive impact shakes the wall, startling the soldiers. The serpent's back glows fiercely as sharp horns erupt, radiating a different kind of energy than before. The group watches in alarm, recognizing the change from the earlier heat ray. A barrage of glowing projectiles rains down from the serpent's horns. The leader urgently commands everyone to take cover behind the shield as the deadly assault descends. The shield absorbs the relentless onslaught, shaking violently under the pressure. Explosions rock the battlefield, but the soldiers hold firm. The leader calls out to Rihanna and Mr. Heel, urging them to hang on as the attack subsides. The dust settles, and the group anxiously wonders if the danger has passed. A massive impact shakes the wall, sending shockwaves through the soldiers standing guard. One soldier's eyes widen in terror as the ground trembles beneath them. The serpent unleashes a devastating attack, smashing the wall with a powerful strike that sends debris flying into the turbulent sea. The crowd inside the stone hall gasps as a massive impact shakes the building, sending dust and debris falling. A mother comforts her crying child, reassuring them that the ordeal will soon end. Outside, a worried child clutches a doll, fearing they might lose their home again. But a calm woman promises Mr. Heel and others will defeat the monster. The young man is thrown violently through the air by an explosion but manages to cling to a protective shell. Gasping for breath, he thanks the shell for shielding him and calls out to everyone, realizing the shell's defense saved him from harm. Surrounded by rubble and wreckage, the young man sits with the shell beside him, panic rising as he calls out the names of his friends. Varys, Mappa, Turun, and Elvin. Fearing for their safety, his eyes widen in horror as mechanical sea stalkers emerge from the debris, advancing toward him. The giant serpent looms behind a swarm of armored sea stalkers pouring through the broken wall, their pincers clicking menacingly. The young man braces himself, casting a thunder spell to strike down the advancing monsters, knowing that if the sea stalkers break through, disaster will follow. The young man notices the sea stalkers faltering, their movements jerky and weak. He realizes their power is fading as one collapses, sparks flying from its broken limbs. Desperately, he shouts for the protective shell to run. The girl with long black hair swings a large axe, cutting through the advancing sea stalkers with swift, precise strikes. The young man watches in awe, relief washing over him as she fights fiercely. He calls out her name, barely able to believe she's here. The girl stands firm, gripping her axe tightly, her eyes blazing with determination. She vows to protect Mr. Heel, warning the enemies not to lay a finger on him. The young man rushes to her side, shouting her name again. Both exchange quick, relieved smiles as they check on each other's safety. Suddenly, A barrage of projectiles rains down, forcing the girl to dodge swiftly. The young man braces himself as the sea stalkers regroup, closing in once more. The defenders rally behind a massive armored figure, shouting to shoot and protect Mr. Heel as they brace against the incoming assault. Their weapons raised, they prepare to hold the line. The battle erupts as the defenders charge forward, led by a fierce warrior shouting to follow the princess. Explosions and projectiles fly, but the group pushes through the enemy ranks. The young man and the girl exchange relieved greetings, grateful to see each other safe. A colossal golem crashes to the ground, its pieces scattering as it is destroyed by a powerful strike. The fight intensifies with heavy impacts and debris flying everywhere. A gigantic serpent-like creature roars, its breath steaming as it looms over the battlefield. The young man and the girl realize the danger is escalating, acknowledging the need to use a special strategy against even large golems. The girl urgently asks Mr. Heel for his hand, explaining this is their best chance now that Leviathan is so close to shore. Their hands clasp tightly as she transfers her remaining magic energy to him, urging him to make sure he defeats the beast. The young man shouts his determination, ready to fight. Leviathan prepares to unleash its devastating fire attack once more, the battlefield erupting in smoke and flames as the armored figure braces for impact. The young man urgently commands Leviathan to move this way as the beast's massive, spiked tail smashes the ground, sending debris flying. The colossal creature rears back, preparing to unleash a devastating attack, while the young man and his allies brace themselves and shout in unison. The group scrambles as the ground trembles beneath them, the giant serpent's immense form looming overhead. The young man pleads with Turun to run all the way to a safe place, desperation clear in his voice. The armored warrior insists there's still something he can do, refusing to give up, while others urge belief in his resolve. A massive ballista creaks under strain, its ropes frayed and the winch destroyed, leaving the crew unable to pull it back. The captain shouts orders, determined that their boss will not just sit back and watch as danger closes in. Tension mounts as the crew struggles to maintain control. Mappa grips the ballista tightly, sweat pouring down his face as he strains against the mounting pressure. The young man warns that Leviathan's tail has wrapped around them, signaling imminent peril. Everyone prepares for the impact, their survival hanging by a thread. Alarm flashes across the young man's face as he spots the orcs charging in. The giant serpent lashes out, snapping its jaws fiercely. A massive impact crushes the ground, shaking the battlefield. The warrior atop the beast commands Turun to fly, launching a counterattack with a heavy weapon. The young man grips tightly as the monstrous mount barrels forward, urging his allies that the moment to strike has arrived. He raises his arm, signaling the arrival of reinforcements. The tension mounts as the battle reaches a critical point. The dog senses the signal and barks urgently, rallying everyone to move together. The group counts off, preparing to charge in unison. The serpent thrashes violently, smashing the earth beneath it as the fight intensifies. The colossal serpent coils and crashes down, sending debris flying in every direction. Its immense power shakes the entire battlefield, threatening to overwhelm all who stand against it. The colossal serpent crashes down, causing the cavern above to collapse as rocks and debris rain around its thrashing form. Its massive tail coils fiercely, shaking the earth with unstoppable force. Standing on a cliff edge, the young man reveals a hidden plan. A cave dug beneath the reclaimed land, prepared for this exact moment. The pillars supporting the cavern's ceiling have been destroyed, ready to bring the enemy crashing down below. Brandishing a gleaming, double-headed axe, the young man wields Mappa's masterpiece, the mithril ice axe. Ready to mine the fallen debris, the axe strikes with precision, acquiring a mining tool as the cavern begins to crumble further. The young man commands the cave king to smash through the rubble, optimizing the mining effort. The massive creature obeys, breaking through the rock with powerful blows as the battle underground intensifies. The young man leaps downward with fierce determination, his axe raised high as he aims for the collapsing cavern floor. He commands the cave king to unleash its full power, channeling it into the god-killer metal with a glowing symbol igniting on the beast's armor. The ground shatters violently under the cave king's assault, sending debris flying and causing alarm among the onlookers, while a figure watches with wide eyes. The cave king crashes into the enemy with overwhelming force, its massive body smashing through defenses as the young man rides atop, driving the attack relentlessly. The battlefield falls silent as a massive crater forms, smoke and dust billowing upward. Faces of shock and determination flash across the crowd, including a woman clutching a small creature, all witnessing the aftermath of a devastating strike. The colossal serpent thrashes violently, its armored tail smashing the rocky terrain with explosive force. The young man charges forward, wielding his axe with fierce resolve, aiming to break through the beast's defenses. He grits his teeth, feeling the impact of a direct hit reverberate through his body. The serpent's armor cracks, and the crowd erupts in cheers, declaring the legendary beast defeated. Clinging to a rope, the young man shouts in triumph, celebrating their victory. The serpent recoils, preparing for a final desperate move as the battle reaches its climax. A deafening roar echoes through the cave, causing panic as the group realizes the death throes of the beast have begun. The young man hangs suspended by a rope, helpless as the cavern trembles violently. The cave starts collapsing, massive rocks and debris crashing down as the ground shakes. Shouts ring out to pull the young man, Turun, to safety before the entire cavern caves in. The princess leaps into action, shouting for Turun as she races toward him. She urges Mr. Heel and others to hurry, determined to escape the deadly collapse together. Clinging tightly to each other, the young man and princess struggle to move through the falling rubble. She commands him not to give up, promising they will survive despite the overwhelming danger closing in around them. Rocks and debris hurtle through the collapsing cave as the young man shields the princess, pulling her close to protect her from the chaos. Their wide eyes reflect shock and fear as the destruction intensifies. Massive boulders crash down unpredictably, forcing them to dodge desperately. The princess cries out in alarm, struggling to identify the source of a sudden, powerful force rushing toward them. A fierce, armored wolf-like figure swoops in, catching them midair and assuring them not to fear. The cave trembles violently as the rescuer bursts through the falling rubble, shielding the pair from harm. They express gratitude but remain wary, questioning the identity of their savior. Standing before them are imposing, armored kobold warriors, acknowledging the young man's victory over Leviathan. The princess and her companion realize heroes exist even among non-humans, stunned by the unexpected allies who have come to their aid. The armored wolf-like figures confirm the unmistakable scent of their highness within the two newcomers. One questions if a box containing a baby kobold washed ashore on the island, but they stress urgent business demands their attention. From a distance, others call out to the boss and princess, revealing the names El and Vari, and mention the Belden tribe's exile from their land. The tension spikes as a furious figure recognizes them instantly. The man and an older companion realize these visitors are Ash and Hyna from the Tiberi's tribe, likely assigned by Queen Elhemina to protect Riel. The revelation that their queen's message has reached them sinks in deeply. Suddenly, the small dog Lopez bursts forward excitedly, barking as a young girl chases after him. The two wolf-like figures shout a fierce warning, addressing the newcomers as Your Highness, their expressions fierce and protective. The wolf-like warriors bow deeply, apologizing for their failure to protect the princess, expressing relief at her safety. The young man and princess sit quietly, the small dog Riel tilting its head in curiosity. A gruff voice demands to know how they arrived here, catching Ash's attention. The muscular wolf explains their lifeboat was sunk by Leviathan, causing them to lose sight of the princess. They drifted at sea for days until rescued by Camu, an orc pirate leader of the Corvus tribe. A large ship approaches the island, cutting through the waves under a clear sky. A tense military camp reacts to the pirate ship's approach. The general orders his troops not to fire without his signal, despite the ship's damaged state and depleted ammunition. The wolf warriors urge the general to meet Camu, warning that their lives hang in the balance, even as bitter enemies. The pirate ship anchors near the shore, where the wolf warriors and others stand assembled. The young man introduces himself as Heel, while Camu, the orc leader, acknowledges the surprising battle they witnessed. He remarks on the island's monsters ruled by a human, setting a wary tone for what lies ahead. A tall orc pirate leader named Camu stands firmly, his expression serious as he faces a group including Ash and Hyna. The tension rises as the orc's imposing presence dominates the scene. Ash stares in shock at an even larger figure beside Camu. Realizing this massive being is El, the leader of the Belden tribe, the group confronts Camu, accusing him of destroying their hometown and demanding how he plans to make amends. The Belden tribe's arrival is acknowledged as fate by the opposing side. Camu kneels, placing his sword on the ground and solemnly offers his own life in exchange for sparing his people's lives. His plea is earnest, showing his willingness to take full responsibility. The group reacts with surprise and concern as Camu insists on bearing all responsibility for the Corvus tribe's actions, asking for his tribe's safety while they repair their ship. The orc with an eye patch protests, insisting it's not Camu's fault, but the decision seems resolute. The orc with the eye patch blames a traitor for the chaos, but Camu roars for silence, his anger cutting through the tension. Ash and the others plead, unwilling to watch Camus sacrifice himself, but the orcs insist on quiet. Ash demands to hear the full story. Refusing to judge before understanding, Camus reveals that Claude, the second in command, betrayed their boss by stealing part of the fleet during an expedition, driven by ambition and complaints about their leader's methods. Camus explains that Claude's reckless actions led to a devastating naval battle where Leviathan appeared, annihilating Claude's fleet. The bodies washing ashore belonged to Claude's faction, and Camus was the one who chased Claude and rescued the survivors. He admits the Corvus tribe's attack on Belden and Tiberius was a failure of leadership, taking full responsibility as their leader. He acknowledges that if he had kept his people united, their homes wouldn't have been attacked, and Ash silently agrees with the heavy truth. Claude demands Camus take responsibility with his life, accusing him sharply. Camus accepts the insult with a grim smile, acknowledging Claude as a great warrior of Belden. Ash and the others react with alarm to the sudden tension. Camus charges forward with fierce determination, while a shocked woman screams, "Dad!" as the confrontation escalates. A heavy impact echoes through the air, freezing everyone in place as they watch the unfolding conflict with wide eyes. Claude kneels beside the fallen Camus, urgently offering him his sword, sweat and tension visible on his face as Camus looks on, caught off guard. A fierce declaration breaks the tense silence as Elvin, a general of the Belden tribe, steps forward with blazing eyes and clenched teeth. He boldly challenges Camus, the leader of the Corvus tribe, demanding a duel to settle their conflict once and for all. The vast rocky shore stretches out as a large ship anchors nearby, two figures standing apart from a gathered crowd of armed orcs and humans. The tension is palpable as everyone watches the impending duel, eyes wide with anticipation. The young man's breath catches as he whispers the word duel, steeling himself for what's to come. The young man contemplates using a shield, but his thoughts are interrupted by the fierce presence of Elvin, the orc leader. The woman beside him, Rihanna, gently grabs his hand, grounding him as he acknowledges the gravity of facing such a formidable opponent. With resolve, the young man prepares himself to face Elvin, accepting the weight of the challenge. Elvin and Camus lock eyes, both gripping their weapons tightly. Elvin vows not to hold back, promising to sever Camus' head in an instant, while Camus swears on his sword that the duel will not be so clean or easy. The crowd watches in tense silence, the air thick with the promise of fierce combat. The duel begins with a sudden, explosive clash as Camus swings his axe with brutal force, sending Elvin reeling backward. The battle erupts with raw power and speed, each warrior pushing their limits in this decisive confrontation. Camus launches a spinning chain weapon with fierce determination, forcing his opponent to dodge swiftly. The orc's intense gaze sharpens as he prepares to strike again, his muscles tensed for the next move. The clash intensifies as Camus delivers a powerful kick, shattering the ground beneath him. His axe crashes down with earth-shaking force, sending debris flying and asserting his overwhelming strength. The duel accelerates as both warriors dart across the battlefield, their movements too fast for the onlookers to follow. The young man and Rihanna watch in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend the rapid exchange. Camus grips a weapon tightly, blood dripping from his arm but his focus unbroken. Camus' opponent grits his teeth, frustrated by Camus' elusive swordplay. The orc's attacks are swift, sharp, and unpredictable, leaving the enemy struggling to keep up. Rihanna admires Camus' incredible skill as he launches another precise strike, the tension mounting with every move. Camus launches a chain weapon from behind, catching his opponent off guard. The elf snarls, mocking the orc's attempt as naive, then flips through the air, preparing a counterattack. The elf swings his sword in a wide arc, forcing Camus to react quickly. The orc's eyes widen as the elf demands he choose which weapon to block, axe or sword, intensifying the pressure. Camus seizes an opening, grabbing the elf's arm mid-attack and crushing it with brutal force. The elf grimaces in shock as Camus declares his sword techniques nullified, preparing to break him. Locked in a fierce grapple, the elf warns not to be fooled by his beauty, asserting he is still an orc and will not lose to a goblin in close combat. Camus roars fiercely, swinging his massive arm down with the threat to crush his opponent. The elf snarls back, dismissing Camus' words as mere jokes, while the onlookers watch tensely, their expressions a mix of shock and anticipation. The elf taunts Camus, claiming that such threats might work on a regular goblin, but not against him. Sweat beads on Camus' face as he prepares for the next move, the elf boldly declaring himself the great warrior of the Belden tribe. Camus reacts instantly, lifting the elf off the ground with brutal force. The elf's shocked cry echoes as Camus' overwhelming strength takes control, the battle escalating to a new, intense level. Camu's opponent screams in disbelief as the orc breaks free from the cage bars with a powerful shove, sending the heavy metal frame crashing down. The orc's strength shatters the prison, and he falls hard to the ground, unyielding. The earth trembles as Camu slams his fist into the ground, causing a massive shockwave that cracks the stone beneath him. His discarded weapon lies shattered nearby, emphasizing the raw force behind his attack. Goblin soldiers rush forward in panic, shouting and scrambling over each other. One kneels beside Camu's fallen form, questioning if their leader is dead, while others call out his name desperately. Camu, battered but resolute, declares that his life belongs to his people and refuses to give up. His warriors erupt in cheers, celebrating their victory over the Corvus tribe, as Camu raises his weapon triumphantly, signaling the war is finally over. The young man offers Camu a place to stay on the island to repair his ship. Comparing him to Elvin, Camu accepts with gratitude. The older warrior vows to ensure his tribe's unity this time, while the others urge him to gather his people. A quiet moment passes as Camu contemplates the responsibility ahead. A smaller figure named Full struggles as a large orc grabs her arm, prompting a sharp rebuke. She bows her head apologetically, and the orc reminds her not to overexert herself, showing a rare moment of concern beneath his rough exterior. A commanding figure announces their arrival, instructing the group to greet Heel warmly. Over 100 members of the Corvus tribe have become their guests. Though the intensity of their welcome causes some unease, Ash and Hyna follow their queen's orders and pledge loyalty to Riel's foster parent. The wolf-like leaders acknowledge that the Belden tribe has accepted the young man's tame magic and request new names for their members. He agrees, emphasizing that not all underlings receive this blessing. Ashton and Hainus vow to protect Riel with their lives. Plans are made to care for the wounded and prepare new living spaces, signaling busy days ahead. A concerned woman notices the man's fever, pressing him gently while he insists he's just tired. She insists he's terribly exhausted, but he downplays it. Another figure orders to take him to his room, leaving her to manage things here. Suddenly, she grabs him firmly, pulling him close, catching him off guard. She carries him swiftly, his protests muffled as he struggles to explain himself. The wolf-like leaders watch in surprise, debating if she's overstepping. He admits he should focus on recovering and let others lead, though he's determined to be strong. The scene shifts to a rocky cavern where a group surveys the aftermath of a battle. They acknowledge the monster's incredible power. One man contemplates whether to bury the creature, but another unexpectedly begins eating it with gusto, shocking the onlookers. The leader calls two men over, noting the surprising turn of events. The cave below the reclaimed land has frozen over. They realize the big golem lies submerged in the sea, and they must find a way to pull it out. An orc pirate offers their help, claiming skill with boats and water, suggesting they can tie something to the golem. The group acknowledges the difficulty ahead but aims to mend relations between the Belden and Corvus tribes. Even if it takes time, a young woman resolves to rebuild the body as soon as possible, noting the heart stones survive thanks to the orichalcum guard. But first she must regain mobility. She addresses a man named Mr. Heel with determination. The man insists he can eat by himself and is fine, but the woman refuses to let him, urging him to rest for proper recovery. She feeds him carefully, noting his stubbornness, while he admits feeling better thanks to her and the medicine made from Yggdrasil leaves. He reassures her not to worry, confident he will soon have enough magic energy to heal himself. The woman reflects on how taking it easy is rare for them and wonders if this rest is a welcome change. She notices everyone else is working hard while she lies down, and the man contemplates her words quietly. A mining pick and tools hang on the wall, symbolizing his strong desire to return to work soon. In a rocky cavern, two men notice the area feels warm and realize water is nearby. Suddenly, hot water bursts forth, revealing a hot spring. The men react with surprise and relief, recognizing the unexpected discovery as a valuable resource. A man recalls sailing to an island on an abandoned reef, rescuing a wrecked ship, only to be attacked by a powerful monster. He reflects on overcoming many hardships but fears this situation might be the greatest danger he's ever faced. Inside a warm, steamy hot spring, a woman happily praises the soothing waters, recalling how she enjoyed a similar spring daily in the Belden tribe's hometown. The man struggles to relax, overwhelmed by the situation, his thoughts swirling in confusion. The man grips a mining pick determinedly, preparing to work despite his condition. Suddenly, he winces in pain as his leg cramps, startling the group nearby who rush to his side in concern. An orc pirate scolds the man for ignoring warnings to rest, calling him sinful for causing worry. The woman named Rihanna explains they were just passing by and offering a tour of the island. The man notices something unexpected, caught off guard by their arrival. The man marvels as his tattered clothes are restored to pristine condition, repaired with spider silk to be even stronger than before. He gratefully thanks Rihanna, who smiles warmly. Nearby, a wolf-like figure notes the island's vast underground tunnels and sophisticated smithing equipment. Comparing it to the legendary Yggdrasil, the man vows to continue improving the island and urges others to report anything noteworthy. The wolf assures him the Corvus tribe will spare no effort, and the man hopes to be accepted as a fellow islander soon. Walking through a bustling village, the man apologizes if the Belden tribe has caused any trouble, but the villagers reassure him it's not his fault and that understanding takes time. He explains his origins from Sandfales and the Sheol Reef's connection to the kingdom. An elder asks how he created such a dominion, and the man begins to tell a long story about an island ruled by a humankind to monsters. Suddenly, a woman warns of hot water bursting from underground, alarming everyone. The man asks what is happening as the elder shouts about trouble in Sandfales. The group arrives at a steaming hot spring inside a cave, steam rising from the water. The man asks how Mr. Heel is feeling, who replies he loves the hot spring despite concerns about flooding. The man notes it's an incredible find, but the woman worries about the cave flooding. The man learns from a woman named Full that mining caused water to gush out uncontrollably and it hasn't stopped. He wonders if anything like this has happened before on the continent. Full says water sometimes comes out, but never this much. Another man named Mappa relaxes in the hot spring, prompting a surprised shout. Mappa promises to examine the water later, and the man thanks Varys for his help. The man questions if there is a way to carry the water outside, pondering the difficulty since water usually flows downhill. But here it's the opposite. Mappa, sweating, nods vigorously, signaling he has a plan. The man confirms the idea to use the workshop to make stone molds and iron ore. The scene shifts to the blacksmith's workshop where people are busy crafting iron pipes from the molds. The man asks what's going on, learning it's called inventory. He notices Mappa made modifications to the arms of two large mechanical constructs. A demonstration shows the pipes being connected by melting them, resembling a line of fire magic. A large project is underway to transport water to the surface. Workers install pipes inside the cave while others build a public bath above ground to avoid wasting the water. Mappa assembled a complicated device where the water gushes out. The man reflects on wanting to help but leaving the work to others. A week after construction began, the group watches as it's finally time to bring hot water to the surface. The man excitedly calls it a great bathhouse, while a woman wonders if the water will actually come up. The crowd waits expectantly as the moment arrives. The underground device hums to life, powered by the wind from the number 10 mechanism. Mr. Mappa oversees the operation as the massive stone construct begins to move, its mouth opening wide. The crowd watches in tense silence as the machine rumbles ominously. Suddenly, a powerful jet of water bursts forth from the construct's mouth, shooting high into the air. Excitement ripples through the onlookers as the hot spring water steadily rises. One remarks on the incredible flow, while another expresses a strong desire to bathe in it. The orc leader offers the first bath to the tribe, but is immediately kicked into the water by a wolf-like warrior. Laughter and surprise fill the air as the orc protests, and others remind everyone to wash before entering the hot spring. The tribe relaxes in the steaming water, muscles loosening and exhaustion melting away. The orc thanks Camu for his help, while a teasing exchange begins over the orc leader's strength and physique, sparking playful banter among the group. The tribe enjoys the hot spring, muscles relaxing as the orc boasts about his perfect body. A wolf-like warrior gently holds a baby in a tub, assuring the princess she won't drown. The orc warns a creature named Full not to swim in the hot spring, while a young man watches with a smile, noting everyone is having a great time. The hot spring is lively with many women bathing together, surprised to see Mr. Heel still outside. He steps in hesitantly, causing a stir among the bathers. The orc and others react in shock, questioning if they were kept separated as promised. A woman wrapped in a towel approaches Mr. Heel with a warm smile, offering to wash his back. His eyes widen in surprise and nervousness at her gesture. Two small figures tease Mr. Heel about cultural differences and the chance to bathe with Rihanna, while an angelic figure advises against taking advantage of the situation. Mr. Heel and the woman clasp hands, but he suddenly feels dizzy and rushes off, telling everyone to take it easy as the princess calls after him. The young man admits he wanted to join the others in the hot spring but feels like he's tricking them. He steps carefully into the steaming water, relieved to find some perfectly good water still left. A woman appears, revealing she knew he was there all along. She praises Mr. Mappa's genius for the underground device. She apologizes for the noise, explaining everyone is excited after so long without hot springs. The young man is stunned to see her and struggles to respond as she offers to join him. His heart races as he realizes he's facing his greatest danger yet. The woman points out a shining or embedded in the rock, warning him to be careful. The young man nervously insists on checking the inventory to calm down, but his thoughts betray his anxiety. He confesses he hasn't been able to sort out the feelings of the Belden tribe and apologizes, knowing the others aren't at fault, but his heart still aches for their home. The Belden and Corvus tribes are shown working, eating, and enjoying the hot springs together, a rare moment of peace and unity. The young man admits he's really happy about this. Though he struggles with the weight of the past, he acknowledges it's not easy to break free from old wounds but insists he wants the tribes to get along. The woman gently tells him he shouldn't apologize for his feelings. She points out the island's diversity, listing goblins, slime, cave spiders, golems, kobolds, a naked old man, and even a human, all coexisting peacefully. The young man and the woman sit quietly in the hot spring, the atmosphere calm and warm. She thanks him sincerely, calling him Mr. Heel. The young man is caught off guard as the woman suddenly leans closer, causing his face to flush deeply. She used nearly all her magic energy but still worked tirelessly to help. His shock grows as he stammers her name, while she closes her eyes, exhausted but serene. The young man thanks her for everything, his voice soft and sincere. Suddenly, dizziness overtakes him, and he clings to a small creature for support, admitting he's been in the hot spring too long and the blood has rushed to his head. The woman apologizes, worried he dozed off, as the moment shifts from tender to lighthearted concern. The young man wipes tears from his eyes, feeling like he's finally returned to his old self, possibly thanks to the hot spring's effect. He grips his pickaxe tightly, declaring he can mine again. Two women and a small creature watch him, one smiling warmly while the other wonders if his tears are truly justified. Suddenly, a stern orc with long hair and a scarred face demands a moment of the young man's time. The young man greets the orc respectfully, who congratulates him on his recovery. A vast view of the reclaimed land shows a large excavation site by the sea, with a ship anchored offshore. A tall man with long hair and a coat comments on the nice wind as he stands beside a young man and a small slime creature. The tall man presents a rolled-up blueprint to the young man, calling him Little Heel, and offering it as a surprise to celebrate his recovery. The young man looks surprised and curious. The young man unrolls the blueprint, realizing it is a diagram of a harbor. The tall man explains that Varys asked him to design it, using the reclaimed land as a base. The young man is impressed and asks if the tall man made it himself. The tall man discusses the need for a proper harbor and dock after repairing the damage caused by Leviathan. The young man points out a mark on the plan labeled "Not strictly necessary." But the tall man admits he got carried away with the design. They reveal the tall man is originally from Sandfales, and the young man confirms this with surprise. The tall man admits he was the 17th prince of Sandfales and a failure who was kicked out of the country. He says he's become more comfortable talking about his past after confiding in Rhienna. The young man reassures him that the island is abandoned and part of the kingdom but avoided by humans, so they can live there without issue. The tall man agrees to discuss construction plans with Varys and Mr. Mappa. As the young man runs ahead, the tall man watches silently, noting Camu's disapproval of his own plans. Stones fly through the air as the young man directs their placement with precision. Water rushes forcefully into a newly built harbor foundation, filling the structure steadily. The elf watches in awe, realizing the true power behind the King of Cave Crest's abilities. His companion, a burly figure, chuckles, acknowledging the impressive feat as the elf remains wide-eyed. The young man admits he can only build the foundation but asks the elf to supervise the construction. Shock registers on the elf's face at the request. Encouraged by others, the elf accepts the responsibility, promising to create a fantastic harbor. The young man then entrusts him with reliable helpers, signaling the next phase of the project. A group of large, mechanical constructs stand ready, rebuilt after destruction by Leviathan. The young man thanks everyone for their efforts, emphasizing the need for more stone to complete the harbor. He grips a tool tightly, preparing to continue the labor. Suddenly, a massive explosion of rocks erupts as they begin gathering more materials. The young man wields a large axe, having fully recovered, as a small girl claps in admiration. He explains he carries a smaller, easier-to-use axe normally but brought the mithril ice axe today. Nearby, Ashton and Haenys watch over the scene while a small creature named Riel nibbles playfully on them. Riel commands the workspace, urging the princess to step back for safety as the construction continues. The young elf princess decides Haenys must also mine for his older brother. She teases him about handling an axe, prompting a playful challenge. The wolfman and the young man exchange lighthearted jabs as they prepare to work. While the princess watches with a knowing smile, the wolfman suggests they should thank her for the opportunity, but the young man scolds him for his ungrateful attitude. Haenys quickly adapts to mining, swinging his axe with skill and pride. The young man watches impressed as the wolfman competes with full, Pushing himself harder, the young man feels inspired, declaring their minor ranks are growing and that he's fired up to keep going. The small creature Riel happily scratches the wolfman, who gently reminds her to get back to work. The princess laughs, admitting mining is surprisingly fun and that the area is rich with ore. Suddenly, the wolfman senses something strange nearby and alerts Mr. Heel, who investigates cautiously. The group discovers a mysterious, ill-omened box embedded in the rock, crafted from orichalcum. They speculate it might be a coffin due to its size and shape. The young man finds a transport stone nearby, which allows instant movement between stones depending on size. He checks his or guide to confirm if the stone is new, while the wolfman examines the stone carefully. The young man puzzles over the transport stone, realizing it allows movement if a matching stone exists elsewhere. He asks Mr. Heel if the indentations match the stone's shape. The stone fits perfectly into the slot, startling everyone nearby. A glowing portal activates within the rock wall, humming with energy. The princess nervously asks if they can go somewhere from here. The wolfman warns Full to wait, unsure where the portal leads. Mr. Mappa steps into the portal cautiously, prompting debate among the group about the risks. They consider the chance the other stone might be buried but acknowledge it's their only option. Suddenly, a desperate shout calls out for Mr. Mappa. The young man insists on going after Mr. Mappa, telling everyone to wait behind. The wolfman tries to stop him, but he is determined. A glowing symbol appears, catching their attention as they all sweat in tension. The young man decides to check the place himself, instructing Shell to call Varys while asking Riel if this is where Mr. Mappa is. The wolfman insists the guards should come along, and the young woman declares she wants to go too. The small dog barks excitedly. The young man is overwhelmed as the wolfman and the woman crowd him, forcing him to accept that he must bring them all along. Heinous is told he can come later. They enter the portal, but immediately get stuck in the narrow passage. The young man complains about being crushed while Riel yelps. He tries to calm the dog as they struggle to move forward. They finally burst through the other side. Landing roughly on the floor, the dog barks again, and the young man groans in pain. They find themselves in a massive, multi-level library filled with countless books. The young man is awestruck, kneeling down to take it all in. The others gather around, equally amazed by the vast knowledge surrounding them. The young man gazes down into the vast library, overwhelmed by the endless shelves stacked with countless books. The woman wonders if they are truly inside Sheol, and he confirms, comparing it to the room with the changed stone and golems, though he admits the place feels scary. The wolfman directs them toward Mr. Mappa's location, prompting the young man to urge Heinous to lead the way immediately. They move cautiously through the cluttered library, passing broken books and scattered debris, until a sudden cry pierces the silence. The young man rushes to find Mr. Mappa collapsed on the floor, bleeding from the nose. Concerned, he asks if an attack caused the injury, but the older man only shows signs of distress without confirming. The young man insists they return quickly, sensing everyone is worried. A close-up reveals a mysterious symbol in a book, fragmented and ominous. Mr. Mappa silently discards the book, and the young man urges him to come along as they prepare to leave the unsettling library behind. The old man exclaims over an incredible discovery, while the young man acknowledges bringing everyone together. The young man asks if a good book was found, but the old man admits he cannot read the strange letters. The older man's excitement bursts forth, calling it all adventurous and thrilling. The older man's face fills with awe as he describes a teleportation device, a giant library, and an unknown civilization hidden within Sheol. The group agrees to explore cautiously, noting some areas are crumbling and may contain golems. They begin to spread out, examining the shelves and debris carefully. The young man shows a book with pictures to the old man, marveling at the detailed, realistic drawings of a town. The girl recognizes the mountain in the center and wonders if it resembles Sheol. The young man debates the similarities, while the girl insists Sheol looks lovelier despite the differences in size. The group walks through the library, the young man asking the small creature if it senses anything. They stop before a magnificent statue of a serene woman holding a staff. The girl admires its beauty and suggests the figure is probably a goddess, leaving the young man in quiet wonder. The young man reflects that long ago, people who lived here probably worshipped the serene woman statue. He wonders if more ruins like this await discovery in Sheol, noting even the kingdom lacks records of such places. The group gathers in a room filled with books and debris. Discussing their finds, they manage to retrieve heart stones and magic stones from golem remains. But the underground world remains a mystery. One elf points out an open space behind a wall, catching the attention of Mr. Heel. The group searches the area thoroughly but finds no entrance. The elf urges to start digging, while the young man senses no magic energy but sees a guiding light. She promises to protect him with defensive magic as they break through the wall. The elf smiles, pleased with the discovery. The young man is startled as the elf suddenly congratulates him. She holds 3 change stones, amazed at their number, signaling a significant breakthrough in their exploration. The elf princess wakes slowly, rubbing her shoulder as dawn breaks over rocky terrain. Quietly, she slips out of bed, unfastening her clothes and dressing carefully before tiptoeing past a sleeping companion. Fired up and ready, the princess leads a large mechanical golem down a tunnel staircase. Calling out with enthusiasm, she heads into the mining tunnels early each day, often the last to leave, her intense focus causing concern among her friends. The group gathers outdoors, discussing the mysterious change stones that can make monsters evolve. The princess confirms she evolved thanks to one, surprising the others who learn she was once a regular goblin and a Belden princess. The princess clarifies a misunderstanding, revealing she is not the elven princess who eloped with Heel. She explains that one of the 3 change stones belongs to Full, who found it after a long search, leaving the group stunned and reacting with disbelief. A serious discussion unfolds around a table as one man suggests using a change stone on Varys. Noting the dormant power of his sorcerer king Crest, Varys hesitates, doubting his suitability, while others emphasize the Crest's immense potential. Concern grows over Varys' age and health, but he insists he is not old yet. An elder requests permission from Mr. Heel to use a change stone, revealing a long-held dream to wield its power. The group considers the remaining change stone, which doesn't seem appealing to most. Suddenly, a crest appears on a hand, recognized by some but unfamiliar to others. The crest is identified as the sea dragon, a powerful symbol to control water, typically used by aquatic monsters like mermen. Skepticism arises about its usefulness, especially since aquatic monsters have slimy scales, which clashes with one woman's sense of beauty. She firmly refuses to use it, deciding instead to save the stone for later, leaving others to reluctantly accept her choice. The group gathers outdoors, ready to try the change stones immediately. The princess admits her nervousness, asking what she should do, encouraged to picture what she wants to become and to wish strongly to the change stone. The princess closes her eyes, holding the stone tightly, focusing on her true desire for transformation. The girl declares that her habit of watching others leave and staying behind ends today. Memories flash of battles and protection from comrades, fueling her resolve. She holds the change stone firmly, affirming her identity. A brilliant light erupts as she calls herself the daughter of the great warrior Elven. The group reacts in shock and awe, while she feels her perspective rising. Emerging transformed, the girl looks down at herself uncertainly, questioning if the change worked. She stands surrounded by gentle clouds, still adjusting to her new form. Another girl offers to show her the results, prompting a nervous but excited reaction. They embrace joyfully as the second girl announces her own evolution, sharing congratulations with heartfelt smiles. The group discusses magic and strength, teasing the spindly figure about muscles while encouraging the girl to try magic. She glows with magical energy, surprising everyone as they assure her she can learn to use it. Curiosity grows about why the princess still looks human, sparking a wish for a body that can use magic too. The girl nervously wonders about her evolution, unsure if it will differ like the princess's. The others encourage her to show her evolution. Intrigued by the possibilities, the group watches expectantly, waiting for the transformation to begin. The elder watches quietly, puzzled by the lack of change, questioning what happened. Suddenly, a mysterious door or portal appears, startling the group as they realize something significant is unfolding. An elderly man joyfully stretches, proclaiming his chronic back pain has finally healed after many years. The magic crest on his hand begins to glow, catching the attention of a young man who praises the incredible energy bursting from it. He expresses a desire to test the crest's power further. The elderly man explains that if the magic is basic, the sorcerer king likely already knows it. He concentrates deeply, summoning a glowing magical symbol in his hands as he prepares to cast a spell. The group watches intently from a distance. A massive burst of fire erupts from the elderly man's hands, startling everyone as they scramble to avoid the intense heat. The man calmly apologizes for the overwhelming power of the spell. A tall figure with long hair and a horned mask stands surrounded by swirling flames, acknowledging the Sorcerer King's incredible power but noting the difficulty in controlling such magic energy precisely. Shock ripples through the group as they recognize the figure. Varys has appeared. The general expresses deep emotion, admitting he never imagined using magic and feeling transformed by it. He questions the surprising change in his appearance, struggling to accept it. Varys suddenly reverts to his original form, startling everyone. The Sorcerer King listens intently as the general explains the crest's unique power to alter its owner's form for optimal magic use. The king admits his limited knowledge but expresses eagerness to study this ability further. The young man reflects on Varys' diligence, confident he will master sorcery and become a great sorcerer king. A spirited girl approaches Mr. Heel, seeking his opinion on her new outfit, proudly asking if it looks good. The girl readies her weapon, excited to begin their work. The young man compliments her outfit. Learning the princess crafted it for her, she energetically strikes the ground, ready to start. He points out magic crystals nearby, encouraging her to use them as they find them, though they note the crystals are becoming scarcer. The young man explains how his magic energy and Rhienna's have grown stronger, and Varys' sorcerer king form is powerful on its own, so they should focus on training Full for now. He questions if Full is alright as she struggles with a headache, but she insists she's fine and urges Mr. Heel to continue teaching her. Classroom learning proves difficult for Full, yet her intuition shows promise. She concentrates hard, casting a freezing spell with determination. Full celebrates her success, thrilled to have used magic for the first time despite her shaky aim. The young man and an older man acknowledge her progress, noting she admires her father's strength. The older man recalls how Full made him play the stone-taking game as a child, and how she was frustrated after losing to the princess, even to the point of tears. The young man reflects on how unexpected it was that Full would enjoy such a game. The older man explains that Full feels ashamed because she is the princess subject but hates losing. The young man reacts with surprise to Full's evolution. Two girls share a laugh, one admitting jealousy, especially when competing against a friend. The young man watches quietly. A large ship is being towed into a harbor, its sails furled and workers pulling ropes. The ship creaks as it moves closer to dock. Water laps against the pier and the ship's hull. The young man and the older man discuss the harbor's progress, noting a dock was built and ship repairs prioritized. Workers continue their tasks while the older man encourages the young man to prepare for trading commodities. Two cheerful men promise to handle sea commerce and stock good items. The young man reflects on the excitement of the Corvus people as they prepare to start trading again. He notes their eagerness to sail and the need to decide what to buy. A crate is dropped into the water, breaking the calm as plans for selling gems and harvests from Yggdrasil are considered. Workers haul heavy logs onto the dock, their movements steady and practiced. Sailors joke about their restlessness on land, eager to return to their true work at sea. A log splashes into the water, breaking the quiet harbor atmosphere. A massive, dripping sea serpent emerges from the water, its single large eye glaring down at the men on the dock. The sailors freeze, stunned by the monstrous creature towering before them. Alarmed shouts erupt as the young man and a small creature spot the serpent advancing toward the harbor. The men scramble back, narrowly avoiding the serpent's sweeping tail as it crashes down with destructive force. A fierce warrior leaps onto the serpent's head, delivering a powerful kick that stuns the beast. A commanding figure confronts the attackers, mocking their audacity to strike where the Corvus tribe stands guard. The battle for the harbor has begun. Panic erupts as a one-eyed soldier orders a counterattack, but the crew is caught off guard. The massive Leviathan rises from the stormy sea, its tentacles thrashing wildly around the ship. The monstrous serpent slams into the deck, sending sailors flying. A warrior shouts for attention, pointing out the terrifying creature's presence. The battle intensifies as the serpent lashes out, forcing the crew to scramble for cover. A swift strike from a swordsman connects with the serpent's head, the sharp crunch echoing through the chaos. The warrior stands poised, his orichalcum saber gleaming as the serpent recoils, its body writhing in pain. The swordsman praises the blade's sharpness while warning his comrades to stay alert. The serpent lunges again, but the crew prepares to face the relentless threat, questioning the nature of this monstrous attacker. The monstrous creature's severed heads writhe violently, revealing multiple snake-like appendages. Shock ripples through the group as one insists the head was cut clean off. The leader reveals the creature's true name, Evil Moray. The creature's many heads surge forward, its central body looming ominously. The group realizes the single cut only severed a tentacle tip, not the main body, which must be crushed to stop regeneration. The heads snap aggressively as the group braces for attack. A warning is shouted that the creature will keep regenerating unless its core is destroyed. A powerful fire spell erupts, engulfing the creature in flames. Amidst the chaos, a fierce warrior named Full leaps into the fray to assist. She battles the writhing heads but recoils in disgust at their slimy texture. The creature lunges, forcing her to dodge in a frantic retreat. The group urgently directs Full to lead the creature away. Desperate to stop its relentless advance, they debate how to crush the main body, but the arms block their path, and powerful magic risks damaging the harbor. An elder sorcerer calls upon the sorcerer king for aid, summoning a powerful water spell from a small boat to control the battlefield. Water ropes surge from the ocean, wrapping tightly around the creature's many heads and limbs, binding it in place. The group recognizes the water's form and prepares to strike. Lightning magic crackles as the team unleashes a devastating combined attack, exploding the creature in a massive burst of energy that shatters its form. The group celebrates their success, raising their fists in triumph as the defeated creature lies still. One praises the other's progress, admitting surprise at how far they've come. A confident young woman boasts about her training, while a stoic elder watches quietly, his expression unreadable nearby. A lizard-like soldier comments on their lack of action, prompting a thoughtful response from a muscular general. The scene shifts to a ruined dockyard littered with debris and scattered barrels. A group of remorseful warriors bows deeply, apologizing to their leader for their failure. The leader reflects somberly on the fear Leviathan instilled, carving a deep wound in their hearts. He suspects even the Corvus tribe was caught off guard by recent events. The group stands solemnly on rocky terrain under a crescent moon, reflecting on their crew's fragile mental state and their inability to endure an ocean voyage in current conditions. They acknowledge the rarity of such events, discussing the legendary nature of the Leviathan and the possibility of it having a mate. Attempts to communicate with their crew failed, and advice is given to Mr. Camus to recruit members of the Belden tribe for their resilience. As the patched ship can't handle the journey, the difficulty of overcoming fear, especially among skilled warriors, is noted. A stern elder emphasizes that the Corvus tribe's identity is tied to the sea, warning that losing the ability to sail means losing their pride. The group listens intently, with a young woman suggesting building a ship strong enough to withstand Leviathan attacks, hoping to ease the tribe's concerns. The young man excitedly proposes reinforcing the ship's hull with metal armor, though an elder cautions it might be too heavy and hinder movement, risking capsizing. The group discusses the scarcity of orichalcum, only obtainable from underground golem equipment. While a woman suggests its lightness as an advantage, Mr. Mappa is asked for ideas, and he responds with a determined none, as they prepare to act. The group examines a massive, intricate mechanical structure resembling a leviathan, realizing there are two of these enormous constructs. An elder contemplates the discovery with interest, connecting the dots as the others absorb the significance of encountering two leviathans. The massive excavation site sprawls across the landscape, revealing a colossal circular pit with scaffolding and workers climbing its wooden structures. The young man, breath visible in the cold air, gazes up in awe, admitting the scale of the site is truly incredible. Before them lies the shattered remains of a giant stone golem, its monstrous face frozen in a roar, surrounded by rubble and scaffolding. The young man reflects in disbelief that they actually defeated this enormous creature. He recalls how the Leviathan's scales resisted even cannon fire and magic, and how ordinary tools couldn't scratch them. Raising his sword with determination, he rallies himself to face the Cave King once more. The young man strikes the ground with force, sending debris flying as he notes the Leviathan's scales are lighter than they appear, explaining its surprising agility. Meanwhile, the bearded craftsman hammers away, working to process the tough armor forged from those scales. Mithril arrowheads are melted down and reshaped into various tools as workers labor intensely. Camus and Mr. Mappa discuss plans to reinforce the ship's infrastructure, aiming to strengthen it while preserving its sailing capabilities. The ship's massive frame, made of orichalcum, rises steadily with scaffolding surrounding it. Its inner boards and mast are crafted from Yggdrasil branches, and the armor is fortified with Leviathan scales. Observers hope the Corvus tribe will embrace this new vessel built with Sheol's advanced materials and techniques. As the sun sets over the rocky shore, Camus is called for dinner but responds that he will come soon. He apologizes for the burial customs of the Corvus tribe, explaining they buried their fallen in their own way, even if it differs from others. The story unfolds about Camus, the legendary orc who united broken tribes a century ago and took to the sea. His name has been passed down through generations of Corvus tribe leaders, known for building a fleet capable of rivaling large nations' navies. He clenches his fist tightly, his resolve hardening as he admits his desire to become stronger. He reflects on the betrayal within his tribe and his failure to inspire those who remained loyal to venture back to sea. Determination burns in his eyes as he vows to grow powerful enough to honor the proud name Camus without shame. The water gate creaks open as workers strain to control the flow. Massive mechanical constructs begin to rise from the water, their armored forms glinting under the light. The gathered crowd watches in awe, their mouths agape at the sight. The newly built ship sails forward, its sails billowing in the wind. The hull gleams with reinforced plating, cutting through the waves with purpose and strength. A young woman admires the ship's formidable design, Noting its armor made from Leviathan scales, the crowd appears tense. The Corvus people uneasy but hopeful. A commanding voice rallies everyone, announcing that today will be both training and a test for the ship. Crew members work diligently on deck, sweat marking their focused efforts. A stern figure in a captain's coat closes his eyes briefly, then opens them with resolve. The young man watches him, feeling the weight of belief placed upon Camus's shoulders as the captain silently conveys his trust. A commanding voice calls out, summoning number 16 with fierce urgency. The sea churns as a dark, jagged shape moves swiftly beneath the waves, drawing the attention of a tense crowd. Suddenly, a splash erupts near the ship, startling the crew. Shouts ring out warning to watch starboard, as several sailors rush to the rails, eyes wide with alarm. The massive, spiked silhouette of a sea creature rises from the water, looming ominously beside the ship. The crew's faces twist in shock and fear as they grasp the gravity of the threat. Explosions and swirling energy bursts erupt around the ship as the creature attacks again. The captain yells for calm while the crew scrambles to escape the deadly assault, panic and chaos gripping the deck. The crew is urged to stay calm, focusing on steady breathing as the ship remains steady despite the tension. A massive, mechanical Leviathan-shaped golem creaks and groans into view, startling everyone. The young man pleads for no interference, questioning why the golem attacked, while others recognize it as a mock battle opponent. The leader declares a mock battle based on fighting Leviathan is about to begin. Acknowledging their fear but refusing to give up, he grips a stone tightly, determined to challenge the sea once more despite their losses. With a shout bidding farewell to his perfect body, the leader leaps from the ship, commanding everyone to watch closely. His dramatic dive marks the debut of the new Camus, leader of the Corvus tribe, as he plunges into the water. The onlookers watch in shock as the Leviathan-shaped golem surges forward, crashing into the sea with a powerful splash, signaling the start of the intense confrontation. The muscular figure bursts from the water with fierce determination, his eyes blazing as he charges forward, surrounded by swirling droplets and energy, ready to face the looming threat head-on. The man clenches his jaw, determination flashing in his eyes as he reveals a dark crest on his hand. He utters a resolute declaration, preparing to act. A massive mechanical scorpion bursts forward, launching a powerful attack that tears through the terrain with explosive force. The figure moves with astonishing speed, skimming over the water's surface like flight, observers at his incredible agility, barely able to track his rapid movements. His focused gaze sharpens as he pushes forward, leaving a trail of splashes behind. An explanation unfolds. The sea dragon manipulates water flow, granting this body unmatched underwater speed and agility. The man announces his turn in the battle, charging at the mechanical Leviathan with fierce resolve. The clash erupts violently as metal grinds and splinters under the force of their collision. The man is thrown back by the golem's defensive power, acknowledging its strength with a grim expression. The impact sends him hurtling through the air, eliciting shocked cries from his allies. The tension spikes as the battle intensifies, the crowd shouting warnings and fear rising among them. The mechanical Leviathan lunges forward, its massive form crashing through the water as the orc pirate tightens his grip on a weapon. Preparing to strike, the orc charges headlong, determined to confront the beast. The ship, shaped like a giant turtle, surges ahead, cutting through the waves with urgency. The orc pirate shouts orders, rallying his comrades to join the fight and support their leader. The battle intensifies as the mechanical Leviathan fires its weapons, forcing the orc to leap back while activating a glowing emblem on his hand. He launches himself into the water, eyes fierce with resolve. A colossal water tornado spirals upward, engulfing the mechanical Leviathan and the orc pirate. The crowd watches in awe as the swirling vortex swallows the giant machine whole, marking a dramatic turn in the battle. The orc pirate apologizes, promising little heal will tend to the wounded later. He commands the water to flow to his sword, shaping it into a drill aimed at the massive rock. The orc charges, becoming a raging stream of water as he drives the drill into the obstacle. The impact explodes with a thunderous crash, sending water and debris flying. The gathered crowd watches in stunned silence before erupting into cheers, their spirits lifted by the display of power. The battered mechanical Leviathan lies defeated in the water as the orc pirate and his crew stand tall on the shore. The orc humbly credits his crew for their success, while the young man praises the feat as incredible. The orc pirate admits his past doubts about his own strength and his crew's, but now asks again if they will face the seas alongside him. His crew eagerly insists they will not run away this time, demanding to join him. The orc reflects on having to give up the perfect body he once prized. but his crew's loyalty remains unshaken. The orc pirate proudly flexes, declaring his splendid, shining body has awakened into a new stage of beauty. The group watches in awe as he boasts about having the perfect ship and crew, confident their voyage will be a success. The young man responds with enthusiastic agreement. Camus spends a week testing and fine-tuning the ship while the others decide what to trade. The Corvus tribe indulges in a big farewell feast, filling themselves with food before setting sail. Night falls quietly over the ship's mast. On deck, the young man apologizes for dragging Rihanna along, who admits she wanted to come aboard before departure. He explains his fascination with ships and the outside world they can reach, recalling it as a distant fantasy from when he felt out of place in the royal palace. Rihanna wonders if he plans to travel by ship one day, but he hasn't thought that far yet. The young man smiles warmly, declaring this is his home where he lives with everyone in Sheol. Rihanna calls to him softly, prompting a joyful response. Camus appears on the ship, explaining he was spending time alone before departure, teasing that he can't fool young Riel's eyes. The man reassures them that the ship is now partially theirs and welcomes them warmly as the only human he approves of. The young man and woman apologize for boarding without permission, but he waves it off, saying he wanted to discuss something important anyway. The young man listens intently, sensing the seriousness in the man's tone. The man falls silent, then reveals the topic, their homeland. The scene shifts to a grand throne room where a regal king sits on his throne, flanked by armored guards. The king's presence is imposing and commanding as the man declares the homeland in question. The Kingdom of Sandfales. A grand ship rests at the dock under a starry night sky as a man with white hair and tusks asks the young man and a woman holding a cat if they know anything about his homeland, Camus. The man reveals that Claude's faction, the one who betrayed him, was hired by the royal family of Sandfales. Shocking the young man and woman, he apologizes for keeping silent, explaining that people from the kingdom hate monsters. The man recounts chasing Claude and finding the wreckage after Leviathan's attack, with only one survivor who confessed before dying. He explains the kingdom's plan to suppress powerful monster tribes, backed by vast rewards and the powerful Burlean continent. The young man is stunned to learn his father ordered it. The man describes the Kingdom of Sandfales as an old country that expanded greatly under King Rouet, likely using the Corvus tribe to extend influence. He questions the young man about his expulsion and expresses concern over Sheol and the Cave King. The young man realizes his father knew about the Cave King's power and the secrets beneath Sheol. A mysterious crest symbolizes a treasure trove of underground resources. Raising questions about what his father kept hidden, he wonders if something dormant lies beneath, something his father never wanted revealed. The older man admits this is just a hunch but finds the situation strange. The older man snaps his fingers, affirming they share the same understanding. The woman clutches her cat, shocked at the possibility of underground ruins. The young man recalls doubting the older man at first, but living here has changed his view. The older man acknowledges her change, showing respect for her insight. The older man warns the young man to remember his role as a prince of Sandfales and that Sheol belongs to his country. He tells him the day will come to face his own nation. The young man steels himself, realizing he had forgotten this after leaving the capital. The woman quietly reflects that her connection to Sandfales still exists, despite trying to look away. Dawn breaks as Camus and his Corvus tribe set sail, bidding farewell with wishes for safety and greetings to their families. The repaired ship number 16 will escort them, ensuring a safe voyage. Their goal is to reunite with families who stayed behind to trade or hide, marking a hopeful new chapter. The young man confesses the royal family of Sandfales is behind the attacks on the Belden and Tibris tribes. He admits sharing this with everyone after his talk with Camus. The wolf-like figure urges calm and stresses the need to decide their next steps. The muscular general insists the young man has no reason to apologize. Another elder warns that this could spark a war. While the general jokes about sending monsters flying if there's a problem, the elder solemnly considers contacting the young man's country about the situation. The young man worries he dragged everyone into a terrible mess and fears being sent away again. His companions and allies firmly declare Sheol is their home now, their resolve shining through. The young man's eyes widen with renewed determination. He boldly asks for help to face what lies ahead, shedding timidity. His friends cheer, eager to support him. An elder explains that humans and monsters coexist less from understanding and more from mutual interest, emphasizing the need to open trade. He adds that resource exploitation partly justifies sending the young man here. The elder hopes this will prove the young man's rightful rule, though doubts remain about stopping interference. The wolf-like figure stresses the importance of becoming strong enough to negotiate with the kingdom. The elder agrees, urging them to uncover the kingdom's true intentions. The young man recalls Camus and Rihanna pointing this out earlier. He concludes that the key to everything might lie in the underground civilization beneath the island. An elder admits they know nothing about Sheol and wishes they could decipher the library's books. Clenching his fist, he declares there is only one thing left to do. The rocky underground terrain stretches out as a silent challenge. The young man calls out, confirming everyone has gathered, while hands grasp pickaxes and claws dig into the earth, ready for work. The young man faces a group of determined companions, introducing them as the Sheol Ruins excavation team. A woman questions if this is just the usual mining crew, but he explains it's about setting a new mood, mining with fresh purpose and spirit. A woman hands a portable ration to the young man, reminding him to return in time for dinner. He thanks her and explains they are going to excavate new ruins. He gestures toward a dark tunnel, declaring they must dig out the mystery of Sheol since no one knows it yet. The group prepares to start by investigating the already excavated ruins carefully, avoiding damage. For a week, they dig steadily, watching for magic energy and any reaction from Riel. Despite their efforts, they find no new passages or connections between rooms, only isolated ruins. The young man and the wolf-like figure discuss how the library was reached via a transportation device, suggesting the ruins may never have been physically connected. The wolf-like figure calls for ending the day's work, warning that Princess Rihanna will scold them if they are late. The young man notices Riel has wandered off alone. Prompting concern, he calls out, relieved to find her safe but notices something is wrong when she scratches at the ground urgently. Riel's paw is bleeding, causing the young man to panic as she cries out in pain. He tries to calm her, but it's clear she is desperate to dig in a specific spot. The wolf-like figure instructs everyone to step back as Riel digs fiercely, surprising the group with her sudden, intense effort. They discover a deep cavity filled with fossilized bird bones, the remains clearly ancient and petrified. The young man points out a large stone egg among the bones, puzzled by its presence. The wolf-like figure explains the egg has turned to stone after being underground so long. The small creature clings to the egg, showing a strong desire to protect it despite its petrified state. The young man struggles to find the right words to explain the situation to her. The wolf-like figure observes that the princess wants to save the egg, while the young man admits it might upset her later but they must go along with it for now. A woman reassures the princess that the task is complete, trying to ease the tension. The small creature happily carries the egg in a custom holder strapped to its back, wagging its tail energetically. The group watches with smiles as the creature moves around, the young man commenting on how cute the egg holder is and asking if it's too heavy. But the creature seems fine. Meanwhile, the young man reflects on how the princess won't leave the petrified egg's side, even sleeping next to it, and wonders if it might actually hatch one day despite the odds. The group investigates a strange sound, unsure if it's another hot spring. The wolf-like figure senses something unnatural, pinpointing the source nearby. The young man struggles to hear water, but the woman explains the wolf's exceptional hearing. They decide to dig since the princess is asleep, noting the sound is steady and unusual. Relying on the wolf's hearing, they dig deeper and finally confirm the sound of water. The young man pinpoints the source coming from a hollow within the cave. Suddenly, rocks shift and fall as they approach, alerting them to proceed carefully. The young man thanks the wolf, named Taran, for warning him just before stepping near a dangerous spot. His expression turns serious as he notices something remarkable ahead. Before them stands a towering pillar, water flowing down its sides. The young man and the wolf marvel at the structure, realizing it is a pillar that produces water, unlike anything they've seen before. The wolf-like figure explains the sound of water is man-made, revealing they have found ruins. He peers down a seemingly endless pillar, unable to see its bottom even with enhanced vision. The young man notices the water gushing from the pillar's surface but finds no outlet. He asks the wolf to retrieve a blue stone embedded in the pillar, identified as a spring stone that creates water through magic energy. Holding the stone, the young man realizes it is the source of the water flow, amazed at the possibility of having a water source anywhere. The wolf agrees they should follow the flow to find more ruins, but suddenly a strange noise interrupts them. The group hears the sound of digging coming from the wall, accompanied by a surge of magic energy. The wolf warns that something with magic energy is approaching, just as the ground cracks violently before them. A warning rings out as the group braces for an incoming force radiating powerful magic energy. The ground trembles violently, and a massive explosion of rocks erupts, forcing everyone to shield themselves from the debris. Emerging from the dust is a colossal, shadowy creature with glowing eyes, its immense size and presence overwhelming the group. Shock and fear ripple through them as they struggle to identify the beast, debating if it's a legendary dragon or something else entirely. The creature reveals itself as an underground dweller, its wide eyes and toothy grin unnerving the group. They freeze in disbelief when the creature speaks, breaking the silence with a startling voice that confirms it is not just a monster, but an intelligent being. Suddenly, the creature slips and falls into a deep fissure, crying out for help. The young man calls out to Terran urgently as the creature tumbles down, desperation and alarm filling the air as they prepare to rescue it from the depths below. The group struggles as the creature's weight threatens to drag them down the chasm. Panic rises when the creature's heavy bulk pulls on the ropes, and the young man shouts for Mr. Mappa to hold on. The young man leaps into action, shouting the name of a powerful rock-based spell. He hurls a massive block of stone to create stepping stones, barely catching the others as they stumble. Relief floods the group as they climb the newly formed rock stakes, but fear lingers about the creature's intentions. The creature's clawed hand twitches, and the group wonders if this talking dragon might still be dangerous. The creature nervously introduces itself as the owner of the underground ruins, raising its hands in a gesture of peace. The group tenses as it growls, uncertain if it will attack or welcome them. Hidden in the bushes, several onlookers watch cautiously as Royden devours a large piece of meat with relish, admitting he's been surviving on preserved food lately. Concerned, someone calls out to check if he's all right. Royden confirms his identity as the Earth Dragon, grinning widely beneath his helmet. The group reacts with surprise and awe, one remarking how different he looks from the legends. Royden explains he hails from the Elto continent, unfamiliar with the local ruins, prompting questions about the underground structures nearby. The Earth Dragon describes his homeland as a fiery place filled with erupting volcanoes and rivers of magma, where territorial dragons constantly battle. He admits to digging across the ocean floor for a month to reach here, surprising the group with his endurance. Despite losing his digging scale, he appreciates the chance to converse with them, causing a brief moment of awkwardness. Royden reveals he communicates through telepathy, sending thoughts directly rather than speaking aloud. The group learns they translate his thoughts into their own words internally, a process unfamiliar but fascinating. The Earth Dragon explains this ability isn't magic or Crest power, but a natural trait of his kind, sparking curiosity about whether others can learn it. Royden expresses curiosity about magic gathering in the horn, noting dragons have strange powers unknown to others. The group identifies a huge tree behind them as Yggdrasil, a majestic and legendary presence that surprises even Royden, making him reconsider old rumors. The group asks about a continent called Paradise, learning it lies far east and is rich in nature and culture, inhabited by humans, monsters, and various races. Despite matching rumors, the locals clarify it's a small island, and the idea of peaceful coexistence there remains uncertain. Royden admits his original goal was a miss, but meeting the group feels like luck. He invites everyone to gather and inspect a rare selection of items from the distant land of Elto, hinting at valuable treasures. The Earth Dragon proudly presents himself as a traveling merchant offering incredible items, explaining that business in Elto suffers due to constant fighting, prompting his expansion to new lands. The group reacts with surprise at this unexpected role. Royden proudly displays an array of dragon-crafted treasures, explaining each item's unique origin, from compression baskets made of lizard stomachs to silver dragon rings and musk dragon elixirs. The group marvels at the intricate dragon materials, though some question the oversized scale, learning everything is designed for dragons. Shock ripples through the group as Royden reveals dragon eggs among the items. Fire dragon and wyvern eggs. He casually mentions they can be eaten fresh, boiled, or roasted, surprising everyone with the idea of dragon eggs as food. Royden clarifies dragons use bodies of other dragon species as resources, likening it to mammals. The group debates raising a dragon egg, with I volunteering to take one and asking about the price. They also request saplings from near Yggdrasil, intrigued by the idea of nurturing new life. He explains Elto is now a wasteland but once a lush green continent with Yggdrasil trees. He dreams of cornering the sapling market once volcanic activity ceases. Envisioning a thriving business, the group listens, hopeful about bringing life back to the barren land. Royden hands over a package, explaining they brought more dragon items and eggs for Mr. Mappa to study. He adds a bonus gift of dirt to help expand their fields, surprising I with the practicality. Royden promises to visit again after resting a night underground, becoming Sheol's first business partner. I reflects on the vast, unknown world beyond the ocean, realizing dragons have long lived on the Elto continent. The group stands before a massive pillar inside ancient ruins, ready to restart their investigation. They prepare to descend the cliff, planning to follow water gushing from the pillar to find more ruins. I notes they must rely on Turun for the climb, while the group acknowledges their ease with cliffs and rocky terrain. Rihanna arrives, apologizing for being late after taking time to get ready. I greets her enthusiastically, glad she could join, while she thanks him for letting her tag along, her excitement clear. Ashton moves swiftly ahead, assuring he will check if the path is safe while urging I to follow shortly after. I warns Ashton to be careful as the group watches him disappear quickly into the rocky passage. Rihanna urges the others to follow as well. Impressed by Ashton's speed, I and Rihanna discuss their plans, with I asking if she can ride with Taran, and she agrees, turning to Heinous for a ride, which he accepts. Rihanna and I prepare to descend the cliff on Taran, the giant spider, with Rihanna reminding I to be careful not to fall. I nervously focuses, determined not to get distracted, while Rihanna encourages him, counting on his skill. The group waves goodbye as they begin their descent. Back at the base, I is asked by a woman if he is still awake, and he responds while sharpening a tool, showing his dedication. I explains he couldn't sleep and has been tending to his equipment, taught by Mr. Mappa. The woman questions his late work, and he reflects on the ruins, realizing they likely relate to his father's past. He admits he never truly tried to understand his father's intentions, only following orders without question. The woman listens as I reveals his conflicted feelings about the ruins and his father's absolute commands. I recalls his father's strict orders about the royal palace ruins beneath Sheol, finding the task annoying. As he contemplates this, Rihanna suddenly grabs his arm, startling him. The moment is tense, hinting at something important between them as the scene ends. Rihanna urges Mr. Heel to join her in uncovering the secrets of Sheol and learning what his father truly wants. He turns to face her, determination sparking in his eyes. Despite having turned his back on the kingdom and his father, he admits he still wants to dig deeper. Riding a giant scorpion-like creature, they descend into the depths of the ruins. He feels ready now, as if he can finally confront the challenges ahead. The darkness of the underground shaft swallows them as they plunge further down. The giant spider descends rapidly down the deep shaft, carrying I and Rihanna as they brace against the dizzying fall. Rihanna calls out to Mr. Heel, catching his attention just as they near the bottom. They land with a heavy impact, dust and debris settling around them. I spots a faint light ahead, signaling they have reached the bottom of the shaft. The spider's claws touch the ground, and it swiftly moves forward into the ancient structure. The ruined chamber reveals a massive central pillar surrounded by broken columns and scattered rubble. Water pools around the base of the pillar, rippling as the group surveys the desolate space. Rihanna examines the area, noting the reservoir's poor condition and the damaged path ahead. I calls out, wondering where the others have gone. A voice responds, pointing to a canal on the far side of the pillar that appears to lead deeper underground. I asks where Heinous and Ashton are, and a wolf-like figure points down a corridor. Ashton grips his sword tightly, preparing to move deeper into the dark tunnel. The group surveys the canal and ruins, noting the structure seems stable. The wolf-like figure warns the underground passages grow more complex, urging caution. I suggest leaving pyroxene markers to avoid getting lost, sparking excitement among the group. I notices the sound of dripping water echoing through the tunnels. The group observes the intricate underground waterways. Realizing the ruins are vast and mysterious, they wonder who built such a place and why. Rihanna recalls a relief of a human woman in the library, suggesting the builders were probably humans. The wolf-like figure speculates the original inhabitants are unknown to Balian. With descendants living elsewhere, the group considers the possibility that these are the underground people Royden mentioned, as a small glowing orb silently moves through the corridor, catching attention. Balian senses something moving and warns the group, but Royden reassures him not to worry. Suddenly, several slimes appear, startling Rihanna and the others. The group realizes the slimes are harmless and decide to leave them alone as they scurry away. The main character recalls meeting Shell and Taran underground, wondering if Mappa might know more about the ruins. Rihanna points out a canal, and the group agrees to follow the sound of water deeper into the tunnels, relying on each other to navigate. They enter a vast, ancient chamber that feels typical of these ruins. The water sounds continue deeper inside, prompting them to press onward, with the slimes and Shell accompanying them. Suddenly, the heavy door slams shut behind them, sealing the entrance. The group reacts with alarm as the door locks them inside, blocking their way out and trapping them within the mysterious ruins. The heavy door looks impenetrable. Even the mithril ice axe seems useless against it. Balian wonders if this is a trap meant to keep intruders out. Rihanna urgently calls out to Mr. Heel. Suddenly, a surge of magic energy pulses from the walls, filling the vast chamber with an ominous presence. Stones begin to detach and float off the walls, causing alarm among the group. The floating blocks drift forward, revealing a hidden mechanism beneath. The ancient device whirs and clicks, activating with precise mechanical movements. The floating constructs transform into numerous hovering, cube-like machines, radiating a threatening aura. Rihanna and Balian exchange uneasy glances, sensing imminent danger. The machines emit a blinding flash, signaling the start of a new threat within the ruins. Small cube-like machines shoot forward rapidly, prompting the main character to shout a warning and raise a shield to block their attack. He questions if these are the ruins' guardians, then unleashes a powerful thunder spell against them. The machines absorb the thunder magic, surprising the group and causing the main character to realize his magic is being nullified. The machines reflect the energy back, forcing the group to brace for impact. The machines convert the absorbed magic into their own strength. Launching a fierce counterattack, Rihanna and Balion realize they can't attack as the machines even absorb the shield's magic. Alarm spreads as the machines close in, signaling a dire situation. Balion dodges nimbly while the machines swarm closer, buzzing ominously. The main character calls out to Ashton, who is struggling against the machines. He orders Heinous to cover the main force and instructs that if magic fails, they must attack the machines directly with physical strikes. The fierce warrior known as Ashton, captain of the Imperial Guard of the Tiberi's tribe, appears with a powerful aura, ready to confront the threat head-on. His clawed hand slams down with force, signaling his arrival. Swarms of cube-like machines rush forward, but Ashton strikes out, smashing several with swift, precise blows. The machines scatter and regroup, launching counterattacks as they try to overwhelm him. The machines move with incredible speed, darting through the air and around the walls. Rihanna, Balion, and the main character watch in awe and urgency, shouting to seize the attackers before they close in. The machines all converge on Ashton, who stands firm despite the overwhelming numbers. The main character tells Heinous to assist elsewhere, confident that Ashton's brother can handle the vanguard. Ashton prepares to face the onslaught alone, determined and unyielding. The machines swarm with deadly precision, their heat rays bouncing off each other in a coordinated attack. Ashton studies their pattern carefully, noting their strategy to overwhelm through teamwork rather than sheer numbers. As the machines rush forward, Ashton readies his crossbow, preparing to match their coordination with his own precise strikes. His focus sharpens, eyes locked on the advancing threat. He launches a barrage of arrows, each shot shattering the mechanical foes with brutal efficiency. The machines explode under his assault, but more keep coming, relentless and synchronized. Moving with fierce speed, Ashton unleashes a devastating flurry of slashes, cutting through the machines in a whirlwind of claws and blades. His shadow slash technique tears through the enemy ranks, a blur of power and precision. The group watches in awe as mechanical golems fall from above, crashing down with force. The armored wolf-like figure confirms the cleanup is complete, and the tension eases as everyone realizes their friends are safe. They inspect the wreckage, noting the heartstones embedded within, identifying them as magical dolls. Ashton examines the magical crystals, explaining how they absorb and release magic energy. Turning red-hot with power, he theorizes about using this energy to create something new, connecting the magic-absorbing crystals with floating stones powered by magic, and black iron that resists heat. The group marvels at the clever use of materials. The group approaches a large gate guarded by a mechanical sentinel. The wolf-like warrior suggests caution, suspecting something valuable lies beyond. As they prepare to leave, the gate begins to move ominously, prompting a sharp warning to halt. A towering armored golem stands imposingly in the doorway, its presence casting a long shadow as it readies itself for confrontation. A towering armored golem steps forward from the dark gate, its presence commanding and ominous. The glowing core in its chest pulses as the figure advances steadily. The group watches cautiously, noting the golem's form as a fusion of knight and horse. They warn Mr. Heel not to look away, sensing its strength. Suddenly, the golem speaks in an unknown language, startling everyone. Confused, the group realizes the golem is a talking doll. Though its words sound like gibberish, they ask Mr. Heel if this is the same doll from the library's book, and he confirms it must be. The golem questions if they understand it and where they come from. The golem's arm suddenly shifts shape into a weapon, prompting a fierce warning to retreat. The armored wolf-like warrior lunges forward, clashing blades with the golem in a fierce battle to protect the group. The armored golem lunges fiercely, its weaponized arm swinging down as the wolf-like warrior shouts that they are not enemies. The golem insists the clash is inevitable, while the wolf commands Heinous to capture it without breaking it. The battle intensifies as the wolf and the golem exchange rapid strikes, sparks flying with each impact. The wolf grunts, confirming the golem's form is solid and durable, while the others watch tensely. Rihanna conjures a fire spell, hurling a blazing orb at the golem. The wolf warns her to wait, but the golem's arm shifts, absorbing the flames with a dark crystal embedded in its palm, leaving Rihanna shocked. The golem reveals the magic-absorbing crystal, nullifying their attack. It swiftly transforms its arm into a powerful bow, surprising the group as they brace for the next assault. The group commands a massive boulder to rise as a shield, shouting for everyone to hide behind it. Arrows and attacks slam into the rock, but it holds firm as the armored wolf-like warrior urges caution. The golem's arm suddenly launches a powerful projectile, catching them off guard. The golem transforms, its arm extending into a long, spear-like weapon engulfed in flames as it charges forward with overwhelming force. The ground cracks beneath its assault, signaling a devastating strike. The group narrowly dodges as the golem crashes down, sending debris flying everywhere. Rihanna and the others realize this foe is far beyond the level of previous golems and dolls, their confidence shaken by its speed and power. The wolf-like warrior leads a rapid counterattack, dashing with incredible speed to flank the golem. The others follow, their movements a blur as they close in, determined to keep up despite the overwhelming threat. The armored wolf-like warrior clashes fiercely with the golem, their blows sparking as the beast matches the speed of gale wind. The wolf's eyes widen in shock at the golem's unexpected agility. Both leap back, preparing for the next strike. The two combatants roar in unison, their battle shaking the corridor as Rihanna and the others watch anxiously. The wolf-like warrior and the golem continue their relentless fight, pushing Ashton and Heinous backward. Rihanna's worry grows as she admits that without magic, they may be helpless. The wolf-like warrior launches a rapid series of attacks, forcing the golem to defend frantically. Rihanna quickly grasps a plan, urging the group to act. They sprint forward with determination, ready to aid their comrades in trouble as the battle intensifies. The group spots a glowing symbol on the floor, and the young man urges Riel to charge forward. Riel leaps with determination, breaking the ground with a powerful strike. Suddenly, water bursts up between the combatants, flooding the corridor. The armored wolf-like warrior and the golem freeze in surprise as the water rushes in. The young man commands Ashton and Heinous to retreat to the walls while questioning if the water is from the canal below. Rihanna and the elf-like Balion prepare a coordinated spell, chanting to activate a powerful ice magic. The magic circles glow beneath them as the wolf-like warrior watches in awe. Ice rapidly spreads across the entire floor, covering it in a slick, frozen sheet. The young man notes the armored wolf's hooves will struggle to move on the ice. The wolf-like warrior slips slightly, confirming the ice's effect as the battle shifts dramatically. The armored wolf-like warrior charges forward, launching a spear at a giant spider. The spider dodges as the wolf calls out to his brother, who responds from a nearby wall. They clash fiercely, exchanging powerful blows that shake the ground beneath them. The wolf lunges, shouting he's got his target, but the armored brother swiftly dodges. The wolf follows with a rapid strike, catching the brother off guard. Nearby, the young man, Rihanna, and Balion watch anxiously, their expressions tense and alert. Suddenly, the floor beneath the wolf and his brother begins to shake violently. They stumble, surprised by the unexpected tremors. The wolf growls in frustration as the ground cracks open, threatening to swallow them both. The wolf and his brother brace themselves as the walls around them erupt with forceful impacts. The young man yells out their names, panic rising as the massive underground device starts moving unexpectedly. The wolf struggles to maintain his footing, realizing the battle is about to become even more dangerous. The underground device's legs suddenly shift shape, transforming its stance. Alarmed, the wolf shouts as the machine stomps forward, its heavy steps cracking the floor beneath. Rihanna screams out a warning, fearing for Mr. Heel. The wolf commands Heel to retreat as the device advances relentlessly. The small creature named Shell reacts swiftly, dodging the oncoming threat. The wolf's eyes widen in shock, realizing the danger is escalating. A sharp spear hurtles toward Shell, but the attack abruptly halts midair. The device continues its charge, but the spear's sudden stop surprises everyone, including the wolf and his companions. The armored figure stands still, silent and unmoving. As the group rushes to check on Shell, the wolf gently touches Shell, seeking reassurance. Suddenly, a mysterious glowing symbol appears on the wall, drawing their attention and signaling a new development. A mechanical voice warns that something is coming from inside the doll. The armored figure stands silently as the group, including the wolf and the young man, questions the source of the voice. Suddenly, the doll's chest opens with a mechanical hiss, revealing a glowing interior. Inside the doll, a young girl with short hair rubs her eye, waking up inside the mechanical shell. She appears calm and unbothered by her surroundings. The girl stretches and steps out of the doll, surprising the group. The wolf and the young man react with shock, while the armored figure addresses the girl. She responds confidently, standing tall and composed. The elf-like man stares in disbelief as the girl reveals she can understand their language. The young man admits he listens and learns when she talks, The girl's expression turns serious as she contemplates the situation, leaving everyone stunned by her unexpected abilities. The group confronts the armored figure, demanding to know who she is. The young man is stunned, questioning how a child emerged from a doll in the underground ruins and learned to speak their language so quickly. The girl slips forward, her expression unreadable. Suddenly, she falls, prompting the young man to ask if she is all right. The armored figure catches her effortlessly, then turns silently as the others gather behind. The girl speaks again, pointing toward a distant hole in the canal. The group notices the damage, and the young man and Rihanna hear an eerie noise coming from inside the tunnel. The girl gestures toward the entrance, signaling something important. Suddenly, mechanical doll reinforcements appear, flying swiftly toward them. The elf-like man shouts in alarm, recognizing the threat. The girl commands them to stop attacking Argo, warning the group not to harm the dolls. One doll launches a drill, heading straight for the crater as flames erupt around it. Mechanical dolls swarm around the crater, repairing the damaged canal with precise movements. The armored figure watches silently as the girl calmly directs the dolls, prompting the young man and Rihanna to realize the canal is being fixed. They wonder if the girl is the one commanding the dolls. The armored figure questions what happened to the Argo doll in the passage. While the girl hesitates, struggling to explain, the young man nervously admits they had no choice but to fight after being attacked. The girl's expression darkens, and the young man apologizes quietly. The armored figure apologizes for damaging the ruins and reveals they live above in a place called Sheol. The young man urgently asks to hear more about the ruins, believing his father's reason for sending him here lies within. The girl softly repeats the word surface, hinting at deeper meaning. The armored figure confirms the ruins are underground, surprising the group. The young man questions the meaning of ruins here, but the girl admits she doesn't know much about this place. A new figure interrupts, suggesting the girl might not understand the true nature of their surroundings. The young man recalls her memory, questioning who she is and why she guards the ruins with the dolls. She answers simply that it's her duty, reaffirming her resolve to protect the land. Suddenly, a new figure named Full interrupts, apologizing for the intrusion and startling the group. Full complains about the cold and asks to move somewhere warmer. While the young man wonders why the place is so cold, the group learns that the cold protection came from Bolshan, a friend who saved them many times. The young man is surprised to hear about Shell, their ally. The armored figure agrees to come along, and the young man eagerly asks what to call her. He confirms the doll's name is Bolshan and introduces himself and his companions, including Rihanna, Full, Ashton, and Heinous. The armored figure questions if they want to distinguish between them. She finally reveals her name is Nona and invites them to call her that. The group warmly welcomes her. Then, attention shifts to a strange feature on Heel, identified as the Cave King Crest, sparking curiosity and intrigue. The group moves through a vast stone corridor, their footsteps echoing as they approach a large doorway. Mechanical dolls hover nearby, their segmented heads scanning the area. The armored figure assures the young man that the dolls won't attack while he is present, calming his unease. The armored figure is questioned about her language and communication beyond Bolshan, but she admits her name is unclear and she speaks no other language. The young man and the others marvel at her growing fluency in Balian's language. They suggest taking her to the library to help her learn more, but she insists she cannot leave. The armored figure explains she has no memories but must fulfill her duty to protect the defenders, warning that losing control would be disastrous. The group warmly welcomes her and promises to bring books next time. They arrive at an ornate door, the armored figure announcing they have reached their destination, ready to uncover the secrets beyond. A sudden scent catches the group's attention, prompting a tense reaction. Heinous is called out, but the armored figure insists it cannot be. The massive door begins to creak open, emitting a bright light that stuns everyone. The young man shields his eyes, bewildered by the unfolding phenomenon. The group steps into a vast, lush garden enclosed by a glass dome. The young man gasps in shock, overwhelmed by the unexpected greenery and open sky above. Mechanical dolls and companions alike take in the breathtaking sight, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief. The armored figure questions if they are truly outside, while others shout in surprise. The lush ground teems with life, and the ceiling of the ruins looms overhead, confirming their location. One points excitedly at fish swimming in a clear river, marveling at the vibrant ecosystem thriving within the ruins. Attention shifts to a massive crystal embedded in the ceiling, identified as a sunstone. The young man reacts to a sudden bark from Riel, who eagerly alerts them to the presence of slimes scattered throughout the area. The group prepares to explore this verdant, mysterious sanctuary further. Massive golems march forward, their heavy footsteps shaking the ground as a small creature darts away in alarm. The young man shouts in shock at the sight of the golems, while another explains they are guarding the area. The sound of pruning shears clipping branches breaks the tension. The young man questions the girl about hurting the Kavo, and she calmly explains that protecting the Kavo is part of her duty. He presses her about who assigned this duty, but she can only say it's unclear and hard to explain. He urges her to remember something, but she remains silent, suggesting he just see for himself. The group walks beneath a natural tunnel formed by intertwining tree branches. The young man marvels at the sight, asking where the path leads. The girl reveals it is the place where she woke up, and he asks if it is also where she received her duty. She admits it was dark at first. The girl recalls waking up in complete darkness, unable to see anything, feeling cramped and confined. The first thing she saw was Bolshin kneeling beside her, offering silent support in the darkness. The group walks through a forest path, Balian leading with his armor shining. The girl turns back, her expression serious as she begins to explain. They stop before a weathered stone statue standing tall in a clearing, bathed in light. The young man and the girl stare in shock at the statue. Recognizing it from a relief in the library, she admits uncertainty about the figure's identity, recalling only vague memories from when she first saw it. The girl sits quietly beside the statue, a glowing inscription hovering in the air. She reveals this is a fragment of her memory, explaining she was given her duty to protect, despite the statue's silence. The young man looks determined as he encourages her to regain her lost memories. The girl listens intently, conflicted but hopeful, as he insists she should remember at least something to fulfill her duty. The group exchanges uncertain glances, each processing the mystery of the statue's identity. The girl remains silent, her expression unreadable, while the others look on with mixed curiosity and concern. The girl approaches the statue, tracing a symbol carved into its base. She admits she never paid much attention to it before, but now it stirs something deep within her. Bolshin reacts with shock, demanding to know why the symbol is here. His eyes widen in disbelief as he stares at the intricate emblem etched into the stone. The symbol seems to pulse with significance, prompting a single, heavy question. What is this, and what does it mean for them all? A hand reaches out to touch a carved stone bearing the Cave King crest. The group gathers around a weathered statue in a clearing. The young man gasps in shock, realizing the crest is on a statue deep within the underground ruins. The wolf-like warrior questions if the statue's woman also bears the Cave King crest, suggesting it might be an inscription or signature. The group contemplates whether the statue's creator had the crest, their eyes fixed on the figure bathed in sunlight. The elf with a crest on her arm is asked if she has one as well, but she denies it. The young man reflects on the variety of crests, noting that some humans don't have them, while others share the same crest, revealing a complex truth about their world. The elf excitedly explains that Heel's Cave King crest is rare and special, unknown even to its bearer before arriving here. The older man adds that the crest represents a treasure trove of resources and the power to uncover them, prompting the young man to wonder what kind of person once bore this crest and what they were doing in this place. The young man asks Nona if she has seen the crest anywhere else, hoping to explore the ruins more deeply. She denies it, questioning why he is so eager to know if the crest holds any meaning toward the present. He admits he came under his father's orders, wanting to understand what his father seeks in the ruins and to decide his own path. The elf contemplates the idea of duty, dismissing it as not something noble. He confesses that maybe he is doing this for himself, determined to uncover his father's true intentions. Suddenly, armored figures appear, speaking in an unknown language, causing the group to worry if everything is all right or if they might be executed. Nona grants permission to investigate the ruins but insists on accompanying him, limiting exploration to 4 people at once and demanding they avoid making a mess. The group agrees, acknowledging that the young man is one of the 4 allowed. As the day fades, the group notices the artificial dome simulating a day and night cycle, prompting them to postpone their investigation until tomorrow. They prepare to return to the surface, with one member pulling out a compression package from Royden. The elf retrieves the bag, revealing an assortment of supplies inside, ready for the next day's exploration. Laughter fills the camp as the group settles in the underground garden for the night, surrounded by trees and small creatures. A warrior volunteers to inform others above, confident he can make the trip alone despite concerns for their safety. Meanwhile, a young woman carefully prepares dinner over the fire. A figure approaches the camp, and the group invites her to join their meal. She declines politely, but another offers her a packed meal and advises her to stay near the fountain until morning. The atmosphere is warm but cautious, with subtle tension over responsibilities and trust. The young man expresses surprise that such a small girl can survive underground, while a beast-like companion explains the ruins were originally designed for habitation, complete with natural elements like water, vegetation, and a day-night cycle. The girl's role as protector of the ruins weighs heavily on them all. The group hopes their investigation will uncover clues about the girl's lost memories. As they eat, one member quietly slips away into the forest, noticing a faint glimmer among the trees. Her curiosity is piqued as she senses something unusual nearby. A voice calls urgently through the dark forest, drawing attention to glowing orbs flickering among the trees. The group, startled, turns toward the source of the light, sensing something unusual deep within the woods. The forest fills with countless shimmering lights, illuminating the night like a starry sky. The group approaches cautiously, recognizing the glowing figure as Shell, who radiates a soft, mysterious glow. Shell's light pulses gently, seeming neither harmful nor distressed. The group marvels at the spectacle, comparing the glowing orbs to slime and noting the beauty of the forest bathed in this strange illumination. Among the glowing orbs, a lone figure sits quietly beneath a statue, surrounded by the luminous creatures. The atmosphere feels serene yet tinged with loneliness, as the figure contemplates the solitude amid the glowing forest. Morning breaks underground. The group gathers by the fountain, commenting on how strange it feels. Bolshan and the mechanical doll exchange greetings as they notice Nona is missing, prompting concern. Nona appears tired and contemplative, questioning who will investigate the ruins. The group acknowledges the difficulty of mornings, and a voice stirs their attention. Varys arrives swiftly, greeted warmly despite his exhaustion. The group discusses the general's absence, explaining Elvin must guard the surface, while curiosity about Nona's presence grows. After a discussion about the garden's vegetation and language, the four-member team is assembled. Bolshan is assigned to watch over Nona, while Full and others remain in the garden as backup, preparing for the investigation ahead. Bolshan warns firmly that he has orders to eliminate anyone who harms the land. Causing a tense moment, the small slime creature, Shell, invites them to come along, surprising Bolshan. Nona offers to oversee one Kavo as they prepare to explore, and the group advances through the dense forest, eventually arriving at a wall opposite the entrance. They find themselves before a massive stone structure, with statues guarding the path. The group notes the labyrinthine passages and locked doors, but Bolshan feels reassured having Nona with them. Inside, the ruins feel like a place built for humans to live. Varys consults a book from the library, hoping to uncover the ruins' past and Nona's memories. Despite her serious demeanor, Nona's focus wavers as Varys reads surprising phrases from the text. The group enters a workshop filled with complex machinery and robotic arms working on repairs. Nona explains that the Argo broken earlier will be fixed soon, but the devices are too intricate for Kavo King to handle. Bolshan asks Nona what this place is, intrigued by the advanced technology. Nona reveals the metal Ryukin, which can freely change shape and is the material Bolshan's armor is made from. The ruined civilization astonishes the group, with mineral samples sparking ideas for experiments. Mr. Ashton asks Haines for help, who agrees without hesitation. Mr. Ashton spots a door and insists it must lead somewhere important. Nona confirms the door won't open, explaining some places in this land lie beyond even her authority. The group exchanges worried looks, sensing the door's significance. The door stands closed and unyielding, surrounded by shelves of minerals. Mr. Ashton suggests breaking it open, but Nona's fierce glare stops him immediately. He quickly backs down, agreeing to explore another room instead, wary of what lies beyond. A sudden mechanical click echoes as the symbol on Bolshan's hand glows intensely. The heavy door, once sealed tight, begins to slowly slide open, catching everyone off guard. Shock and confusion ripple through the group as they watch the impossible happen. Nona's eyes widen in stunned silence, her expression unreadable as the door reveals what lies beyond. Steam bubbles rise as a cloaked figure cautiously reaches out a hand, eyes wide with alertness. Mechanical pipes hiss and valves turn, the underground machinery alive and humming. The figure pauses, sensing something beyond the door. The heavy door that once refused to budge now stands open, revealing a deep, dark stairway descending into the unknown. The group stares in shock, questioning why even Nona couldn't open it before. The stairs stretch far down, shrouded in mist and mystery. Nona steps forward alone, her expression unreadable as she descends the endless staircase. The group calls after her, urging caution and not to leave them behind, aware even she is unfamiliar with this place. Exhaustion shows as the group climbs the seemingly endless stairs, knees aching. They ask Nona to slow, but she presses on, driven by curiosity. The narrow stairwell stretches endlessly, the unknown waiting below as the group wonders what lies ahead. An elder questions if those gathered might be friends of Lady Nona, but the group explains she only mentioned others near the garden. They realize the door's previous refusal to open hid their presence, making it likely others live beyond. Suddenly, the lion-like warrior, heinous, halts abruptly, drawing startled attention. The group faces a massive rock blocking the stairway, likely from a wall collapse. Despite the obstacle, the young man readies his pickaxe, confident the optimizing light won't be harmed by breaking the rock. Nona accepts the inevitability with calm resolve. The party steps cautiously into a vast underground chamber filled with pipes and machinery. The lion warrior's ears twitch at a sudden noise, footsteps crack the floor tiles, and shadows shift ominously among the pipes. Nona and the young man examine large broken containers lined up along the wall, unfamiliar devices emitting a faint chemical scent. The lion warrior's nose twitches at a strange smell, noting the place feels much rougher compared to upstairs. The Argo machines have stopped functioning, lacking any magic energy. The power line itself is broken, leaving no active Argo on this floor. This means no friends of Nona are managing them here. The lion-like warrior, Mr. Heel, is called over to examine strange claw marks on the wall stained with blood. They don't seem very old, raising alarm among the group. The party moves cautiously through the floor, aware something might be lurking nearby. The rough floor slows their steps, and the lion warrior's sensitive nose detects an unsettling scent, though no suspicious sounds come. As they delve deeper, the feeling of something unseen grows stronger. Despite the silence and absence of visible threats, the quiet ruins and echoing footsteps make the group increasingly nervous, waiting for whatever might reveal itself. The lion warrior scans the ruins cautiously, asking if the threat is nearby. Silence answers them as the group moves forward, tension rising with every step through the ancient, crumbling halls. Their eyes dart around, alert to any sign of danger. Suddenly, an arrow shoots through the air, narrowly missing the group. The lion warrior reacts instantly, drawing his bow to retaliate. While the others scramble for cover, eyes wide with shock, the arrow's origin remains unseen, adding to the growing unease. The lion warrior's intense gaze sharpens as he warns that bloodlust cannot be hidden. Even if the body is concealed, a monstrous figure lunges forward, its grotesque form revealed in a terrifying attack, dripping with dark blood. The creature crashes into the floor, eliciting gasps from the group. They struggle to identify the beast, debating if it's a lizard, a beast, or a chimera. The old man's voice trembles with fear and disbelief at the abomination before them. The lion warrior urgently warns everyone to stay alert as the monstrous chimera looms before them. The old man admits he has never witnessed a fusion of multiple beings, though he has heard legends of such creatures. The chimera's massive claw slams down, shaking the ground, while the group braces for the attack. The group realizes there are still 3 chimera creatures closing in on them. One member apologizes for not noticing sooner. Despite his keen senses, panic rises as the lion warrior shouts that the beasts are coming, and the group prepares to face the oncoming threat. Fireballs erupt as the group unleashes a fiery assault on the charging chimera beasts. The young man shouts a fire spell, but the creatures prove surprisingly agile, dodging the attack with swift movements. The chimera leap forward, claws ready to strike as the group braces for impact. A powerful wind spell shatters the ground beneath the chimera, sending debris flying. The chimera prove tough and stubborn, shrugging off the attack with arrows still lodged in their bodies. The woman urgently orders Nona to take cover behind Shell as the beasts close in. One chimera lunges fiercely at a woman, who narrowly evades the deadly swipe. The young man calls out her name in alarm as the beast roars, jaws snapping wide in a terrifying attack. The woman clenches her fists, revealing special orichalcum knuckles crafted by Mappa. She declares her intent to enchant her fists with lightning, preparing to strike back with electrified power against the relentless chimera. The woman unleashes a powerful lightning-infused punch, striking the chimera with a thunderous impact that sends sparks flying. The beast reels back, crackling with electricity as the attack lands. The young man and the woman shout in unison, urging Mr. Heel to act now. Flames burst forth as the princess combines magic and martial arts, casting a fiery spell that engulfs the advancing chimera. Mr. Heel and the wolf-like companion prepare to match her intensity. Ready to keep pace with her fierce assault, arrows fly toward the beasts, adding to the relentless barrage. The group catches a brief moment to assess the aftermath, declaring the immediate threat handled. Suddenly, a new wave of grotesque creatures charges from the tunnel, overwhelming the young man who falls to the ground. The woman and Mr. Heel exchange urgent warnings, realizing the enemy numbers are endless and urging a strategic retreat. Mr. Heel channels both fire and ice magic simultaneously, unleashing a devastating dual-element attack that explodes among the creatures. The blast scatters the monsters, buying precious time. The group seizes the moment to regroup and prepare for their next move, eyes scanning the battlefield for any sign of further danger. The group catches their breath after losing the relentless monsters, but the tension remains high. Nona confirms the creatures aren't active, yet warns that Argo is also present on this floor, so leaving the monsters loose is dangerous. The young man asks if those creatures protect the ruins like Argo, but Nona doubts it. They consider eliminating the monsters, but hesitate over the unknown number they face. Nona points out something in a distant corner, drawing their attention. The young man's eyes widen in shock as a shadowy figure lurks just beyond sight. A cloaked person emerges from the darkness, startling everyone. The young man calls out to Nona, amazed to see someone like her here. The group reacts with a mix of surprise and caution at the unexpected presence. The cloaked figure speaks cryptically, implying the young man doesn't understand her. He urges Nona to try communicating and translating. Suddenly, the wolf-like companion senses danger and warns everyone to stand back. The figure's presence triggers a fierce protective reaction, escalating the tension instantly. The cloaked figure suddenly unleashes a fierce attack, revealing a monstrous chimera roaring as it lunges forward. The young man recoils in shock, caught off guard by the sudden assault. The monstrous chimera lunges fiercely at Mr. Heel, who braces for impact as the young man shouts his name in alarm. The woman swiftly dives forward, grabbing the young man to pull him out of harm's way. The chimera crashes through the wall, sending debris flying as the woman shields the young man. A horned warrior commands to not hesitate, firing a powerful arrow that strikes the beast squarely. The chimera roars in pain, staggering from the assault. Dust settles as the group regroups, calling out to Mr. Heel and Princess Rihanna. The young man processes the shock, realizing the chimera can mimic human form, a terrifying revelation. The woman reassures the group, insisting she is fine despite the chaos. The chimera's wounds begin to smoke and burn, arrows embedded deep in its flesh. The horned warrior and the woman watch cautiously as the creature's injuries start to heal rapidly. The young man stares in shock, witnessing the chimera's unnatural regenerative power. The chimera reveals its true form, towering monstrously with a lion's body, serpent tail, and fierce horns, as the horned warrior stands ready with bow drawn, and Mr. Ashton watches tensely behind. Shock ripples through the group as the wolf-like ally declares the chimera's form overwhelming in size, while the beast roars ferociously, jaws wide and teeth bared. The wolf-like ally shouts a warning, calling out to Mr. Heel as the chimera lunges forward with a powerful swipe, claws slashing through the air. The horned warrior launches into a swift counterattack, leaping and striking with fierce blows that send debris flying, while the wolf-like ally circles, claws ready to tear into the beast. The horned warrior lunges at the chimera, claws slashing fiercely as the beast snarls in response. The wolf-like ally notes the chimera's rapid regeneration, but insists it remains a living creature despite its healing. Mr. Ashton observes, impressed by the hunter's agility in the cramped ruins, though he remains wary of the creature's resilience. The horned warrior calls out to Crest, focusing on the chimera's vital points with sharpened senses. He commands a precise strike as the chimera roars, revealing multiple snarling heads emerging from the shadows, each ready to attack. The wolf-like ally's eyes widen in alarm at the terrifying sight. The chimera emits a powerful, disorienting roar that seems to shake the very air, causing the group to clutch their heads in pain. The horned warrior questions the nature of this attack, realizing it houses multiple lives within one monstrous form. The hunter braces against the overwhelming force as the chimera's attack intensifies. The horned warrior and the chimera clash violently, exchanging brutal blows that echo through the narrow corridor. The wolf-like ally and Mr. Ashton watch from behind, the young man shouting out in desperation as the chimera lunges forward once more, its monstrous form advancing relentlessly. The injured Heinous collapses, groaning as the others rush to her side. The hunter commands Princess Rihanna and Varys to combine their magic, and they unleash a powerful double blizzard spell together. The icy storm surges forward, clashing against the chimera's fiery breath. The chimera counters with a blazing inferno, its flames roaring down the corridor. The hunter and the protagonist brace themselves, shocked by the beast's overwhelming power as it pushes them back. Heinous struggles to stand, still wounded, while the others prepare to defend. The flames intensify, forcing the group to retreat. Heinous insists on running to help from the side despite her injuries, but the wolf-like ally warns her against it. Princess Rihanna holds her shield steady, trying to hold the line as the chimera advances relentlessly. Kavo warns that the flames won't be stopped even if Rihanna joins the fight, and that Heinous will struggle to strike the chimera again. Nona watches silently as Rihanna pulls out a vial, determined to use it. The group braces as the Chimera's assault grows fiercer, pushing them to their limits. The Chimera unleashes a massive, swirling vortex of fiery energy, its roar shaking the chamber. Crest and the hunter react with alarm, eyes wide as the beast's attack intensifies, the flames spiraling toward them. The hunter's shock deepens as the Chimera's assault sends debris flying. Nearby, Nona stands firm amid the rubble, flanked by her worn Argo dolls, her expression resolute despite the damage. Nona reveals she deployed an emergency magic energy bottle, but the Argo dolls were already too damaged to help. They were merely a facade. The Chimera advances steadily, undeterred by the crumbling surroundings. The hunter and Crest shout warnings, desperate as Nona faces the beast alone. The Chimera strikes fiercely, its winged form crashing down with devastating force. The group scrambles to shield themselves, the hunter urging Nona to flee. Crest snarls, commanding her to run as the danger closes in relentlessly. The cloaked figure looms ominously atop the Chimera's massive head, its presence sending a chill through the group. The young man's eyes widen in alarm as the beast's gaze locks onto Princess Rihanna, who stands defiantly against the crumbling wall. The Chimera snarls, its sharp eyes fixed on her, while the hooded figure remains silent and shadowed. The hooded figure speaks in a cryptic language, its words chilling the air. Crest's eyes widen in shock as he realizes the truth. The Chimera was never mimicking a human. The hunter gasps, confirming the terrifying revelation that the Chimera is a fusion of multiple beasts with a human. Princess Rihanna listens intently, her expression hardening as the truth sinks in. The hooded figure continues its ominous speech, the group tensing in response. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently as the Chimera slams its massive limbs down, sending debris flying. Everyone braces for impact, their eyes locked on the looming threat. A giant serpent bursts from the rubble, lunging toward the group with a fierce roar. The hunter swiftly raises his weapon, slicing through the air to intercept the attack. The serpent's jaws snap shut just inches from him, its tongue flicking menacingly as the battle escalates. A sudden warning shouts out as Cave's spider thread shoots forward, ensnaring Princess Rihanna in sticky webs. She struggles desperately while the slime shell tries to help, but the threads tighten fast, trapping them both. The hunter calls out their names in alarm as the Chimera's serpent tail crashes down, shattering the ground beneath them. The hooded figure stands ominously nearby, while Rihanna and Shell struggle against the binding threads. She admits her mistake, caught off guard by the attack. Crest and the hunter roar in fury, demanding the captors release Rihanna and Shell. The hooded figure utters a cryptic incantation, summoning a group of monstrous lizard-like creatures that advance menacingly toward the group. Tension spikes as the enemies close in. He unleashes a powerful magical blast, forcing the creatures back as Rihanna remains tightly bound in the spider thread. She gasps out a weak greeting, barely able to move, while the slime shell writhes helplessly beside her, the danger far from over. A massive serpent tail slams down, cracking the ground with brutal force. Sweat beads on Crest's face as his sharp eyes widen in shock. The tail retracts swiftly, leaving a deep crater behind. The earth beneath the group splits open violently, swallowing the monstrous lizard creatures whole. Crest shouts out in desperation, calling for Princess Rihanna, his voice trembling as the chasm yawns wider, placing her just beyond reach. The group fights fiercely against the monstrous lizard creatures swarming the area. Crest and the hunter unleash powerful attacks, but the enemies keep coming relentlessly. The princess and Shell remain trapped, heightening the urgency. The hooded figure watches calmly, activating a mechanism as the creatures close in. The lizard monsters roar and charge, their multiple heads snapping wildly. Crest shouts out in desperation, calling for Princess Rihanna and Shell as the danger intensifies. Sweat drips down his face, his eyes wide with fear. The enemy's snarls grow louder, closing the net around the trapped pair. A blazing mark erupts on Crest's hand as he screams, forcing his way through the chaos. His voice cuts through the roar, demanding the enemies get out of his way. The dark symbol pulses fiercely, signaling a surge of power ready to be unleashed. Crest's attack explodes across the battlefield, sending shockwaves that stagger the monstrous creatures. The lizards reel back, caught off guard by the sudden force. Crest's fierce gaze pierces through the fray as the tide of battle begins to shift in their favor. The monstrous chimera crashes down violently, smashing through the rocky terrain as it lunges forward with savage force. The beast's multiple heads snap wildly, tearing into the earth and sending debris flying in every direction. The destruction intensifies as the chimera's rampage causes the entire cavern ceiling to collapse, huge boulders and rubble crashing down toward the group below. Princess Rihanna and her companions brace themselves, their eyes wide with shock and urgency. Dust and smoke fill the air as the aftermath of the collapse settles, revealing the stunned group struggling to comprehend the devastation. The young man clutches his head in pain, realizing the gravity of the magic unleashed by Mr. Heal. A dark symbol pulses ominously on the young man's hand, triggering a warning that an ability beyond the Crest rank has been activated. Fear and determination flash across his face as he calls out for Nona and Mr. Heal, urging swift action despite the danger ahead. The girl summons 2 Argo dolls, causing rubble to levitate around her as she steadies herself. The young man offers her a hand, relieved to see her safe amid the destruction. She admits her anger led to the chaos, while he expresses gratitude that some Argo still function. The muscular hunter is asked if he can track the Chimera's scent, but he apologizes, saying the floor interferes with his ability. The girl insists she knows the way despite the young man's surprise. She explains she can faintly sense the Chimera's presence but cannot pinpoint direction or distance well. She deduces the Chimera wrapped its prey in tough string before swallowing them, likely to take them alive, and believes their lives are not in immediate danger. The group prepares to pursue the Chimera, encouraged by the Argo's floor plans that can help locate their target. They resolve to rescue Princess Rihanna and Shell, moving swiftly through the ruins as rubble settles behind them. The young man asks the girl about a message from Nona regarding the Chimera and their captives. She reveals the Chimera called her defective, which shocks him. She explains she is missing information about the Chimera's goals and identity. Though it seems to know her, she admits she is supposed to know him, but the details elude her, leaving them uncertain about the enemy's intentions. The Chimera lunges down the narrow corridor, forcing the group to react instantly. The young man questions how the girl can sense the Chimera's presence and wonders about their connection. The wolf-like hunter growls fiercely, urging everyone to push through as there's no room to dodge. The group braces themselves, charging forward with determination as the ominous sound of rushing air echoes through the pipes overhead. Darkness surrounds her as muffled sounds echo. She stirs, sensing something nearby, her eyes open slowly, confusion and unease growing. Suddenly, the small creature inside a glass capsule catches her attention, and she calls out to it in surprise. She jolts upright in a strange mechanical chair, alarmed by her confinement. Her hands grip the armrests tightly as realization dawns on her. The small creature remains close, silently observing her reaction. The chair moves forward on its own, gliding through a dim corridor. She questions the chair's motion, recalling their capture by the Chimera. Anxiety mounts as she wonders where they are being taken. She struggles against the restraints, urged by the creature to escape and reunite with the others. A cloaked figure appears suddenly, blocking her path and warning her to stay quiet. His words echo the tone of someone familiar, stirring recognition within her. She apologizes for any trouble caused, insisting they mean no harm. The figure's presence is imposing. Yet she pleads for understanding, hoping to protect the land as Nona once did. The cloaked figure confirms Nona gave permission to investigate underground as he approaches the restrained woman. She reveals she came from the surface in Sheol, surprising him. He questions how many people live there now, and she explains about 200 people live with Mr. Heal. He notes this person has memories, deepening the mystery. The figure declares he will call himself Sarah, a name he chooses for himself. The woman in the chair gasps, recognizing the name with shock and disbelief. Sarah's appearance is nearly identical to Nona's, except for blue skin. He explains they are the same type, a deus machina, and calls them dolls in other words. The woman struggles to understand, questioning if Nona is also a doll despite looking human. Sarah suggests the firmness of her thoughts remains even without memory. The woman wonders why she was not removed and why she was invited in and guided. Sarah insists Nona takes her mission seriously. While the woman admits it's because they insisted, the woman admits the situation feels defective somehow. The woman reflects on how few truly empathize with Machina, expressing gratitude for Nona's actions this time. She senses the difficulty in understanding people like her. The woman looks surprised as they approach a large stone archway. Rows of glass tubes line the walls, each containing skeletal remains. She stares in shock at the skeletal figures inside the tubes. Realizing these are chimeras, the other explains that Zodia are powerful beings once used as weapons, but research was halted due to uncontrollable power. The woman worries about the danger, learning that escaped chimeras multiplied but are no longer used. The woman swallows nervously, questioning what Sarah is. A shadowy figure with multiple beast heads declares that chimeras are mere beasts that avoid fighting stronger foes. The figure gestures toward a large mechanical device emitting steam and noise. The woman and the others stand before a massive cylindrical tank holding a naked figure suspended in fluid, connected by tubes. The woman watches silently as the figure floats inside, hinting at a deeper secret behind Sarah's identity. The woman gasps in shock, staring at a naked human figure suspended in fluid inside a large tank. She struggles to comprehend this sight. The other calmly explains that it is not a person, but a vessel. She floats alongside many similar figures in tanks. As the other reveals these are Zuma, living vessels alongside failures, the room is filled with countless cylindrical containers holding these forms. The other walks among the tanks, explaining that the failures are containers without arum or heart. They barely retain their shape in the culture fluid and crumble if exposed to the outside, making them unsuitable as weapons. The woman questions the meaning of failures. The other warns that the research could end today. The woman looks stunned and confused as they approach a grand, domed structure at the center of the chamber. The group presses forward through a corridor littered with fallen chimera bodies. One urges haste, warning the chimera pursuers won't relent. The leader cautions that the humanoid chimera they faced was far stronger, and survival isn't guaranteed if they encounter it again. He offers to carry the others if needed during their escape. The urgency to rescue Princess Rihanna and Shell drives them onward. The young man clenches his fists, vowing fiercely to save Rihanna and Shell. His companions share his determination, their expressions fierce and resolute. The woman watches quietly, her face calm but thoughtful, as the promise to save their friends steals their resolve. Mechanical arms and tubes whir and twist above a circular platform in a grand chamber. A young woman calls out to Shell, staring at the strange device in confusion. She grips the edge tightly, deciding to try magic since brute force won't break it. Flames flicker as the woman's hand is drawn toward the device, which sucks in her magic through a glowing crystal embedded in the chair's restraints. A cold voice warns her the restraints cannot be removed. Fear and desperation flash across her face as she demands to know their captor's intentions. The chamber's door clangs shut, sealing her fate. A cloaked figure reflects on the immense knowledge and effort poured into Zuma research, acknowledging the creation of vessels is fraught with hardship. The woman remains trapped, wide-eyed, as the figure speaks of fulfilling a long-awaited duty. Outside, ruins lie in desolation, contrasting with the surface now thriving with people again. The grand domed structure looms as the figure declares the day has come to revive the Empire's people. The woman's shock deepens, questioning the meaning of empire. Suddenly, a radiant light pulses from within a nearby tank, illuminating the chamber and calling out to Shell, who is still confined and trembling in the chair. The cloaked figure explains that the arum of a citizen rests within the cavo, revealing containers without arum are vessels. The woman questions if the lights within the slime are human souls. The figure admits uncertainty about who sleeps within the cavo, noting Nona might know if she were normal. The woman senses Nona is coming, warning Mr. Heel not to approach as new vessels are being brought in. She pleads desperately for him to stay away. The group rushes forward through the ruins, asking Nona if they are close. She confirms they are right ahead. They stop in shock upon discovering humans preserved in large containers, stunned by the sight. The hunter wonders if the figures are humanoid chimera. Recalling mentions from alchemy books, the group marvels at the underground civilization's advanced technology. Suddenly, the beastly companion commands a halt, alerting the others to stop immediately. Dozens of monstrous creatures swarm from the shadows, surrounding the group in a sudden ambush. The hunter and companions brace themselves as the beasts close in, their snarls echoing through the vast chamber. A voice greets them coldly, welcoming the surface dwellers to this perilous place. A pale figure sits calmly atop a large pipe, her gaze steady and unreadable. The hunter and his allies call out, mistaking her for Nona, but she denies it silently. Her presence is unsettling yet composed. The figure reveals her identity as a Deus Machina number Sarah, a doll who manages this land just like number Nona. She assures them she means no harm and promises to return Princess Rihanna and Shell safely. She warns that surface dwellers are precious vessels, not to be attacked needlessly. Sarah explains that her duty began long ago, answering the hunter's question about vessels. She describes a dark calamity that swallowed the world above, land, sky, and oceans, forcing entire civilizations to seek refuge underground. The hunter and his companions listen, trying to grasp the metaphorical darkness that changed their world forever. The underground civilization was called Velua, a great empire that once ruled the surface with advanced magic and technology. People retreated into sleep to survive the dark calamity, and the vessels were created for this purpose. Cavo are immortal cradles housing the hearts of Velua's people, simple artificial life forms that live long. Slime are also artificial life forms, but the failed Zuma could not become vessels. Now, the people of Velua will awaken, using surface dwellers as vessels, and Sarah warns not to resist to avoid damaging them. Sarah commands number Nona to fulfill her duty under her command, even if she has lost her memory. As Nona hesitates, Sarah walks away, surrounded by the looming presence of the beasts and the underground pillars, calling out to Nona once more. A sudden burst of energy erupts as Number Nona unleashes a powerful attack. Her expression sharp and focused, the hunter and his companion watch in shock, questioning her intentions as she stands firm, declaring her duty to protect Velua. Memories flicker in Nona's mind, revealing a regal figure and a warning that her methods might not be approved by the one behind the voice. She faces a monstrous chimera, her thoughts troubled as she confronts the possibility of treason against the Empire. Danger strikes from above as the hunter yells a warning to Nona. She remains calm, eyes wide with resolve, while monstrous creatures descend rapidly. Preparing to attack, the hunter and his allies brace themselves for the incoming threat. A towering armored figure, Bolshan, strides forward beside Nona, ready to defend against the beasts. She explains she has sent one of the activated Argo to retrieve something important, prompting alarm and surprise from the hunter and his companions. The hunter and his companions face a sudden onslaught of reptilian monsters, their jaws snapping and eyes gleaming with menace. A fierce warrior leaps into action, slashing through the creatures with swift, precise strikes. Alarmed, the hunter calls out to Eve, demanding an explanation for the chaos despite heinous presence. The tension rises as the group realizes the threat is far worse than anticipated. The hunter urges Heel to leave the dangerous situation to them and escape, but the others plead desperately to save the princess. Number Nona assesses the situation calmly, stating that breaking through the massive door by force or magic is futile. A determined figure dashes forward, ready to act despite the warnings. The hunter smashes the door with a powerful strike, shattering it with a resonating crash that echoes through the chamber. A mysterious emblem glows on his chest as he pushes forward, but Number Nona urgently calls out to stop him, questioning his reckless actions. The hunter's resolve is clear, but the warning hangs heavily in the air. The warrior crashes to the ground, battered but unyielding. As the monstrous threat looms, Number Nona confronts Sarah, criticizing her stubborn methods and urging her to reconsider her plans. She admits regret for trusting Sarah and reveals she should have destroyed the defective item long ago, signaling a deep conflict over their course of action. A swarm of monstrous creatures surrounds the group, tension rising as they prepare for battle. Number Nona stands resolute, her armor activating with a glowing emblem, while a fierce lion-like beast readies to charge. Her eyes narrow with determination as she mounts the armored beast, the machine roaring to life. The lion snarls fiercely, muscles tensing for the impending clash. The armored warrior leaps forward, shield raised, spear aimed at the snarling lion's face. The beast roars, a massive snake coiling behind it, ready to strike. Alone in a vast, empty space, a woman walks uncertainly, her footsteps echoing in the void. Confused, she questions her location, feeling disoriented and lost without any sense of direction or time. The woman rushes forward, relieved to find Shell safe and sound. She asks the gelatinous creature if it knows the way out, but confusion clouds her mind as she questions their location. Suddenly, Shell shifts, revealing a mirror that catches her off guard. The mirror reflects an elegant woman in a flowing dress and ornate jewelry, standing still and silent within its depths. The sight unsettles the woman, her eyes widening in shock as she stares at the mysterious figure. The reflection's eyes slowly open, revealing a piercing gaze that sends a chill through the woman. Their hands reach out, grasping hers through the glass, and recognition dawns on her face as she realizes who this person is. Meanwhile, a man sprints up a grand staircase inside a vast, columned chamber, shouting the name Rihanna. The woman stands confined within a strange device, her expression unreadable, while her eyes glow with an eerie light that hints at something deeper within. Footsteps echo down a long, empty corridor as a door creaks open. A man grips a pickaxe tightly, then swings it with force, shattering stone and debris in his path. He climbs a grand staircase, breath ragged, eyes wide with confusion as he questions the strange temple surrounding him. His voice calls out desperately for Rihanna and Shell. Standing before a sealed chamber, he pledges to free them both. The woman inside remains silent, her face shadowed, while the man readies himself as the mechanism begins to grind open. He apologizes to Shell for his delay, determined to rescue Rihanna. The woman's restraints release with a hiss, and she slowly rises from the chair. The man's eyes widen in relief and surprise as she leans into him, collapsing into his arms. He calls her name, overwhelmed by the reunion. He anxiously asks if she is awake and all right, relieved to see her breathing and unhurt. Her eyes flutter open, and she quietly touches her shoulder, revealing a mysterious mark. Suddenly, she grabs his arm with surprising strength, flipping him onto the ground. He stammers in shock, unable to understand her sudden aggression. She speaks in an unknown language, startling him as he recalls the warning about immortal vessels housing souls of Vela people. He realizes the soul of a Vela person, once inside shell, now resides within her. Desperately, he calls out for Rihanna to wake up, questioning if the soul is sleeping inside her. Her wide eyes fixate on the mark as she touches it again, hinting at a deeper connection within. He gasps, clutching his side as he urgently asks if Rihanna has returned. His eyes fixate on the mark on her shoulder, sensing something wrong. Suddenly, she grabs his arm and speaks in an unknown language, her voice cold and commanding. He struggles to understand, realizing the soul inside her is stirring. She insists she must remove it from her body, her expression tense and determined. She suddenly grabs his face, demanding to know what he is. His shock is palpable, eyes wide as she stares deeply into him. Her gaze intensifies, and he feels the weight of her presence as she utters more cryptic words. His vision blurs, and a haunting image of a girl appears in his mind, filling him with dread. She hurriedly explains, correcting herself as she calls him by name. Her hands move expressively as she speaks in the strange language, trying to convey a complex message. He listens intently, struggling to grasp her meaning. Her face softens briefly, then hardens again as memories and faces swirl around her, showing the weight of her burden. He calls out to Rihanna, confused and desperate for answers. She calmly reveals that this is Rihanna's body, but she is the one controlling it now. His shock deepens as he questions how she can speak the Balayan language and demands to know her identity. She smiles enigmatically, confirming her control and leaving him to grapple with the truth. She challenges him to learn some manners, asking who he thinks she is. He stammers, shocked that she knows his name. As she reveals she read Rihanna's memories, she admits entering someone else's body, something even she didn't expect Sarah to do. He hesitates, realizing he wants Rihanna's body back, but she smirks and asks what if she says no, leaving him stunned and speechless. Shock and disbelief fill him as he questions how she can do this, struggling to comprehend the situation. She remains calm, watching the strange device activate above them, projecting a chaotic battle scene. His confusion deepens as the images unfold, revealing the intensity of the conflict. The battle rages on with relentless waves of monstrous creatures attacking. They urge each other to maintain distance and keep firing, refusing to panic despite the overwhelming numbers. One warns that joining the fight would drag them into danger, insisting they hold their ground to protect the pawns. Another laments their inability to aid number Nona in this desperate moment. A fierce clash erupts between a massive beast with horns and a heavily armored warrior wielding a shield and sword. The creature roars ferociously, claws smashing the ground as the armored figure braces for impact, ready to counterattack. The tension of the fight crackles in the air, both combatants locked in a deadly struggle. The armored warrior launches a swift, precise assault, dodging the beast's snapping jaws and striking back with a powerful blow. The creature recoils, snarling as the battle intensifies with rapid exchanges of attack and defense. The fight escalates, each move critical in this high-stakes confrontation. The armored warrior lunges at the massive horned beast, blade aimed for a fierce strike. The creature snarls, claws digging into the ground as it charges forward, ready to counterattack. The doll with the hairpin studies the beast intently, noting its power and speed match her records exactly. She questions if it was modified, but concludes it moves just as expected. Surrounded by floating data screens, the doll explains to Sarah that her calculation functions link directly to Bolshan. Combat records are analyzed to optimize strategies, especially for dealing with Artemia and her allies. The doll taunts the beast, pointing out its lost memory and lack of information. She unleashes a barrage of sharp projectiles, calculating their trajectories precisely as they streak toward the enemy. Sharp projectiles explode around the massive beast as the doll with the hairpin commands a precise barrage. Shouting that she's shooting it down, the missiles streak through the air, detonating on impact. Forcing the creature to react, it charges forward, shaking the ground beneath it as the armored warrior speeds in to meet the attack head-on. The beast roars fiercely, closing the distance with terrifying speed. The doll analyzes the battlefield, noting the inability to designate blind spots due to lurking monsters. She adjusts tactics, accelerating and striking with calculated precision. The warrior lunges, slamming into the creature's armored hide with a powerful blow. The doll taunts the beast, mocking its assumption that Bolshan is faster. She declares this belief naive as the battle intensifies. The beast unleashes a barrage of attacks, while the doll maneuvers deftly, evading and countering with swift, relentless strikes. The warrior speeds up using compressed air, closing in on the beast's ferocious charge. Unable to dodge, the doll strengthens the shield on her left arm with Ryuken's power, She braces herself and blocks the beast's devastating attack, holding firm against the overwhelming force. The armored warrior slams into the beast with a powerful strike, shattering the ground beneath them. The impact sends debris flying as the creature reels from the blow. The beast crashes through pillars and rubble, charging fiercely forward. Allies shout out in alarm, calling for Nona as the chaos intensifies. A winged beast swoops down to attack the armored warrior, who braces for the assault. Sparks and energy crackle around a nearby figure, signaling a surge of power. The figure, revealed as Nona, stares down with fierce determination. She challenges her opponents, her overwhelming fighting presence radiating as feathers drift around her. The winged beast crashes through the shattered pillars, its heavy steps sending debris flying as the armored warrior braces against the destruction. The warrior's armor cracks under the strain, sparks flying from the impact. A voice calls out urgently for Nona as the battle rages on. The doll with the hairpin focuses, reinforcing damaged inner frame and joints with Ryuken's power. Abandoning the battered external armor, the beast questions why she fights despite the inevitable outcome, calculating the power gap coldly. The doll faces a harsh accusation, accused of betraying the Empire by siding with surface dwellers and abandoning her mission. She calmly denies abandoning her mission, warning not to underestimate Bolshin's potential to win as she prepares for what comes next. The beast lunges fiercely, shouting defective item, as it attacks the armored warrior. The scene shifts to a vast hall where allies watch the battle unfold on a large screen, their faces filled with shock and despair as they call out Nona's name in desperation. The young man insists he must help Nona despite warnings to stay put. The woman seated calmly questions his plan, reminding him of Riena's fate and the trust his friends placed in him to rescue her. He struggles with the weight of their expectations and his own doubts. His resolve falters as he contemplates his disbelief in his friends. While the woman muses over the true nature of Reina and the mysterious person inside her, she challenges him to consider if she is an enemy or an ally, before playfully urging him to bet on who will win between Nona and Sarah. The battle intensifies as the beast charges fiercely, breaking pillars and sending debris flying. Nona's companion shouts in concern. Noticing her moves have lost their edge, the beast taunts her, mocking the dullness of her attacks as it closes in. The armored warrior counters swiftly, firing multiple energy blasts at the beast. The creature roars in response, but the warrior maneuvers with precision, dodging and retaliating with a barrage of attacks. Nona braces herself, preparing for the next strike amid the chaos. The armored warrior commands the activation of onboard Argo, unleashing a swarm of small, flying units that fire from multiple angles. The beast roars as explosions erupt around it, but the swarm relentlessly attacks, forcing the creature to defend itself. The swarm continues its assault, darting swiftly as the beast snarls in frustration. The warrior watches calmly, noting the attacks barely faze the creature, which lashes out fiercely in retaliation. The beast mocks the warrior's strategy, questioning how bug bites could harm a lion. It reveals its regeneration ability, explaining that merely cutting flesh won't inflict damage. The warrior processes this, preparing for a new approach. The warrior intensifies the attack, gathering a massive concentration of magic energy into the swarm. Despite warnings from allies to retreat, the warrior declares a burning resolve to incinerate the beast to its bones, unleashing a devastating concentrated strike. Explosions erupt as the armored warrior and Ryuken launch a fierce assault, shattering pillars and sending debris flying. Nearby, Eve coughs violently, clutching a small creature as the dust settles around them. The beast's eyes widen in shock, struggling to comprehend the damage. Allies watch anxiously, questioning if the warrior truly succeeded. Meanwhile, the armored figure monitors magic energy output, noting the immense power used to melt the dragon scales on its wings. The woman with the high ponytail solemnly tells Nona that her limit has been reached, but urges her not to grieve. The beast prepares to vanish, but a massive dragon ally intervenes, surprising everyone. A grotesque, amorphous creature approaches, causing shock and fear. The armored warrior calmly identifies it as Ultimecia, a being that absorbs and fuses with the power of what it consumes, growing stronger with each victim. The woman's arm transforms grotesquely, a monstrous horned limb erupting with power as she demands if the other intends to take her too. Even if she is a machina, the armored figure watches cautiously, questioning the threat. She declares their shared mission to protect the harem of Vela and awaken them when the time comes, promising to take over if the other is defective. Alone among rubble, she reflects on endless research and experiments proving that creating a vessel for people is impossible. The duty to revive the people of Vela must be fulfilled by using the surface dwellers. She orders the other to give her body and power, insisting it's logical since memories remain. A small creature cries out in alarm. The woman firmly rejects the claim, stating in a deus machina like herself has no reason to hand over her duty. She commands Bolshin to use her reserve magic energy for the final attack. Mechanical warriors surge forward in a coordinated assault, their advance swift and relentless. The charge crashes into the grotesque creature with overwhelming force. Allies shout in shock as the armored figure and Ryukin combine powers, transforming Argo into Bolshin with Ryukin's shield. The battle intensifies as the assault tears into the enemy, pushing the fight toward its climax. Mechanical warriors swarm the monstrous lion-like creature, their coordinated assault relentless as it roars in defiance. Blood drips from the woman's mouth as she taunts the enemy, revealing the attack was merely a cheap trick. The armored figure reminds the other that a deus machina can sense each other's presence through signals. Accusing the foe of forgetting this crucial fact, a powerful punch lands, and a shocked cry calls out for Nona as shadows engulf the scene. The woman acknowledges the enemy's ability to pinpoint and attack her, but commands not to let Ultimecia escape, ordering her to be devoured along with Bolshin. Her eyes widen as a dark, viscous substance begins to envelop her body. The monstrous creature realizes the truth. A disguise was used. The armored figure clenches a fist, and the woman's expression shifts to horror as she connects the dots. Bolshin was the real one all along. The armored figure slams into the woman, who gasps in shock as her hand is pierced, clutching the heart stone. She warns not to move, explaining Bolshin's claws are deadly. The armored figure reveals she grabbed the heart stone herself, using her body as a decoy. The dark substance spreads rapidly over the woman's body as she gasps out Sarah's name. The monstrous lion questions if their duty truly means sacrificing surface dwellers. The woman scolds Nona for being too naive, insisting the heart stone should have been crushed immediately. Meanwhile, two others debate what the people of Vela truly want. The woman orders Bolshin to be quiet, calling her a defective item who forgot her duty. Bolshin groans in pain, their eyes locking in a tense moment. Suddenly, the armored figure collapses, shocking the group. The chimera beasts retreat with a roar, signaling their withdrawal. The lion calls out to Ultimecia, confused by her actions. The woman insists Ultimecia always acts to protect them, even now, despite the chaos. The monstrous lion admits the fusion got through, revealing the heart stone in his claw. He insists this means he is not their enemy. Two figures face each other cautiously amid the ruins, tension thick between them. One calls out Sarah's name, their eyes locked in silent understanding. A flashback unfolds as two girls discuss confusion and loneliness. One recalls Full's words from yesterday, realizing they both shared the same isolation. The other apologizes quietly, acknowledging the burden of fighting alone while forgetting her duty. The injured girl harshly declares the other a defective item, claiming machines lack emotions. A woman smirks knowingly nearby. The scene pulls back to reveal a shattered battlefield. Both sides exhausted and scattered, the fight ending in a stalemate due to injury. A group rushes toward an unconscious figure sprawled on the cracked floor, calling out to Nona in alarm. They check on her and Sarah, both unresponsive, panic rising as healing magic proves useless on dolls. A woman reassures that neither Nona nor Sarah is dead, explaining Nona's magic energy is depleted and Sarah's circuits are damaged, triggering an emergency shutdown. The man listens, surprised by Sarah's unexpected halt. The man reflects on Sarah's true confidence and her inability to defeat Ultimecia, noting she sought negotiation while Nona never intended to fight. Both acted with determination, driven by their own will beyond mere duty. The woman smiles, finding the situation delightful as she prepares a device. The group agrees to pursue Mr. Heel, wary of another chimera attack. Suddenly, a voice calls out, startling them as a mysterious presence makes itself known. The group watches a screen where a woman seated in a chair praises their bravery, her blood boiling with excitement from the battle. She offers a drink as thanks but first requests a favor, asking if there is a machina studio upstairs. The woman's tone is calm but commanding, catching the group's attention. The focus shifts to the injured Nona and Sarah lying unconscious. The woman instructs to take them to the Argo for repairs. A man acknowledges the order, though puzzled by the woman's strange behavior. She then reveals she is not Rihanna but a Veluan possessing her body, shocking everyone with this confession. The man clenches his fist, determined as the woman confirms Rihanna's mind is dormant inside her body. He promises to bring Rihanna back, asking the group to care for Nona and Sarah. The others react with surprise and concern, while the man's resolve strengthens, vowing to fix everything. The woman smiles gently, instructing them to go to the Dryad room and to tell Sarah to lead the way once she awakens. The man questions where the Dryad room is. While the injured Nona seems to know, Suddenly, a figure named Varys appears and charges forward, prompting a shout of frustration and a warning to wait from another. The group agrees to have Nona and Sarah repaired, trusting Mr. Heel to lead them. Bolshan looks uneasy but accepts the plan. The woman apologizes to Bolshan, noting he also needs repairs. Doubts arise about Sarah waking and attacking, but the woman offers reassurance. The man hesitates but vows to find a way to expel the possessing presence, though he admits uncertainty. The woman permits the man to accompany her, rewarding him for winning a bet. She suggests they say Nona won by decision, blurring the lines of victory. The man questions the meaning of the Dryad Room and the woman's plan to accompany him. She explains her intention to return Rhianna's body if successful, promising his help. They will likely need a device from the ruins to retrieve souls. The man agrees to help, holding her to her promise, though he admits only she knows how to use the device. The woman introduces herself as Sierra, inviting them to call her Miss Sierra. The man and the small creature react with surprise at her name. The creature insists its name is not similar to Kava's. Despite the man's confusion, Sierra remarks on the difference, asserting her identity confidently. The man questions Sierra about being inside Shell, surprised by her presence there. She confirms she was unconscious but felt like she dreamed. The small creature explains that the harem of Veluans remain in deep sleep, as their name implies. The man expresses relief that Sierra didn't see anything strange, while the creature teases him about wondering who the mysterious thing was, revealing it was named Shell since the day she named it. They enter a large room filled with cylindrical devices, prompting the man to ask if they are transportation devices. Sierra confirms, noting how walking around the vast underground area is a hassle. She accesses a control panel, observing many locations are dormant. They decide to take a detour as she analyzes how many form.This remain functional. The man and Sierra stand before one of the devices, with Sierra explaining its usefulness for returning to the surface. She suggests searching for form.This in important locations to make room for them. Suddenly, a porta activates right in front of the studio. Meanwhile, others climb a long staircase, with one offering to carry Varys, who nervously admits forgetting about the stairs but insists it's nothing. Sierra murmurs softly, lost in thought, while the man and the woman stand quietly nearby. The small creature bounces excitedly, prompting the man to call it Shell. They all notice a collapsed staircase blocking their path. The man asks Sierra if the Vela Empire was originally above ground, and she confirms, asking if he heard that from Sarah. Riding on the back of a large earth dragon, the man and the woman reflect on the Vela Empire's past. Sierra explains that all that remains now is the Sheol Reef. Though Vela once spread far across the land and brought prosperity to the continent, she warns about the greed of Vela's products and advises caution in dealings. The man questions the idea of paradise, but Sierra dismisses it and points out the exit. The man stumbles slightly, rubbing his head in surprise, while Sierra notes the structure is surprisingly intact. She teases him for being speechless. He admits he thought the place was great but didn't expect it to be so vast. Sierra reveals that what they've seen so far is only the tip of the iceberg. Explaining this is the center of the underground world. The vast underground city of Carbuncle sprawls beneath them, illuminated by glowing orbs and towering structures. The man, Sierra, and Shell stand overlooking the sprawling metropolis, taking in the immense scale and complexity of the hidden city. The underground city stretches endlessly, its edges lost in darkness. The man wonders how far it goes while the small creature mentions hearing about the Black Calamity from Sarah. Sierra explains the city is a shelter built on a grand scale for the Empire's people. The man questions the Black Calamity, and Sierra admits they didn't understand it, which forced them to hide underground. It appeared suddenly, encroaching on the surface like a creeping darkness. When asked for details, Sierra can only say it was a darkness with a will of its own. The man and Sierra walk cautiously through the city, noting the Black Calamity seems gone from the surface now. A shadowy figure appears in the distance, startling the man. Sierra calmly acknowledges the presence, while the man nervously wonders if it was a person. They approach a robot quietly repairing a wall, its movements precise and methodical. Sierra identifies it as a doll named Keel, a worker machina supporting urban life. The man watches silently as the doll patches the cracks. Sierra then gestures for him to follow her down a street. Inside a tailor's shop filled with elegant outfits, Sierra expresses her desire to change. The man notices the tailor is still present and is asked what kind of outfit he would prefer. He is surprised by the question, and Sierra teases him about his current dusty and sweaty clothes from their recent adventures. She playfully holds up a revealing outfit, causing the man to flinch in embarrassment as they prepare for a change. Sierra stands confidently in a revealing outfit, challenging the man to give her compliments without holding back. He stammers, clearly flustered, but admits it looks good. She smiles knowingly, sensing his embarrassment. They walk through the city, the man wondering about her true identity while Sierra insists on being called Miss Sierra. The man reflects on her evasiveness, realizing she might be dodging questions about her past. She gestures cheerfully as they stroll past grand architecture, expressing a sense of comfort in their time together. She playfully urges the man to keep up, teasing him about lagging behind. He questions if they are heading in the right direction, but she assures him she's just not used to having a physical body. A sudden growl from the man hints at his growing unease. They rest by a fountain where the man eats leftovers while Sierra watches thoughtfully. She asks for his impressions of the underground world, prompting him to admit feeling overwhelmed and amazed by its scale and complexity compared to the royal capital. His silence speaks volumes as he processes the unfamiliar surroundings. Sierra smiles gently and encourages him to continue despite his hesitation. They move forward through the city, passing a detailed door and ascending stairs. The man announces their arrival at the destination, while two women inside a chamber prepare for their entrance, signaling the next phase of their journey. Sierra reveals the door to the Dryad room, entrusting the Cave King with their mission. The two stand before the imposing entrance as a mysterious energy swirls within. They step inside, gazing up at a towering, glowing tree-like structure. The man wonders if it's a shining tree or a mineral, awe and curiosity filling his voice. A radiant Dryad emerges from the crystalline formation, holding a glowing orb above her head. The man is struck by her breathtaking beauty. Morning light filters softly through the curtains of an ornate canopy bed, where a figure stirs beneath the covers. Slowly, she pushes the blankets aside, sitting up as the first rays warm the room. Her eyes snap open wide, panic flickering across her face as she shakes her head to clear the fog. She stands, bewildered, and surveys the lavish chamber around her, struggling to grasp where she is and what has happened. Stepping onto the balcony, she gasps in awe at the sprawling cityscape before her. Birds soaring through the clear sky. Her voice trembles as she recalls the underground ruins, overwhelmed by the breathtaking sight of the town bathed in daylight. Back inside, the group stands before a massive crystalline tree glowing with ethereal light in the Dryad room. The underground city carbuncle stretches beyond, a labyrinth of towering spires and intricate architecture, filling the cavern with a mysterious, vibrant energy. A radiant woman emerges from the twisting trunk, her eyes closed as she holds a glowing orb above her head. The young man stares up, startled, realizing it's not a living person but a statue carved into the tree itself. He senses something different about this statue, a presence unlike the others. As unease creeps in, the woman beside him teases him for staring too much, but he demands to know what this tree really is. She explains it's a Dryad, a spirit tree, and the entire room radiates holiness. Though it looks like a tree, it's actually a mineral formation, and she reveals this is why she brought him here. The woman's tone turns serious as she commands him to destroy the Dryad. Shock floods his face as he questions her, but she only smiles calmly, insisting it's simple. The woman explains the deal. One strike against the Cave King will restore Riena's body. The young man hesitates, conflicted, as he recognizes the spirit tree statue from the garden and questions its value. He wrestles with doubt, recalling Nona's protective stance over the tree and fearing harm to someone important. His resolve weakens as he admits he doesn't want to hurt this person. The woman smiles knowingly, dismissing his concerns by saying the Dryad isn't connected to the Veluan people. Despite his insistence that he must destroy it himself, she agrees to share more about Vela. She reveals the statue is of Dominus Vela, the last empress who witnessed the black calamity that forced the empire underground. The young man is stunned, realizing the deep history behind the statues. The woman contemplates quietly on a balcony, then paces indoors, troubled by fragmented memories of wandering an empty white void and seeing a shell. She resolves to start by checking her surroundings, feeling the urgency to act. Suddenly, she notices three doll-like figures standing silently nearby, their presence catching her off guard. The dolls greet her politely, warning that standing in the wind with such light clothing will be harmful. Surprised, she questions if she can understand them. One doll respectfully addresses her as Your Majesty and suggests they get changed, deepening her confusion. A radiant woman appears, smiling as she enjoys the gentle wind, hinting that if only the other could understand how nice it feels. Behind her, a shocked girl watches nervously, unsure of what is unfolding. The scene shifts to a grand hall where the woman, now dressed regally, stands before a large mirror. She is startled by the reflection and the doll's reverent behavior. The girl wonders if this is the past and if the regal figure is truly the statue they had seen before, whispering Your Majesty in awe. A knight urgently reports a sudden emergency to a regal woman, revealing the Black Calamity has appeared in the magic or town of Veril on Green Crystal Mountain. The woman listens intently as the scene shifts to a grand hall filled with people monitoring the crisis. They scramble to increase power and relay signals, noting the calamity caused a massive disturbance in magical elements. The woman and an elder receive updates that 60% of civilians have evacuated, but many remain. A scouting device shows a town engulfed in dark smoke and shadowy corruption spreading. Observers recoil in disgust at the repulsive sight, while the woman and a frightened girl watch the devastation unfold. The elf woman explains the Black Calamity was first discovered generations ago during a king's reign. It swallowed people and animals in darkness, reacting to life and growing by preying on it. Initially, machines were used to combat it, but as it expanded to engulf towns, those measures became insufficient. Reports of its increasing scale and threat to the entire world during Dominus Vela's time are recalled. The young man admits even Vela's power couldn't contain the calamity, leaving their people without a place on the surface. The elf woman asks if he knows the cornerstone of Velan civilization, teasing that someone living underground surely does. His eyes widen as he realizes the answer, or a meteor fell on this land long ago, bringing rapid advances to Velan science and magic as their unique powers were researched, or is the power of Vela? The young man asks if she means the legendary celestial stones, surprised by the meteor's role. The elf woman explains their geologists believe the meteor carried radioactive elements that, combined with impact and heat, altered the Earth's composition and magic elements, creating special or over time. The young man struggles to grasp the scale of the calamity and asks if they found or that could fight it. She wishes they did. Outside, soldiers brace as the Black Calamity expands, breaching the Eastern Gate. Commanders order the Giga Squadron to defend the Eastern Gate to the last and the Apis Squadron to continue attacking from above. The last Empress commands to use Kadimala. Her attendants respond with certainty. She explains they had a device atop the castle to observe the skies and uncover mysteries, tracking the miracle stone that gave Velans their power and seeking its origin. Orders are given to prepare a guiding stone missile aimed at the center of the Black Calamity. The weapon fires, launching a drill-shaped missile that streaks through the air toward its target. Urgency fills the air as a soldier warns the signal won't last long within the Black Calamity. The corrupted area pulses with dark energy, but coordinates lock in precisely. A towering celestial guiding tower activates, its magic power from the space-light stone reaching a critical state. The last Empress commands with fierce determination, shouting to activate Kadimala. A powerful beam erupts from the tower, slicing through the sky toward the target. The missile streaks through space and atmosphere, witnessed by two figures watching anxiously. The beam's roar grows louder as it nears the Earth, tension mounting with every moment. The drill-shaped missile descends rapidly, trailing a blazing path toward the heart of the Black Calamity, poised to strike the corrupted mass below. The young man reacts with shock as he learns the weapon was once a meteor called upon ceremoniously, now turned into a tool to stop the Black Calamity's expansion. The devastating impact completely obliterated the swallowed town and its citizens. Under a starry night, a cloaked figure reports to the last Empress, who walks calmly through a grand hall. She instructs to skip formalities and asks about the progress of the work. The cloaked figure confirms Carbuncle's expansion is going smoothly, allowing evacuation of 3,000 more citizens. The Empress expresses her desire to witness it herself when the time comes, while a familiar crest is shown on her hand, hinting at her true identity. Mechanical arms carefully repair two unconscious figures connected to tubes and wires, while a lion-like creature watches solemnly. A woman and a cat observe from a window above, silent and attentive. In a grand hall, the last Empress listens as a cloaked figure reports that Carbuncle's expansion proceeds smoothly, allowing evacuation of 3,000 more people. The Empress smiles, requesting to be guided during inspection. The cloaked figure reveals a mysterious crest on their hand, catching the Empress's attention. The Empress questions the cloaked figure about the crest, noting its similarity to another's. The figure explains the crest is the Cave King's, though its shape differs slightly. When asked why the face is hidden, the figure admits it is unsightly, causing the Empress to playfully tease them. The figure tries to protest but is cut off. The cloaked figure dramatically reveals a disheveled, bearded man underneath, who nervously explains his appearance. The Empress laughs heartily, teasing him about his wild hair and beard, then acknowledges his dedication to his work with a warm smile. She gently claps her hands, lifting him playfully as the scene lightens. The Empress orders that the disheveled man, Mining Chief Rock, be taken to the dressing room and reminded to mind his appearance. She reflects on a memory of Sheol Reef in the past, sensing her conscience stirring within her. She recalls seeing the Cave King mark in the underground garden and recognizes Rock as the one who bears it. Suddenly, the scenery around them begins to distort and ripple, confusing everyone present. The woman with the braids stumbles, overwhelmed by dizziness, while the others watch in shock as the environment shifts unpredictably. Inside the Dryad room, the woman named Sierra nearly collapses but insists she is fine, only experiencing light dizziness after being in a body for the first time in a long while. She comments on how comfortable the shell feels despite the sudden weakness, then invites the young man to sit beside her as she senses the looming threat of the dreaded Black Calamity. Sierra explains how the Black Calamity seemed to vanish, only to suddenly spring up again, forcing them to delay its encroachment on the land until Carbuncle was completed. She recounts how a vast underground city was built for evacuation, a plan dating back to the Empress's father, moving 600,000 people underground to survive. The young man notices the Cave King crest glowing on his hand, startled by its sudden appearance. A distant gaze from the elf-like woman sharpens as the world around them begins to tremble violently. The ground shakes beneath their feet, forcing the woman to steady herself against the sudden upheaval. A large group of people stands before a cavern entrance as rocks and dust cascade down, signaling a massive disturbance underground. The woman questions if this is truly the underground they know, while a figure grips an ice axe tightly, ready for action. The wall of rock rapidly transforms into a livable space, surprising the onlookers who recognize their chief arriving amidst the construction. The chief acknowledges their presence, explaining he had unfinished work to complete. While others prepare to continue the effort, the woman watches in awe as the area takes shape with incredible speed. A muscular man steps forward, offering to guide the visitors through Carbuncle with a confident smile. The cloaked woman insists on observing quietly, refusing formal titles. The man recalls a confusing time shift, while the woman reacts with shock at his sudden youthful appearance, realizing something strange is unfolding once again. A man acknowledges the power he wields was created to support the mining civilization of Vela, promising to use it to the best of his abilities despite feeling unworthy. He notes the Cave King crest on his hand. Relieved Rock inherited it. The woman explains the crest blends magic and genetic engineering, though she can only offer a rough explanation. She elaborates that crests are carved shapes containing abilities, techniques, and experience, and importantly, they are inherited. Even if the owner dies, someone with the same crest will be born, inheriting the previous owner's achievements. Among these, the Cave King crest is the oldest, passed down through generations who kept digging and achieving, growing its power over time. The woman calls the crest a cornerstone of Vela, asking if the boy is proud. He admits he hasn't mastered it yet, feeling the complexity of it all and denying responsibility for certain things. She wonders aloud about the Cave King's true nature, noting it's strange that such a significant figure has been forgotten despite the long history of crest inheritance. The man proudly presents a massive statue representing the woman, claiming it symbolizes his current power and the underground city center. He explains the statue's design, materials, and construction were all his undertaking. Though the woman finds it kind of creepy, others nearby react with shock and disbelief at his boastful declaration. The underground city bustles with life under the glow of artificial lights, its intricate architecture blending domes and spires. A mechanical worker moves steadily through the streets, while a woman with pointed ears glances back, sensing something nearby. A cloaked figure hides in the shadows, observing the lively tavern where patrons drink and converse. On a grand balcony, two figures discuss the city of Carbuncle, praising its splendid reconstruction underground. One remarks on the impressive houses and public facilities, noting the city's faithful recreation despite being beneath the surface. The woman spots a regal figure below, startled by the presence of the Empress, marveling that the city's ceiling almost makes her forget they are underground. The conversation turns to the Empress's absence from the surface for 20 years, with one recalling their last meeting there. The woman denies rising so high in status, but the other insists otherwise. She expresses a quiet wish to see the surface someday. Suddenly, a disturbance catches their attention, tension rising as they prepare for what's coming again. A man and a blob-like companion reflect on the people living underground, noting their exhaustion and inability to return to the surface due to the Black Calamity. The man realizes this is why the Dryad plan was set in motion. Meanwhile, the Empress and her group stand uncertain in a new location, the woman covering her face as she struggles with emotion, questioning where they have arrived. Preservation methods failed because they underestimated Aram, which can only exist in living beings and breaks if its body is stopped. They must store Aram separately. Kavo are artificial beings serving as temporary hosts for Aram, able to live forever if they have water. The Aram is trying to escape, a problem since Kavo are immortal but Aram won't stay still. It takes about a year and 3 months for Aram to reject their temporary home. The group confirms this troubling fact to the Empress. The Empress reaches out to touch the Aram containment, but suddenly Sierra winces in pain, clutching her head. The Aram's movement causes a sharp reaction from her, signaling something is wrong. Rock rushes to Sierra's side, worried about her condition. She insists she's fine but urges them to listen. The Empress holds an orb marked with the Dryad crest, warning that if it isn't destroyed, the power of Dryad will affect the harem of the people, signaling grave consequences. Reports flood in. The Black Calamity has appeared in the Golden Brown Valley and is advancing southwest toward Kalkt. The Giga Squad has collapsed the valley entrance. While the Apis Squadron evacuates Kalkt's people, shock ripples through the room as the Calamity also strikes the mining town of Andorra simultaneously. Plans are urgently discussed to hasten construction of the 41st residential area, expand medical facilities, and re-examine workers and machina for safety. Anxiety mounts as officials reveal that several mining towns have vanished, magic or supplies will inevitably dwindle, and crime rates are rising. Food shortages become the pressing issue, overshadowing other concerns. A plea is made to the Empress to reconsider delaying decisions, trusting Dryad's analysis. Meanwhile, carbuncle machina have been updated to operate fully unmanned, but the relentless passage of time weighs heavily on all. Amid the chaos, a figure suddenly collapses, clutching her head in agony. She struggles to speak, her voice fragmented. Her head hurts, and something is swallowing her. The crowd gasps as she falls, overwhelmed by an unseen force consuming her from within. The fallen woman, stripped and vulnerable, senses a strange wind swirling around her. She searches for its source, alarm growing as she realizes the wind is unnatural. From the shadows, a heavily armored figure carrying another approaches swiftly. Recognition dawns on the armored figure's face as he calls out her name, Nona, while she stares wide-eyed, caught between fear and surprise. A massive dark cloud looms ominously over the city, spreading like a creeping shadow. Vela, Dominus Vela, and Rock stand on a high ledge, watching the chaos unfold as numerous flying machina swarm the streets below. The naked woman trembles, sensing the unnatural force engulfing the city. A sudden crack splits the air, and Rock collapses in pain. Clutching his head, he struggles to stand, gasping and calling out in distress. The small creature beside him looks on helplessly. Vela, sweating intense, braces herself, calling out to someone named Rihanna. The scene shifts to the royal castle of Illumina in the kingdom of Sandfales. Bathed in twilight, deep underground, two figures, one regal and one youthful, stand before a glowing seal. The elder warns the younger not to touch it carelessly, fearing the consequences if the seal is lifted. The younger figure questions if there is still no change on the surface. The elder confirms nothing has happened yet. Suddenly, the younger one's eyes widen with a manic gleam as he holds a cube containing the dark, spreading corruption. He declares that they cannot conquer, hinting at a sinister resolve to change that. The glowing harem stands tall in a grand chamber, its power intact thanks to Dryad's protection. Nearby, a man and a small creature watch anxiously as a woman named Sierra suddenly appears, clutching her head in pain. He calls out to her, alarmed by her distress. Two figures stand before a statue in a lush underground garden. One points in surprise, recognizing the place as the underground garden. The woman wonders if the tall figure beside her is the Empress of Vela. Suddenly, the man's hand glows with a mysterious mark, shocking him. The glowing mark spreads across the man's arm as the woman watches with closed eyes. The mark pulses with energy, and a small glowing object floats between them. The man asks if she will change her mind, but she confirms the process is complete. The man notices the crest has appeared, signaling a significant event. The woman reveals she gave the man a fragment of Cave King, explaining their shared advantage. She proposes a bet for old time's sake. Confident in her victory, the man, addressed as Your Majesty, agrees to the wager, accepting the challenge with determination. The man confidently accepts the bet, declaring he will win. He turns and walks away, leaving the other stunned as he watches the man's back disappear into the distance. Suddenly, the man senses a familiar voice and calls out, "Rihanna!" Two women appear near a statue, and the glowing mark on the man's hand pulses. He is shocked as the voice echoes again, and he is abruptly pulled into a strange chamber. Inside, he struggles to understand his surroundings as he floats in a honeycomb-like structure. He notices the narrow spaces between the lined-up objects and wonders if it extends all the way down. Looking up, he realizes the timestone halts the power of materials, preserving bodies. He recalls that Aram couldn't be contained in a stopped vessel, explaining the need for the Dryad Crest's power. He calls out desperately to Rihanna, hoping she can hear him. The room fills with rows of suspended vessels, each preserving souls in a state of rest. A woman explains that the Dryad's power is to rest souls, and they created a device to replicate this power. A Dryad replica, souls were put into Kavo to sleep, waiting out the age of the Black Calamity. The woman continues, revealing how difficult it was to develop the replica and how time was running out. The Black Calamity spread rapidly, refugees increased, and supplies dwindled, even wearing down the empire. The man calls out to Rihanna to wait. The woman admits they began the plan before the replica was complete because Carbuncle was reaching its limit. Their power to support the people was failing. But she had already made up her mind. The man watches her with growing concern. The woman confirms she authorized the development of the device after hearing advice. Despite its complexity, the man questions if there was a simpler way. She smiles and places her hand on a young girl's head. Entrusting her with the Aram of Vela, the girl looks determined as the woman bids her farewell. The woman places a small, marked stone between her lips and then between her fingers, preparing to use it. Standing tall in the grand hall, she channels energy, causing a radiant emblem to glow on her chest. Cracks of light spread outward as the power intensifies, drawing the attention of the onlookers, who watch with a mix of awe and concern. The woman raises the glowing stone above her head, summoning a powerful, swirling energy that envelopes her form. Flames and ethereal tendrils burst forth, transforming her into a radiant, otherworldly figure. The two observers stand back, shielding their eyes from the overwhelming light as the energy surges and fills the space around them. The woman admits she expected hesitation and questions if he saw her memories. She accuses him of hiding the truth about the Dryad, fearing its destruction. She reveals that Rihanna's body is rejecting the foreign substance, causing her Aram to weaken, and warns that staying will likely break her. The man braces himself, acknowledging the harsh reality. The ethereal figure of Aram explains that the barrier created by the Dryad prevents her from leaving Rihanna's body. The man reacts with alarm as the woman states she might take Rihanna with her. She orders him to use the power of the Cave King to destroy the barrier, emphasizing the need for his true strength to break the Dryad's protection. The man wonders if they can use the ruins devices to return inside the shell and restore things to how they were. The woman smiles knowingly and asks what happens after that. He questions why Sarah tried to take their bodies and why she created Zuma. But she remains silent. She then beckons him closer, a subtle tension rising between them as she prepares to reveal more. She admits to hiding the truth and apologizes, promising to reveal everything. She explains that Nona, with the highest synchronization rate to her Aram, was meant to be the core of the Dryad replica. They synchronized their consciousness using communication devices developed for Dryad. She watched over Vela even while asleep, synchronizing with Nona. The memory shifts to a battle where the final fortress, though deserted, fought valiantly against the biggest Black Calamity ever approaching the capital. The scene reveals the destructive force of the Black Calamity as Kadimala goes berserk after being engulfed, triggering a meteor shower that impacts the continent and is felt even underground. The empire falls into ruin, brought to an end by the calamity. Time passes, perhaps 10,000 years, as the world drifts in silence, leaving only a lone mountain standing amid the vast emptiness. She confesses that those who will die belong to a long-lost civilization, and their Aram's freedom was stolen after death. Her decisions failed to save the people, turning their Aram into eternal prison shackles. The woman warns that the replica is only a mimic, unable to protect Vela's people. She entrusts her final wish to him, to liberate her people's Aram, naming herself Sierra Dominus Ru Vela. He accepts the charge, marking his hand with a symbol and preparing to act. He instructs Shell to watch over Sierra, though he remains uncertain if her decisions were right. His gaze sharpens, recalling the eyes of a king he admired since childhood. Eyes beyond his reach, determined. He reaches forward, driven by the weight of that legacy. She asks how he views the outcome after a long bet. Catching him off guard, he swings his sword, striking the stone, but she warns him of danger above. Suddenly, a crystal forms overhead, threatening to shatter. The crystal begins to crack and twist, startling him. He braces himself as the stone shatters violently, sending debris flying and knocking him back. Both react in shock to the sudden attack. The Dryad starts gathering its branches, preparing for another move. She panics, realizing the danger as the branches pulse with energy. The Dryad's power intensifies, signaling a new threat. A man with a headband appears, surprised by the Dryad's transformation. He admits he never heard of this before as the Dryad's branches crackle and grow around him, trapping him in a rising, twisting prison of wood. A glowing, suspended stone marked with an infinity symbol burns with ethereal flames. A cloaked figure walks through a dense, arching forest path. His expression sharpens with sudden realization. He arrives at a sunlit garden where a statue stands solemnly, accompanied by a woman in a dark cloak. The scene shifts to show the cloaked figure framed between two giant legs, confronting an unseen presence. Two women stand on a cobblestone path, one sternly questioning the other about a gift given, warning of the dangers if Her Majesty uses it. A man cheerfully denies coming to say goodbye, but the women press him about the seriousness of the situation. Tensions rise as one woman accuses the man of being the only one capable of stopping a threat, while the other urges her to leave him be. The man expresses relief at their presence and entrusts them with the care of Her Majesty. A lone woman approaches the statue in the garden, her voice soft as she calls out to Your Majesty. She checks on another woman named Sarah, who lies unconscious. Suddenly, Sarah jolts awake, her eyes wide with shock and confusion. Inside a mechanical chamber, a young woman named Nona sits calmly as others watch anxiously. She questions the success of recent repairs, but her companion insists they should have worked. Nona demands to know the purpose of the Dryad room, and why she was saved, revealing she has lost her memory and wants answers. A swirling pillar of energy rises in the grand chamber as the man recognizes the figure from Miss Sierra's memories. The woman calls out the name Locke, her expression tense. Suddenly, Locke appears, crackling with power, gripping a weapon that catches the man's shocked gaze. Locke strikes the ground, causing massive shards of crystal to erupt violently. The man dodges the flying debris, gripping his axe tightly as the crystals continue to rise and crash around him. The man swings his axe fiercely against the towering crystal, but it rebounds, leaving him grimacing in pain. The woman urges him to stop, noting the crystal's incredible toughness, even stronger than Leviathan's scales. The man clenches his axe, realizing the true obstacle is the power of the Crest, not mere physical strength. Locke warns that the crystal is a fragment of the Cave King's power protecting the Dryad, and despite its fragment status, its power surpasses the man's own, though a gap in proficiency remains. Locke braces himself as a massive crystal formation surges forward, warning to face it head-on. He protests that it was supposed to be easier, but the woman insists the main power is stronger than any fragment. She orders Locke to take Miss Sierra to safety as the crystal crashes down, knocking him back. He recognizes the colossal figure emerging from the crystal as the Cave King. Recalling it from a past encounter, he notes this power is unlike the rampaging force he faced before, preparing to confront it. The crystal spikes continue to rise, blocking Locke's path. The woman questions if this is truly just a fragment, doubting Locke's ability to overcome it. He steels himself, determined despite the odds. Locke charges forward with fierce resolve, shouting in frustration at his own doubts. He pushes through the overwhelming power, refusing to give up as he attacks the crystal with all his might. Locke strikes the crystal wall fiercely, shouting that he can't lose. He realizes he couldn't see the guiding lights before, but now, focusing, he can see the optimal strike points. The main power of the Cave King is within him. The woman watches Locke, panting and worried, questioning if it's hopeless. The Cave King fragment remains still, defending the Dryad without moving. She fears Locke won't stand a chance if the fragment attacks. The woman remains silent, watching Locke attack. She understands now that Locke inherited the Cave King's power, which explains his resolve. She braces herself as the battle intensifies. Locke struggles as his body rejects the power, but he refuses to delay any longer. He knows Rhienna's consciousness is trapped in his Aram, and if his Aram breaks, she will be lost. Determined, he resolves to stop his Aram's destruction at all costs. Darkness envelopes everything, senses fading into nothingness. A faint sound breaks the silence, barely audible, stirring a flicker of awareness. A distant noise echoes from the depths, familiar yet mysterious. Suddenly, a massive rockslide crashes down, shaking the ground violently. Amidst the dust, a lone figure appears, confused and trying to understand their surroundings. They question their own identity, struggling to grasp the situation. The figure learns their name is Shell, connected to the Sheol Reef. With a warm smile, Shell introduces himself, ready to face what lies ahead. The glowing figure urgently calls out to the boy, her eyes wide with recognition and desperation. The boy kneels before a small, round creature, trying to communicate, while the fiery figure stands behind them, tense and alert. The fiery figure suddenly recalls fragmented memories, realizing she is trapped in the past. She senses a persistent sound nearby, something she has heard all along, and resolves with determination to reach the boy. The boy grips his axe tightly, sweat dripping down his face as he channels the power of the Cave King. He senses the axe's vibrations echoing through his bones, matching the steady rhythm of regular breathing, grounding him in the moment. He focuses on mining not with brute strength, but by calming himself and guiding the axe precisely. Suddenly, corundum crystals begin to gather around the axe, surprising him as the massive crystalline figure moves with powerful, deliberate strikes. The massive crystalline Cave King rises, its jagged wings unfurling as it towers over Locke, who grips his axe tightly and shouts for the Cave King to come on. A brilliant flash erupts as Locke swings his axe, clashing fiercely against the Cave King's crystal wings. Both locked in a powerful struggle, he grits his teeth, pushing through the pain, while the Cave King's gaze remains steady and unyielding. The Cave King's wings crack and splinter under Locke's relentless assault, shards flying as he strains to break through the overwhelming defense. A fierce battle of strength and will. Locke's hands tremble with exhaustion, sweat pouring down his face as he admits the gap in their power is too great. Just then, a calm hand reaches out to steady his grip on the axe, offering silent support. Locke and Miss Sierra brace themselves, gripping the spear tightly as rain pelts down around them. She shouts encouragement, urging him to keep fighting despite the overwhelming odds. He screams in determination, his eyes locked on the glowing emblem on his spear as it ignites with power. Together, they charge forward, their combined strength surging as they prepare to strike. The Cave King is caught in a massive explosion of shattered crystals, debris flying wildly as Locke and Sierra push through the chaos, united in their desperate assault. Locke and Miss Sierra charge forward, their spear glowing fiercely as they strike the Cave King's massive crystal wing, shattering it with a powerful blow that sends shards flying. Both scream in unison, pushing through the overwhelming force. The Cave King retaliates with crushing blows, breaking apart the ground and walls around them. Locke and Sierra hold tight to the spear, bracing against the violent shockwaves as debris rains down. The Cave King's attack sends Locke crashing to the ground, dust and rubble swirling around him. Miss Sierra rushes to his side, calling out his name with urgent concern as the small carbuncle-like figure bounces nearby. Locke slowly regains consciousness, eyes widening in shock as he recognizes the girl before him. She confirms her identity as Rihanna, and relief floods over him as he pulls her into a tight embrace, grateful she is safe. Locke clings tightly to Rihanna, confessing his fear of losing her as she calls him Mr. Heel, with a tender, tearful expression. She embraces him quietly, causing him to freeze in surprise before apologizing for the sudden hug. Rihanna presses her chest against Locke, asking if he can hear her heartbeat. He stammers, shocked by her closeness. She assures him she is right there and won't leave, while the small shell-like carbuncle bounces nearby, sharing the moment. Locke examines a glowing fragment of the Cave King, realizing it protects the Dryad. He grimaces, noting his strength was drained by the last attack. The Cave King's fiery figure approaches, clenching his fist as Locke prepares for the next confrontation. The Cave King's fragment attaches to Locke's arm, burning with power and marking him as its new host. Locke is startled by a voice declaring acceptance as the Cave King, while Rihanna and Carbuncle watch in awe. Locke notices the Cave King's crystalline form beginning to crack and break apart. The power of the fragment seemingly undoing itself, Rihanna appears, holding a glowing orb above her head as the shards fall away, revealing her calm and determined expression. Locke wonders if the power of the fragment is truly undone, but Rihanna's presence suggests hope. Both Locke and Rihanna exchange a tense glance, the weight of the moment pressing down on them. The Empress's form continues to crumble, her face serene despite the destruction. The room around them is left in ruins, the floor cracked and shattered from the battle's aftermath. From a distance, Locke and Carbuncle watch the destruction, Locke reflecting on the situation with a mix of relief and concern. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in shadow appears, moving swiftly through the corridor. Locke calls out to the figure named Sarah, who pauses briefly before continuing onward, her pace quick and determined. Sarah encounters a group of familiar faces, including a young girl and others who greet Locke and Carbuncle warmly. The atmosphere shifts as Sarah confronts the destruction of the Dryad. Her anger flaring, Locke and Rihanna rush to stop her, but Sarah charges forward, demanding to know how anyone could dare harm the Dryad. Rihanna reacts quickly, summoning a powerful energy that surprises Locke and the others, signaling a fierce confrontation ahead. A radiant figure stands tall, her long hair flowing and a confident smile on her face, surrounded by a glowing aura that marks her presence as powerful and regal. Shock spreads among the group as they recognize her. Sarah rushes forward, but the figure greets her warmly, asking her to come closer and not kneel. The radiant woman speaks of the calamity that once overran the capital, apologizing for failing to protect her people, yet acknowledging the protection of the Dryad room and the peace of the harem inside. She praises Sarah and another for fulfilling their mission and protecting the harem of Vela, calling them her pride as she gently places her hands on their heads, while Locke and Carbuncle watch quietly nearby. The slime shell shifts gently, having been a comfortable cradle for so long. The radiant woman thanks it for all it has done, apologizing to Rihanna for borrowing her body without permission but cherishing the brief, joyful experience of seeing the Empress memories. Locke is praised for undoing the Dryad's barrier. His potential as a future cave king acknowledged. He humbly credits Rihanna and the others for saving him. The woman advises Locke to learn how to escort a lady properly before the main event arrives, hinting at a one-way path to accomplishing things. She explains that without the Dryad's barrier, the people of Vela will follow the world's providence. She asks Locke to hear one last selfish request as glowing orbs begin to move toward their destined places. The group arrives at the surface, greeted by a breathtaking view of the ocean and a solar eclipse. The radiant woman expresses excitement at seeing the town firsthand. Noting the ongoing fuss below, Locke and the others observe the unfinished settlement, recalling memories and the strange slimes made of light. The radiant woman reflects on the world once swallowed by the black calamity, now restored and alive with people. Filling her with happiness, two attendants ask if she is leaving, but she addresses Sarah and Nona, announcing a new, difficult task starting today, signaling a new chapter in their journey. The radiant woman encourages them to live freely, though the younger ones hesitate, struggling to grasp her meaning. She smiles warmly, confident they will understand in time, and assures them she believes in their strength. She tells Miss Sierra that the time has come to answer many questions and offers advice from her predecessor about the essence of kingship, how one must handle people. The group watches as glowing orbs rise and scatter across the land, filling the sky with light. The woman turns to leave, reaching out her hand to one of the younger figures who reaches back, but she steps away, leaving them behind as she ascends. The younger figure watches her go, their hand lingering in the air. From above, the woman reflects without regret that the successor of the Crest lives on in this future land. The glowing orbs drift upward, symbolizing hope and continuity as the group stands together, gazing toward the horizon. The group watches as Sarah walks toward a cave entrance, her resolve firm. She admits having no memory of the past with the Empress and cannot leave the Machina. Choosing to return underground, she wants to reflect on the last task given to her. Elvin and Mappa return to the group, greeted warmly. The mood lightens as they discuss the difficult task ahead, one that could consume their entire lives. The slimes emit light, drawing curious reactions. Sierra suggests everyone eat first, noting Full's empty stomach and her own disheveled clothes. Around a table laden with food, Rihanna and the group compare their observations of the vast underground city and the still operational Machina. They recount the Velan Empire's history and what they witnessed in Empress Sierra's memories. Mr. Varys begins writing a summary to share with others, while the others reflect on the incredible discoveries below. The group debates how to handle the legacy of Vela, expressing confusion and concern. They consider asking Sarah for guidance, worried about the dangerous chimera that obey only her. Sierra and Nona remain thoughtful, holding a small creature, while Locke quietly worries about the aftermath of losing Miss Sierra. He announces he has an idea for everyone. Dawn breaks over the rocky landscape outside the cave. Inside, barrels and sacks are stacked, and the group debates if they are carrying too much. One suggests lightening the load for Taran. Suddenly, a visitor arrives, causing surprise and flustered reactions. They call out to Mr. Heel, urging the slimes to help since preparations are complete. A girl named Nona appears, surrounded by numerous floating devices, radiating intense energy that shocks everyone. Strange floating devices hum quietly, their geometric shapes glowing as a woman's intense gaze fixes on them. A young man stands before her, surrounded by the eerie lights and hovering machines. The group reacts in shock and confusion as a girl named Nona appears, commanding the floating devices with a powerful energy that causes alarm. They plead for her to stop, fearing she might prevent the destruction of the Dryad. A cheerful girl reveals boxes filled with vibrant flowers, explaining they come from Full's home and are meant for planting in the underground garden. The flowers can also be used to dye cloth made from spider silk, showcasing their practical value. The woman helps the girl try on a small, intricately patterned dress, assuring her it fits well and that Sarah could wear it too if it suits her. Nearby, the young man enthusiastically offers to help with mining, noting the barrels are filled with magic or that powers their Machina. The young man eagerly offers help, asking if they can assist with revenge, but the blonde girl warns against rushing into it. He questions the purpose of the many Argo machines she brought. While she reveals she spoke with Sarah last night, the word inexcusable flashes ominously. A dark figure asks if they feel anything seeing the surface dwellers, calling it inexcusable. They overlook a primitive settlement still under construction where the Empire's capital once thrived. The girl insists they can't allow the settlement to remain so shabby, explaining Argo machines handle all construction. The young man reacts with surprise and concern. The girl admits she doesn't fully understand the mission but recalls Empress Sierra's words to live freely. She hopes to learn about the unknown surface world through the young man, offering her strength as part of the effort. He reflects on the souls of the Velans who left this place, addressing her as Nona and seeking her thoughts. The young man expresses he doesn't want to destroy Carbuncle without reason and wishes to learn more from them. He sees Carbuncle as a country of Machina where she and Sarah live now. He hopes to be friends with Sheol and Carbuncle. Explaining the gifts they brought are tokens of goodwill and a desire to help. A hand extends, offering a handshake, which the girl questions as a sign of friendship. The young man kneels and shakes her hand. While others watch nearby, relations with Carbuncle have been established, marking Sheol's first diplomatic partner as an ancient underground city. The girl presents gifts from Sarah to Rihanna, who happily accepts the equipment, noting her clothes are clean thanks to Keel the tailor. Apologies come for Sarah's clothes being washed, as she is busy cleaning up and disposing of Zuma research. The young man asks about Sarah's whereabouts. Learning she has poured all resources into Zuma research, desolated sections need rebuilding because the Zodia left loose must be captured and isolated. A process that will take time. Nona appears occasionally, but they decide to leave underground issues to the locals. Argo machines handle construction, acting as all-purpose workers. The girl explains how Argo machines assist with fishing, farming, and visiting different workplaces, providing great help. She asks if the young man has seen a dragon or dragon eggs, sparking his interest, yet she wonders if helping Nona will truly teach her about the surface world. The young man calls out to Nona, inviting her over. She is busy watching eggs hatch and explains how the Argo machines help with mining and searching for or veins outside the ruins. She warns to avoid touching the Velan ruins and report if found. The man is surprised by the magic or reaction 200 meters deep. They head to meet Mr. Varys, who thanks them as the girl is brought before him. The group discusses how Varys learned to speak Velan, crediting Nona for teaching him a few words. An elder greets Nona in Velan, but the girl cannot translate his words. A strange man named Mappa appears, causing confusion. The elder asks to return to the topic now that Nona has arrived. The conversation shifts to plans for the city of Sheol, agreeing with Sarah's opinion to make it a refined city. Not shabby, it should rival the kingdom of Sandfales, which currently holds Sheol as a vassal. The girl explains her mission to dig up the ruins of Vela, sent by her father who sees a good opportunity here. The young man worries about his father's intentions with the Velan ruins and refuses to let others control them. He insists a messenger will come from the mainland eventually. The group debates negotiating with a big country to surprise them with an impressive city. They consider starting with Mr. Camus's request, a friend who trades by boat, who asked them to build a lighthouse. The land reclamation is complete, creating a vast pier meant to be a landmark for Camus's return. The group debates the design, wanting it to impress visitors and symbolize Sheol's greatness. One suggests making a huge statue with a light, but the idea embarrasses the proposed model. Ideas flow around the group. A statue might be nice, and a big golem could boost defense. They recall famous statues from the capital, prompting a question about their nature. Miss Nona offers to handle the exterior work, while the others discuss the difficulty of building a golem lighthouse due to its intricate design. Miss Nona demonstrates a magical device that can photograph and reproduce objects, revealing a detailed drawing of Mr. Heel. The group marvels at its realism. The plan is to have Argo build the statue based on such photos. Elvin wonders if he can keep the drawing, but the answer is no. The group unveils a massive golem statue, rough but imposing enough for a lighthouse. Elvin is asked to model for the design as a warrior figure to protect the island, despite his protests. The others tease him about his muscular build. The statue's head is designed to resemble a warrior, inspired by Elvin's physique, much to the amusement of the group. The rough statue suddenly strikes a playful pose, flashing peace signs with a big grin, catching everyone off guard. The smaller figures nearby react with shock and frustration, shouting at the statue as it moves unexpectedly. Miss Nona watches calmly, suggesting they wait for Argo to finish the work while others wonder what will become of the statue and if it remembers Mappa. The group discusses the statue's progress, with Mr. Varys asking how long it will take to complete such a massive figure. Miss Nona confirms she still has film to make more images appear from the magical device, and another woman excitedly asks her to create more photos like before. They marvel at the device's strange power and request their own copies. A collage of the newly produced photos shows various characters and creatures smiling and posing, capturing joyful moments. The sculpting continues steadily on the giant statue, with the group encouraging Miss Nona to join in the fun and take a photo with everyone next. The statue now stands tall and imposing, holding a massive hammer aloft as the sun sets behind it, casting dramatic shadows. Its muscular form and detailed armor give it a powerful, heroic presence, symbolizing protection and strength for the island. As the sun sets, the crowd grows restless, eyes fixed on the horizon. Suddenly, a massive figure begins to emerge, its presence commanding awe and silence from everyone gathered. The towering statue's face comes into view, strikingly lifelike and more impressive than expected. The crowd marvels as the light atop the statue ignites, casting a powerful beam across the sea. Excitement bubbles as the crowd recognizes the giant figure as Mappa, the lighthouse golem. The device worked perfectly, promising safety for Camus. Miss Nona is thanked for her role, and a photo is handed over as a cherished memento. The group smiles together in the photo, a symbol of their unity and achievement. The lighthouse golem, Big Mappa, stands proudly as the new emblem of Sheol, shining its light over the waters. He thanks Shell for accompanying him through the cave as they walk deeper into the rocky tunnel. The sea stretches out quietly beyond the cave entrance. Holding his weapon firmly, he reflects on how adding the piece of Cave King has improved his strength, despite his confidence. A marked symbol on his hand hints at hesitation beneath his resolve. A young miner named Full is called to begin mining, responding eagerly as she climbs over rocks. She promises to meet him tonight before heading toward a cluster of large, mysterious eggs nestled among the stones. The eggs emit a faint glow, drawing attention as she approaches them. Exhausted, the young man decides to call it a day, wiping sweat from his brow as the older craftsman pats his shoulder in encouragement. Apologizing for keeping him late, he promises to rely on him again. Nearby, the small creature watches silently. Suddenly, a girl appears, startling him with a cheerful greeting and a healing spell. He mutters about the toughness of the task as they stand near the cave entrance. The girl asks if he has seen Full, mentioning dinner is ready. He nervously explains he was just maintaining his pickaxe in the workshop. She points out that Full is likely near the eggs. The young man recalls meeting the Earth Dragon merchant, Royden, before their underground adventure. They discuss the eggs, which were bought to raise baby dragons instead of for consumption. The group warms the fire and watches over the fire dragon and wyvern eggs carefully. The girl runs excitedly toward the eggs, commenting on how Full looks forward to this moment. She wonders if the eggs are moving inside and asks if they will hatch soon. Noting it's been about a month, she cheerfully calls out to the eggs. But suddenly, the shells begin to crack open with a loud crack. Alarmed, she notices the eggs have hatched but the babies are missing. She frantically searches the area, calling out for the hatchlings. A dark, ominous shadow looms nearby, catching her attention and filling her with dread. A sudden, panicked shout breaks the tense silence as the group hears Full's voice. The young man and others rush toward the source, alarmed and calling out for Full's safety. The muscular warrior and the others brace themselves, eyes wide with shock and fear. The baby dragon clings playfully to the girl, licking her face as she laughs and protests the tickling. The group watches in stunned silence, struggling to process the sight of the tiny dragon. The girl beams with joy, explaining that the eggs have hatched and introducing the baby dragon to everyone. The baby dragon breathes a small burst of fire, startling the group and causing a frantic call for water. The girl scolds the dragon for its reckless behavior while the others cough and recover from the surprise. She notes the wyvern eggs remain unhatched, moving toward them with curiosity. The baby dragon follows the girl obediently, imprinting on her as its parent. The group discusses the bond forming between them, with the girl encouraging Full to name the dragon. The young man asks the dragon tamer if he will take responsibility for taming the creature, while the others look on with hopeful anticipation. The baby dragon peeps softly, prompting the girl to smile and wonder what to name him. The young man recalls Master Royden's instructions on feeding, while the others debate if the dragon might be hungry. Outside, the village bustles under a clear sky as the narration reveals the baby dragon's birth will bring new life to Sheer. A group of hunters spot killer birds approaching. Readying their weapons, one warns to hold fire, identifying the birds as the target of a heavily armored man wielding a hammer. The hunters exchange information about Nona sharing light magic stones with the hammer-wielding fighter, preparing for the incoming threat. The girl runs excitedly with the baby dragon on her shoulder, asking if the killer birds have arrived. The armored man confirms he shot them down, and the girl gleefully celebrates the fresh meat. Nearby, the baby dragon squirms, signaling hunger again, while others prepare to haul the fallen birds. The girl invites the baby dragon, Farl, to play as he eagerly eats ground-up meat and beans, replicating how dragons feed their young by regurgitating swallowed food. A small dog trots happily nearby. The young man entrusts the girl to watch the kids while he returns to work, noting how Master Rilu has taken a liking to Farl despite his larger size. The young woman worries aloud as the baby dragon, Farl, gets hungry again despite just being fed. She decides to catch a particularly huge fish to satisfy his insatiable appetite. Farl grows larger day by day, and she wonders if all dragons grow this fast. Meanwhile, Fuel runs tirelessly every day to keep up with Farl's needs. But the baby dragon remains as spoiled as ever. Fuel showers Farl with affection, and the baby dragon returns the love warmly. She never misses her daily rounds to check on the eggs, showing her dedication. The eggs begin to crack, signaling new life about to emerge. She ends up caring for the wyverns too, juggling the little creatures named Ku, Kai, and Saku on her arms. Though conflicted about mining being off the table for now, she embraces her new responsibilities. The young man rallies everyone, declaring this moment crucial for Shear's second urban development plan, and vows to work hard enough to cover for Fuel's absence.